Repay your teacher? When it suits you, you want to be called a teacher. Old man, have you gone senile? When did you become my teacher? Didn't you take off saying genius doesn't require personal guidance? I yelled, responding to Lorenzo's claims that I betrayed him. I received zero guidance from Lorenzo, yet he dared to claim that he was my teacher. Researchers are shameless and worse than thieves when it comes to sharing credit. Each of them is a credit hog. What? Brat, how dare you speak to your teacher like that? Now tell your teacher how you were able to arrange a temperature control array as a temporary array. Lorenzo was beyond shameless. I bet he had no limits to stop him from satisfying his curiosity. Old man, didn't you say that you would instead teach a stone than teach me? Now you are proclaiming yourself as my teacher. Have you no shame? For a renowned array master, Lorenzo surprisingly showed zero pride right now. Boy, didn't you use my materials on array formation to get started with array formation? Haven't you heard the saying that books are the best teachers? Since my books helped you master array formation, I am your teacher. Lorenzo stooped down to lying and was one step away from begging. Who said that? It must be some nutjob similar to you. Old man, leave me alone. I am too busy trying to finish my paper on how to arrange a temperature control array as a temporary array. So please shoo. I said this because after running all simulations of the remaining 46 simulations, my slave consciousness was finally able to decide on a procedure for arranging a temperature control array as a temporary array. The chosen procedure was efficient compared to the other methods. Still, it wasn't as efficient as when I arranged a temperature control array as a temporary array by myself, using my mind as the core. But this much efficiency was the best I could get with average array formation techniques and methods used by regular array formation masters. Still, the difference in the efficiency and soul energy spent wasn't that great. So I decided to publish this procedure to arrange a temperature control array as a temporary array. Honestly, I couldn't get this far without Lorenzo's notes because they not only taught me about convention array formation and techniques used to arrange them in detail, but also pointed out where the conventional techniques and methods were lacking. Lorenzo had written his experiences, thoughts, and research on the various techniques and array formation blueprints. He pointed out ways to increase the efficiency of the different array formations based on his experience and gave a very detailed explanation regarding the subject. His insight into the basic, intermediate, and advanced array formations was profound, which saved me a lot of trouble and time. Lorenzo's notes did help a lot, so I guess I can cut him some slack. Boy, come on, let the past be water under the bridge. Please don't waste time resenting it. Enjoy the present and build towards a hopeful future. Let me in. I can help you with the paper. I published countless papers. Trust me. Lorenzo no longer demanded that I tell him how I arranged a temperature control array as a temporary array. Instead, he started to play nice. Fine, old man. Since you are persistent, I will forgive you and be the bigger person here. Watch and learn. I used the procedure I just decided on earlier to give old Lorenzo a demo of arranging a temperature control array as a temporary array. Old Lorenzo sensed every single change in nature's soul pathway and the techniques I used to achieve those changes, and made a mental note of it to replicate the same. As an array master of the Card Emperor realm, his connection to nature was stronger than a regular array master. His insight into the surrounding nature's soul pathway was also profound. He wasn't renowned in the field of array formation for nothing. His knowledge, skills, and experience spoke for themselves. Soon I began to set up the temporary array, and then the room temperature varied on my whim. The cabin would be cool for a second and warm for another. I switched between cold and heat, trying to point out to Lorenzo where the critical function of my array lies. Did you notice how I switched between the heat and cold temperatures? That's the key of the array formation, I said after demonstrating the temperature control array formation as a temporary array formation. I did. First, I thought you had managed to combine the heater and cooler array without using a modified core. I couldn't be more wrong. Instead, you used a heater array to increase the room temperature and then reversed it to decrease the room temperature. That switch of soul energy at room temperature, how did you achieve it? Lorenzo described the crux of the temperature control array formation based on the insight he gained by deduction. Scary, but I guess this much was to be expected. After all, he was well versed in both heater and cooler array formations. And if he couldn't deduce this much, his years of experience would be considered a waste. Now that's the million-dollar question. If you recall the techniques I used to arrange the array formation, then you will have a rough idea of why I chose those particular techniques to arrange the heater array over the conventional techniques you mentioned in your notes. Each technique used to arrange an array had its specific functions. By determining those functions, one can determine the influence of the array over the soul pathways utilized in the array formation. I noticed that you used different techniques to arrange the heater array formation. Wait, these techniques are used to control the size of the soul pathway. Why are these techniques able to achieve similar results as the conventional techniques used in heater and cooler array? Lorenzo's mind raced, trying to recall every technique used to arrange the array and the effect of their presence in the array, but he could not put his finger on it. I watched as Lorenzo contemplated how the techniques used to control the size of soul pathways in an array be used to replace the techniques used to empower the soul pathways. The techniques used in the heater and cooler array empower the temperature soul pathway with soul energy, allowing it to swell and shrink on the array master's mental command. Using soul energy to empower a soul pathway is different from using soul energy to change the size of the soul pathway. Therefore, Lorenzo could not understand how such other techniques could achieve a similar effect. The regular array master doesn't understand that by empowering temperature soul pathways, they are not empowering the heat and cold part of the temperature soul pathways individually. This misconception stemmed from the fact that they believe there are two individual temperature soul pathways, one for heat and the other for cold. Therefore, they think that by using the heater array formation, they empower the heat-related temperature soul pathway, and using the cooler array formation, they empower the cold-related temperature soul pathway. Lorenzo thought the same, so he could not understand why the techniques used in arranging arrays to modify the size of the soul pathways would be used as a replacement for empower technique in a heater or cooler array. Wyatt, I don't understand. Lorenzo no longer called me a brat or a boy. Instead, he called me by my name. I could see he was starting to respect me. This was a huge change in Lorenzo's attitude towards me. At first, he looked at me as if I was a tool to be enslaved for the royal family. But now I can feel that he was considering me as a person. I guess it is true that you can get anyone to acknowledge you if you use their language. And Lorenzo's language was array formation. How about I demonstrate the array formation array again? This time you know what to look for. Try focusing on sensing the soul pathways and the effect of the techniques I used while the room temperature switches between heat and cold. I advised old Lorenzo and began arranging the temperature control array as a temporary array. Old Lorenzo nodded to my advice, and closing his eyes, he tried to sense the changes in the temperature soul pathways as the room temperature switched between heat and cold. He continued to immerse in feeling the changes in soul pathways and mumbled in confusion. There are only one type of soul pathways in the array, but they are able to give both heat and cold energy. Wait, FCK, we were wrong all along. So there are no separate individual soul pathways for heat and cold temperature. Upon sudden realization, Lorenzo could help but yell in excitement. Impatient Lorenzo, having sensed the temperature, soul pathways are not divided into two types. Got excited before sensing the effect of the size of the soul pathways as the room temperature switched between heat and cold. Old fool, you are missing the important part, the effect of the size of the soul pathway on the temperature change. Shut your hole and focus. I maintained the temperature control array and reminded Lorenzo to focus on the critical part rather than celebrating too early. Sorry, I will get right to it. Old Lorenzo apologized. That was first. It seems array formation is really the soft spot of his heart. So that's how it is, huh? When the temperature soul pathways swell, the temperature increases. And when it narrows, temperature decreases. Lorenzo said after finding the key to temperature control. Unlike me, Lorenzo cannot see nature's soul pathways, but he can sense them with his strong connection with nature and other unusual cards with the ability to gain insight and sense soul pathways. As a prominent array master, Lorenzo will definitely have such cards. For example, the Gorbat's ear bone, which allows the user to feel the vibrations of the soul pathways. Correct. But to put it neatly, it's the expansion and contraction of the temperature soul pathways that cause the cold and heat effect in the surroundings. I said, I, too, felt excited seeing the enthusiasm in Lorenzo upon making discoveries in temperature soul pathways. This is a groundbreaking discovery. This changes everything. FCK? Its applications are countless. This is going to be huge. Lorenzo's excitement grew with every passing second. He seems to be imagining how this discovery would affect the field of array formation. There are many array formations where temperature soul pathways are made use. This discovery will affect all of them. Old man, calm down. Now that you know how I could arrange a temperature control array formation as a temporary array formation, please leave. I wanted to return to experimenting with other low-level temporary arrays because being able to control my surroundings with my thoughts was fun. Leave? How can I leave now? Didn't I promise to help you with your paper? Let's get right to it. I will not only help you write the paper, but publish it in all the renowned outlets. Lorenzo wanted me to publish the paper as soon as possible and share the discovery with the world. But I disagreed with his thoughts. Are you dumb? Old man, if you keep giving me such dumb ideas, then please leave. I said sternly. What? How is publishing the paper on your research a dumb idea? Lorenzo asked, feeling wronged. Young researchers would lose an arm or foot to have him help with their paper, but his student called him dumb and threatened to throw him out. Don't you see it? I asked Lorenzo. What? What don't I see? Lorenzo didn't seem to get my point. Old fool, this is a golden opportunity. Don't you see if we use it properly, we can get rich? How can you let such a golden opportunity go to waste? Just because you are impatient to share the discovery with the world. Rich? Are you thinking of monopolizing your discovery? Weren't you going to publish your discovery? Lorenzo had a puzzled look on his face. To him, discovery and credit are all that matter. He never stopped to ponder how to use the discovery to make a fortune. Yes, I will publish my discovery, but at a later date. For now, we will hold off on the publishing front and exploit this discovery in every F-king way possible. But I cannot do this alone. This is where I need the help of the Heatsend royal family. So, Princess, and I have a deal for the Heatsend royal family. Are you willing to hear my proposal? I proposed to Anne. She hadn't left yet, but waited in order to stop her granduncle from bullying me. A deal, you say? The royal family is willing to support all the dubbing minds of the state. If your proposal is good, you have our support. Speaking of trade, Anne's expression turned serious, and the words she said sounded like they were rehearsed. I don't want the royal family's support. I want to form a new partnership like the one we have in the Silver Milk Powder Project. By partnership, I meant the Heatsend royal family did all the work while I counted the profits. Just like in the case of Silver Milk Powder. The royal family is willing to provide financial support, but partnership among us is impossible. If you think financial aid is not enough, you can always explore other options like selling your project for a fair price. The Silver Milk Powder Project was a blunder, and we would like to avoid such mistakes in the future. Anne's attitude changed completely when it came to talking about business. She was utterly opposite to Anna. Anna's way was like a gangster's way, intimidation and going with her guts. She was so easy to manipulate. But Anne was like a professional who knew that she would only get what she negotiated. Therefore, she did not even bother to consider our friendship during the discussion. How can you say that partnership is off the table when you didn't listen to my proposal? At least listen to what I have to say, and then if you like what I have to sell, we can always negotiate terms. And was proving to be more complicated to deal with than Anna. Anna would have bit the bait by now, hearing that my proposal would make the royal family tons of money. But Anne acted like the money didn't interest her or the royal family. She played as if this deal only benefited me alone, and I needed the royal family, not the other way around. Master Wyatt, whatever your proposal is, it won't warrant a partnership with the royal family. But if you think you are not up to the challenges of your project, the royal family is generous and willing to buy your project for a fair price, to help you cover your losses, and didn't even bother to hide her intentions. She was going to buy me off for a price, while keeping the whole pie for the royal family. She blatantly proposed as such. She did so because she knew that I needed the Heatsend royal family to execute my plan. And I knew nobody else of Heatsend royal family's caliber to help me. My options were limited. Ms. and the royal family's appetite seems to have grown since last I checked with Anna. Seeing and was being difficult to negotiate with and the negotiation was going nowhere, I decided to wait till Anna sobered up and then negotiate with her. Master Wyatt, be it Anna or me, We will not consider a partnership in which only you stand to gain the most out of the royal family's hard work. Not just us. Nobody else will be willing to agree to such a partnership. We didn't even speak the terms of the partnership, and it seemed to have already guessed what I was after. That may be true for the Heatsend royal family, but the same cannot be said for the Morningstar University. I think they will be willing to enter a partnership with me. After all, no matter how wealthy one is, no amount of money is ever enough. Seeing Anne's confidence, I let out a bluff. I had no contact with Morningstar University other than the fact that Mama Wyatt was an alumnus of that university. Morningstar University? Well, if you have already found a suitable partner, we wish you well in your endeavor. And called my bluff. She didn't even think twice before calling it. FCK? All right, you win. I will give you 60%. Now that and knew about all my moves, I had no choice but to compromise. 90:10 split. Of course, you will take the 10%. And stated, what? You forced me. I will sell my shares of silver milk powder to facilitate my project. I was back to my old tricks. Though Anna had warned me never to speak of selling the shares of silver milk powder to someone outside of our partnership, I had no moves left. Is that a threat? Are you threatening the royal family, Master Wyatt? Anne's words were frigid. I really missed dumb and stubborn Anna, my golden goose. She landed me the one-sided silver milk powder contract. Old man, let's publish the paper. I have prepared the paper. Use your contacts to help me publish this paper as soon as possible. And knew I wanted the money and had limited or only one option. So she played hard to get, acting as if our partnership would not bring any benefits to the royal family, only to undervalue what I was trying to sell. I know this is not personal, just business, but I was beginning to hate her. After all, she wasn't after more profits, but she wanted the royal family to be the sole owner of what I had built. In comparison, giving me chump change for my work. Wyatt, are you sure? Old Lorenzo asked if I wanted to publish my paper about the nature of the temperature soul pathway. Yes, you heard me. Earlier, I wanted to make $1 or $2 with my discovery, but Ms. N has opened my eyes to the bigger picture. I said, glancing at N. Master Wyatt, I hear you. 15% is all I can offer you. Anything more than that royal family would be making a loss. And finally began to bargain. Since I had proven that I was willing to throw the bat if she was unwilling to play ball. Nope. 60:40 split. The royal family will be getting 40%. At first, I wanted a 51:49 split. But I am fining the royal family 9% for the emotional damage you caused me with your heckling. Now it was my turn to show in my might, and pretended that the royal family did not need the money. But any big organization will never have enough money. So showing that I prefer not to make money instead of taking a loss, I scared and straight. Showing her that I needed money, but the royal family was more desperate than I. You are kidding, right? The royal family would never agree to these conditions. I interpreted and midway and said, 70:30 split. What? You? Fine. But 51:49 split. The royal family will hold the majority cut. The southern region was the poorest compared to the other regions, especially compared to the central region. They could always use more money. Therefore, unlike me, they cannot let go of the money-making opportunity one proposed. No matter how enacted, this fact cannot be changed. That is possible if the princess is willing to apologize to me for trying to take advantage of my goodwill. And if the Heatsend family is willing to sign a sole contract stating that it does not try to squeeze me out of my shares later and protect me from other parties. Like I said, even though this was just business, I had taken Anne's words personally. Therefore, I requested Anne's apology. As for the other conditions, they were pretty standard so that the royal family doesn't screw me over later. Okay, Master Wyatt. I apologize if my actions earlier offended you. As for the soul contract, we will have to wait for Anna to sober up. Because currently in the military base only she can represent the will of the royal family. And agreed to all of my conditions without hesitation. I was surprised to hear that even Anna's twin couldn't represent the will of the royal family. It seems being the heir is a big deal. Okay, then let's discuss it tomorrow. Since the contract cannot be signed without Anna's presence, there is no point discussing further. Wait, we haven't discussed your proposal yet. And, finally, asked about my proposal. Wouldn't it be better to discuss in Anna's presence since both of you don't have any authority to make decisions? Only Anna, as the official heir, had the power to represent the Heatsend family. and in Lorenzo, at most, could only act as her advisors. Okay, I will go get her then, Anne replied. Isn't she drunk and wasted right now? I didn't know how and planned to get Anna to attend the discussion. I have my ways. Saying that and headed out of the cabin to fetch Anna. Old man, you start preparing a list of array formations which utilize temperature soul pathways in them. And we have to acquire all of their copyright, especially those that are no longer in use. We can get their copyright for pennies. This was my plan. This only worked if I didn't share my discovery with the world. Therefore, I didn't have to worry about getting double-crossed by the royal family. The plan was to modify all the acquired arrays using the principle of temperature soul pathway and reintroduce them to the market. Not all of them will pan out, but those who do will make a fortune. After all, we would be buying the copyrights of the arrays for dirt cheap. This was kind of like insider trading. Oh, so you want to buy all the arrays for cheap now, and when your discovery is made public, they will be worth a fortune. And the passive income from their copyright will indeed add up to an even greater fortune over time. Lorenzo understood what I was up to. Correct? I believe that with my discovery and your expertise in the array, we can make all these arrays to get operating at 100% more efficiency than the before. Old man, you need to be very smart about this. Even the unproven array hypothesis that relates to our field is worth buying. Who knows, the new principle of temperature soul pathway may open new possibilities for these arrays. If we play it smart, we can single-handedly monopolize a massive chunk of the array market. This is the main reason I required the Heatsend royal family's help. Though I have insider information, I did not have enough capital, workforce, or prestige to make the most of this information. Therefore, I had to shake hands with the Heatsend royal family. They will do all the heavy lifting and in our partnership once again. The royal family will do everything in its power to buy the copyrights of the arrays, but they will only own 51% of each copyright. At the same time, I will hold the remaining 49% of it and eat the fruits of their hard labor. I will get right to it. Wyatt, you did it, said Lorenzo before turning to leave. What? I didn't understand what Lorenzo was talking about. You changed my reality, as I know. Like you said you would. I have grown old. It's time I passed my legacy to the young. Hello, uncle. You haven't slept yet. Anna's mother answered Lorenzo's call. You haven't either. So what's keeping our princess awake late at night? Lorenzo knew, with his brother-in-law and nephew at the front lines of Way Beyond. All the state's work had fallen on his elegant niece's lap. Thankfully, she was a demigod. Otherwise, even a card emperor cannot bear this amount of workload and months of sleepless nights. It's Sansa Baylor. I had my people monitor her movements. It seems she has sniffed that Wyatt is still alive, replied Anna's mother. Ever since the Heatsend family knew Clown Mask's predictions were accurate, they added Sansa Baylor, the matron, to the top of the state's enemy list, which was only accessible to the demigod realm personnel. What about it? As long as Anna personally protects him, nobody can harm a single hair of his body in the southern region. Lorenzo assured his niece confidently. Sansa Baylor has made an appointment with the Nether Witch. I think she is planning on cursing the boy. Curses are not Anna's strong suit, Anna's mother said in concern. Wait, don't you know that Anna has given him my sister-in-law's ring? She told the boy that you asked her to give it to him for his protection. Lorenzo asked in surprise, as he thought Anna would have consulted with her mother and other family members before passing the family heirloom to others. What? She did what? Why would I say such a thing? That ring signifies a promise to a soulmate, to cherish and protect them unconditionally. Doesn't she know she cannot pass the ring willy-nilly to some fling of hers? I didn't dare give it to her asshole father, even though his love blinded me for years. Yet this dumb daughter of mine handed it to a fling. I about to die of anger because of her. Anna's mother's voice grew cold and frustrated after hearing Anna's actions. Dummy ring signified a piece of romantic history for the Heatsend royal family. A romantic story only passed among the offspring of the royal family. Fling? I think Anna cares about this one. Otherwise, she wouldn't have borrowed my sister-in-law's ring for him. For you to not know what your daughter is up to, the workload is getting to you. Lorenzo tried to defend Anna's action. Uncle, you know that girl better than anyone. Do you really believe she can be serious about a relationship? Anna's mother did not believe that her daughter could hold on to a man. Her husband had messed her up in the mind. So far from what I have observed, Anna has changed a lot just to please the boy. I don't know what she likes about him, but she is willing to forego the party life for him. It's been weeks since she last partied. That's a new record. Lorenzo had never seen a night in which Anna didn't like to party, but for the past few weeks, ever since she met the boy, she has let go of the party animal in her. Wow, really? Then why did she react so wildly when I asked her to marry him? Anna's mother clearly remembers asking Anna to marry the boy to fix the silver milk powder debacle. After all, the terms of the soul contract were similar to a one-sided marriage. What? Did you really propose that to her? I guess, by then, she didn't realize her feelings. And also, Wyatt does not fully trust Anna and her feelings. Lorenzo answered according to his understanding. Isn't that boy picky? Shouldn't he be happy that my daughter chose him as her partner for life? Does he think he is better than my daughter just because he accidentally discovered silver milk powder? Anna's mother disapproved of Anna's lifestyle, but still, she was her mother and was not happy about the thought that her daughter was being stringed along by a boy. Lorenzo didn't know how to answer his niece because right now, she wasn't speaking as the demigod in charge of the South, but as a proud mother. I guess I will have to pay a visit to the boy, see what my daughter sees in him. Anna's mother felt that it was her duty to inspect her future son-in-law. If Anna wants him, then he is her son-in-law. The boy's opinion didn't matter. About that, he will be coming to the palace within a week to create cards for Luna's personal army. Lorenzo reminded me. I did hear about that. Uncle, do you really believe that the megamorphers created by the boy will help the younger generation across the river? Even during my generation, we lost many talents to the river. I don't want that to repeat again. Enemies of the South are growing bolder. We cannot handle such a loss at times like these. Anna's mother's voice grew serious as she spoke about the inheritance left by the Heatsend family ancestors. Only thing I can tell you is to wait till you see the megamorpher for yourself. It is nothing like you have ever seen before. Not to mention Luna is trying to have the megamorpher created using memerconium. Lorenzo was without words to praise megamorpher's majesty. So he asked his niece to see it personally to believe it. Uncle, are you okay? Were you not the one who said megamorphers were nothing but a giant golem? And also, didn't the boy say memerconium wasn't suitable to create the megamorpher? From the call, Anna's mother could hear that her uncle was no longer biased against the boy. Instead, he seemed to adore the boy as his junior. About that, I believe that the boy will find an alternative as long as we get him the recipe for the memerconium, Lorenzo replied. Uncle, weren't you the one who said that the boy was too young to create an alternative for memerconium? Yes, he is. Lorenzo paused and answered, but don't underestimate the youth. Uncle, what actually happened? Why did you call me? Anna's mother was surprised that her uncle's opinion about the boy had changed. She knew her uncle. He was a stuck-up, stubborn old fool. If he formed an opinion of something, it would be impossible to change it. Yet the boy managed to alter her uncle's impression of him significantly. I thought you would never ask me. It's regarding the boy. He wants to partner up with the royal family on another project. This one is not a big one like the silver milk powder, but it will add a massive boost to Southern Region's income. Lorenzo started to talk about why he called his niece late at night. Knowing the way that boy does things, he must be trying to get the royal family to do all the work while he sits and counts the profits. The question is whether the project he proposed is worth our effort. Anna's mother directly went to the crux of the matter. Trust me, it is, and has already agreed to a 51:49 split. All that remains is Anna's sign on the soul contract. Lorenzo informed his niece about the terms agreed by Anne. It seems the boy is no average teenager to make and throw in the towel for such terms. Anna's mother strongly trusted her second daughter's capabilities when it came to the negotiation. Yes, he is not to be underestimated. But trust me, the deal is worth it. If we play our cards right this time around, we can get something more capable than the Holy Empire's divine incineration array formation. Lorenzo finally told the real reason for his call. Holy Empire's divine incineration array formation. Uncle, are you serious? Anna's mother asked in astonishment. Yes. Do you remember a few decades ago, the top 10 universities joined together to duplicate the Holy Empire's divine incineration array formation? Lorenzo asked. Yes, but didn't they fail in the end? Didn't Morningstar University recruit you as outside help for that project? Why are you bringing that up now? Unless... Anna's mother was interrupted by impatient Lorenzo. Yes, thanks to the boy's latest discovery. I have already figured out why the 10 universities failed to duplicate the Holy Empire's divine incineration array formation. Right now, I need the royal family to buy all the research related to this project from the top 10 universities. Though Lorenzo's prestige precedes him, dealing with all the top 10 universities at once was beyond his power. So he needed his niece's authority to achieve that. Uncle, the top 10 universities are greedier than beggars. What you are asking for isn't going to come cheap. How sure are you about this? Buying something that a single top university owned was already expensive, but something that all 10 top 10 universities owned together would cost more than a fortune. Trust me on this. You will make the money you spent in no time with the copyright of the array. The royal families, the government, noble clans, and sects have been coveting the Holy Empire's divine incineration array formation for centuries. They will pay any price to get their hands on it. The world has coveted the prowess of the Holy Empire's divine incineration array formation. Seeing the fortune to make in this array, the top 10 universities collaborated to duplicate it, but ultimately failed, while the Empire mocked them for their failed effort. Okay, I will gamble on you on this one. But the top 10 universities are not fools. To avoid their suspicion, we need a story to sell to them. Anna's mother decided to gamble on her uncle's instincts. That array isn't the only one. I have a list of arrays that we need to acquire as soon as possible. As for the story, just tell them that I plan to use these array formations to get inspiration to form my divinity. That should be good enough. Lorenzo then forwarded the list of array formation copyright to be acquired to his niece's grimoire. These are too many, Uncle. People are bound to ask questions. Going through the list, Anna's mother was astonished by the number of arrays listed. We don't have to buy all of them, but the ones I underlined have to be purchased no matter the cost. Those arrays will pay for themselves at a later date. As for the people, I trust you will think of a way to erase their curiosity. Lorenzo believed that if anybody was up to this task, it was his niece. Uncle, I will worry about acquiring all of these arrays. You worry about fixing them up and reintroducing them into the market. These copyrights will serve as the backbone of our family treasury in the long run. Anna's mother assured Lorenzo that she would acquire all of the arrays mentioned in the list. Niece, aren't you forgetting about the boy? Lorenzo reminded his niece that they had a partner with whom they would have to split half of the profits. How can I forget my son-in-law? Anna's mother implied that if Anna were to marry the boy, everything would stay within the family, and their children, her grandchildren, would own 100% of the copyright. I don't think the boy feels about Anna that way. Lorenzo liked his niece's idea, but he felt that the boy had someone else in his heart. Uncle, the only reason I am letting the boy take advantage of our family is that I see him as one of us in the future. If that is not possible, Lorenzo immediately interrupted his niece. Even if he doesn't become a part of the royal family, we need him. He is the only person who can help the royal family stand on the same stage as the central region and the government. Dear niece, it is not clear who is taking advantage of whom. He is the goose that keeps laying golden eggs for us. Don't let your ignorance kill the goose for momentary gains. So that's how it is. Expansion and contraction of temperature soul pathways. Who would have thought? Such a simple action can explain the temperature change in the atmosphere, said Luna as she arranged a temperature control array formation following the procedure my self-consciousness prepared. Like me, she, too, did not require a core to set up a temporary array. Instead, she used her mind as the core. After hearing about my discovery, Luna paused all the work regarding the dungeon relocation and hurried to my cabin, requesting a personal class on my discovery. So I read her my paper on the behavior of temperature soul pathways and explained to her the procedure that my slave consciousness came up with to efficiently arrange temperature control arrays as temporary arrays using the conventional techniques used by regular array masters. Remind me again how this will help us keep earning a fortune for generations to come, Anna asked. I don't know how and got her up, but ever since she got here, she has been in a foul mood. We purchased the copyright of all the old out-of-use arrays that use the temperature soul pathway for a dirt cheap price. Then modify them using my theory and reintroduce them in the market as the best version of themselves and better choice over their competitors. I repeated myself. I don't know why Anna was doing this, but I left that she blamed me for what and did to get her sober. Anna kept nodding, but never moved forward to signing the contract. Anna, I have already discussed terms with Wyatt. All you have to do is sign the soul contract. And reminded Anna that her work here would be done with a single sign. Now that the negotiations were over, and was back to calling me Wyatt. Anna glared at and menacingly. This wasn't the first time, and from this, I have gathered that though Anna and are twins, both have opposite behaviors and beliefs. Hate is a strong word to define their relationship, but they don't get along with each other should be appropriate. Anna, what happened last night? Those wine weren't strong enough to get a card emperor drunk, but you were wasted and passed out after emptying a few bottles. Seeing that Anna was in a foul mood, I decided to talk about something else other than the soul contract. Hearing my question, Anna's face turned tomato red in embarrassment, and without answering me, she looked at and said, "Where is the soul contract? I will sign it right away. I have already forwarded it to your grimoire. Sign it and forward it to Wyatt," and said with a neutral, but her eyes gave her away. I could see she knew why Anna got drunk and passed out over a few bottles of low-level wine yesterday night. I was curious as to what it was, but decided to wait till Anna signed the soul contract establishing a new partnership between the Southern royal family and me. Done. Wyatt, I have sent you the contract. Please read and sign it. I am feeling sleepy, so I will be heading back to bed. Saying that, Anna hurried out of the cabin. Wait. I wanted to stop Anna, but she left in haste before I could say a word. Wyatt, you are curious, aren't you? The answer is simple. Anna can't handle her liquor. Usually, she makes use of the passive skill card, which keeps her sober regardless of the amount of liquor she drinks. But yesterday night, she wanted to get drunk with you, which only ended with her getting drunk, you pampering her, and feeding her. Not the night she had planned, but the best dinner date she had. And explained Anna's embarrassment. But I didn't know which part she was embarrassed about. Is it the part where she could not handle her liquor? Or is it the part where her drunk self acted like a child and ate my dinner? It was a one-of-a-kind experience for me too. Since and dubbed yesterday's dinner as Anna's best dinner date ever, I had no room to complain but to agree with her with a broad smile. Then I turned my attention to the soul contract forwarded to my grimoire by Anna. The terms were pretty standard, especially the part where the Southern royal family would offer me protection, and wanted to add a clause like the protection is only valid if I do not harm the Southern royal family interest. I had it removed because harming the interest of the Southern royal family wasn't specific and could mean anything. Yet, and insisted on adding yet another clause that I cannot ally with enemies of the Southern royal family. I didn't agree with this either. Enemies of the Southern royal family could be the ants stealing the sugar from their kitchen pantry. This clause, too, wasn't specific and gave all the power to the Southern royal family regarding the termination of the soul contract, and came up with more of such clauses which either gave the Southern family the power to terminate the soul contract at their convenience or to control and limit my actions and whom I am friends with. No matter what, and's only objective was to give the Southern royal family an edge over me in the contract. When I threatened to cancel the deal and backed off, and I signed the soul contract on my terms. Happy cooperation. You were great opponent. I felt like I had met my match. And extended her hand for a handshake with a broad smile, and the simple seemed genuine despite our disagreement during the negotiations. It seems she gets off on this kind of stuff, no matter the victory or loss. Yes, happy cooperation. I shook his hand as I got what I wanted from the deal and more. Now I don't have to worry about the Southern royal family ever betraying me, or planning to throw me away like a used bottle. This is wonderful. I can use this to optimize the temperature variable in the dungeon relocation. Yeah, that way, the efficiency of the dungeon relocation model will increase by 4 to 6%. If I achieve that, nobody can stop me from being the best researcher of the year. Luna mumbled to herself as she explored the nature of temperature soul pathways. You can't do that, and reminded Luna not to do so. And Luna did not seem to mind getting credit for my discovery. I don't plan on doing it the right way, nor do I plan on disclosing it to anyone. But I will get started on the math right away by the time you guys are done with whatever you are up to. I should have completed the required math to optimize the dungeon relocation model. Then I can be the first one to submit the new dungeon relocation model based on Wyatt's nature of temperature soul pathway. According to Luna, she wasn't taking credit for my work. She was taking credit for the math she would come up with for the dungeon relocation model based on my discovery. Luna was right. She was giving me the due credits for my discovery, and the only thing she was guilty of was insider information. which would give her a head start over her colleagues at the university. By the time they hear about the nature of temperature soul pathways, Luna would have already used it to create a new optimized model for dungeon relocation. Okay, but Luna, be careful. This information cannot leak because the family is very invested in it. A lot of money is involved here, and if people know what our family is up to, we will be making a lot of enemies before even beginning to reap the harvest. So we cannot afford any mistakes. Wyatt, the same goes for you. And warn Luna to be careful with her research and not let it fall into the wrong hands. Suppose the world knows what the Heatsin royal family is trying to do before achieving its objective. Not only will the Southern royal family lose a great chance of investment, but it will also make the entire world angry. Making the world angry wasn't an issue if they made a fortune for it. Yes. Luna nodded her head vigorously. Don't worry about me. My lips are sealed, and I don't leave a paper trail. My interest in the array formation was momentary to defend against the city array of Sun Blossom City and destroy the array formation covering the circle's base in the Sun Blossom City. And thanks to Hive AI, I did not need a soft copy to remember my math and discovery. Good. And nodded. Luna, about the platinum grimoires I asked for? I asked Luna about the platinum grimoire she promised to give me, due last afternoon. Here, with dungeon relocation and demon cult ambush, I never got the time to give them to you. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten about this. Luna handed me an A-rank storage card and explained the delay. No worries. I took the A-rank storage trunk card and directly placed it in the card holder without checking. And, is there a way for me to get these card ingredients in the base? If not, I will head back to the Guild Association Mall. I was in need of card ingredients to create my first permanent array formation card, that is, field/trap type cards. Yes, forward me the list. I will have my aide get you the ingredients. And replied. Following her advice, I forwarded the list of ingredients to Anne, and then forwarded that list to her aide's grimoire. Thank you. I thanked Anne for her help. Don't mention it. My aide will be here shortly with the ingredients. Saying that and got comfortable in my cabin, not just Anne. Even Luna did not show signs of leaving. Now that the negotiation is concluded, and if there is nothing else, you guys are free to head back. Without caring for politeness, I remind Anne and Luna that if they have no business to discuss, then they are free to leave, and I will not entertain them any longer. Oh, sorry. We will get out of your hair. And Luna left the cabin after expressing their apologies. Once they left, I checked on Van, Old Ben, Fred, and my newly formed shadow army, the Sin Squad. After recruiting all the selected candidates for the Sin Squad with a Calamity Daughter gem, they borrowed the fastest floater to the Southern Academic region from Fine Gold. According to Van, they will be reaching their destination in another 4 hours. I didn't have to wait long, and Anne's aide knocked on my cabin door. Thank you. How much do I owe you for these ingredients? Taking the storage card, I prepared to pay for the card ingredients. None. Ms. and has already paid for them. She said you are Southern Watch's guest, and you should make yourself at home. Saying that the aide left without waiting for me to disagree. Shaking my head, I closed the cabin door and, equipping the storage card in one of my free item slots, and began sorting the ingredients. Permanent array formation, or also known as field, trap cards. In the notes given by Lorenzo, it contained various recipes for basic, intermediate, and advanced array formations, which are perfect for a beginner like me to get started with. For examples, Stealth Array, Soul Energy Gathering Array, Soul Energy Refining Array, 5 Sense Deprivation Array, Soul Energy Deprivation Array, Purification Array, etc. I started with the Stealth Array and slowly climbed my way up from there. I arranged each array formation one by one because, according to Lorenzo's notes, the best way to decipher an array formation is by knowing how to arrange it. The concept was that when I master arranging a particular array recipe, I will automatically understand where it is lacking and how long it will last against the enemy attack. This was more like the saying practice makes you perfect. I spent the whole night arranging different basic, intermediate, and advanced array formations mentioned in Lorenzo's notes. Going through all of them, I realized they all had one weakness in common: nature's soul pathways that constituted them. Nature's soul pathways are open source and accessible to all. This meant that anyone with little knowledge of array formation could tamper with nature's soul pathways to mess with the array formation you have arranged. The only way to avoid that is by having a more substantial influence over nature's soul pathways used in your array formation than your opponent. Therefore, usually, array masters use high-grade cores in their array formation to get an edge over their opponent. But in front of an expert array master, that is not enough. This process of tampering with nature's soul pathway to mess with your opponent's arranged array formation, I decided to call array formation hacking. There are two important things needed for the hacking of array formation. 1. Strong influence on the surrounding nature's soul pathways. 2. Average knowledge in array formation and minimum knowledge about the arranged array formation. Strong influence over nature's soul pathway surrounding the array formation is required to bypass the enemy's influence over nature's soul pathway, allowing us to tamper with the array formation. Once you have a strong influence over the surrounding nature's soul pathways, you require to know which soul pathways of nature are being used in the arranged array formation. By tampering with these soul pathways, you cause the inter-array formation to break down. Now that I had come up with this theory, I was willing to go one step further and create a card that would precisely help with the hacking of array formations through nature's soul pathways. For that, I needed a lot of specific card ingredients. I could have NZ get them for me, but I felt that and had been hospitable enough, so I decided to head back to the warehouse. Good morning, Wyatt. I planned to leave the base quietly without the hassle of saying goodbye, but I guessed wrong. As soon as I walked out of the cabin, I was greeted by and Lorenzo. Getting greeted by two card emperors earlier in the morning was something. Ignoring that feeling, I returned the greetings. Good morning, you two. Where are you ahead? Asked Dan. To the warehouse to freshen up, I replied. You can freshen up here. Use the base's shower room, or if you don't mind, I can use Dirt Purge on you. It is a lot faster and cleaner. And suggested. About that, old man, your notes didn't have any array formation recipe for arranging a cleansing array. What? I wanted a cleaning card for a while now, so when I learned how to arrange array formation up to advanced array formation, I wanted to create a cleaning card for my personal use, using permanent array formation. But to my surprise, Lorenzo's notes didn't have any recipes on cleansing array formation. Even the most basic recipes on cleansing array formation have copyright, Lorenzo answered nonchalantly. What? How can that be? There have to be old recipes that don't have any owners now, right? I asked in astonishment. No, the chore cards have been recently discovered. In olden times, card apprentices were too busy surviving to care about such luxury cards. These cards flooded the market recently. Therefore, free recipes for cleansing array formation are not available. Lorenzo narrated the history of chore cards, aka cards that make a card apprentice's life easier. I see. But you are a renowned array master. You should have one or two cleansing array formation recipes of your own. Right. I asked to see if Lorenzo could lend me one of his cleansing array formation recipes. Boy, nobody got time for that. Instead of researching a cleansing array formation, I could do something of more significance at that time. For some reason, I felt like Lorenzo was dodging my question. Fine, I guess I have no choice but to create a cleaning array formation. I declared. Boy, it hasn't been a day since you started learning the array formation, but you dare to declare about creating cleaning array formation. You are a dreamer, aren't you? Lorenzo scoffed. According to Lorenzo, Wyatt discovered the nature of the temperature soul pathway, thanks to his aura sight and the detailed explanation about the heater and cooler array formation provided in his notes. Understanding the nature of the soul pathway and creating a new recipe for array formation were two different things. To understand the nature of the soul pathway, one needs keen observation and a deeper connection with nature. At the same time, creating an array formation recipe requires adequate knowledge of every soul pathway involved and how they will react and respond to each other. The challenges faced by the two were entirely different. Therefore, Lorenzo felt Wyatt was being wishful when he said he would create his recipe for a cleansing array formation. Old man, I guess you haven't learned your lesson. How about this? If I create a recipe for cleansing array formation right here, right now, what are you willing to bet? I proposed a wager to Lorenzo. You know what you want from me. You tell me that, and I will ask you what I want as a bet. Lorenzo could see that the boy was up to something, but he didn't care because he knew creating a recipe for array formation was easier said than done. I want all your notes on the array formation till the date. Lorenzo had only given me notes on basic, intermediate, in advanced array formation. He did not provide me with his notes on higher-tier array formation. Now that I have mastered advanced array formation, I hungered for a higher tier. Is that it? Fine. But if you fail to create an array formation by today evening, I want you to stop being stubborn and accept Southern Watch's protection and start staying with us until you leave for college. Lorenzo didn't ask anything for himself, but he asked me to stop being careless and accept the Southern Watch's protection by hiding in their base until I left for university. Old man, are you kidding me right now? I asked Lorenzo, hearing what he wanted from me if I lost the wager. Nope, I am being serious. The people who sent 30 card emperors to assassinate you know they have failed in their mission, and you are still alive. The ringleader behind it has consulted a curse master to curse you to death from afar. Boy, the people after your life are way beyond your current capabilities. Even the royal family cannot afford to underestimate them. You need to start considering your safety and trusting your friends rather than spinning conspiracies about them in your head. Lorenzo lectured me. Old man, you worry too much. Anna gave me this dummy ring. It can protect me from the SSS rank curse. So there is nothing to worry about. Saying that, I added, so, I am giving you another chance to change what you want from me. Kid, once they realize that cruise doesn't work on you, they will return to assassinating you using the old-fashioned way. And last time, it almost killed you. So no, thank you. I will stick with my wager. Being your elder, I have to be wiser than you. Lorenzo did not change his stance. I did not know how to respond to Lorenzo's words. Honestly, I don't understand why he is doing this. This wager was a golden opportunity. He could ask anything from me, my shares of silver milk powder, my shares in the recently acquired array formation copyrights. Out of all the things he could ask me, he went ahead and asked something so cheesy. I didn't know what to make of it. I couldn't tell whether he was being genuine. Was there an angle here that I couldn't see? What is he up to? This had me on edge. I would have felt better if he had asked me to be the slave of the Southern royal family if I lost the bet. That I could understand. But this old fossil acted out of character and proposed to increase my safety if he won the wager. FCK this. Boy, don't overthink it. You are the Southern royal family's goose that lays golden eggs. We don't want to see you die young. We were hoping you could live a long life and keep laying golden eggs for us. That is all. Lorenzo elaborated on his reasons. Hearing them, I realized that the Southern royal family planned to nurture me, hoping that I will be their stairs to climb to prosperity. That sounds more like you. This reason I was okay with. You use me. I use you. We mutually benefit from each other. That is something I can put my trust in. Haha. Boy, I have never seen a kid as cautious about his feelings as you. I cannot help but wonder what led to such a change in your mentality. Lorenzo laughed. Then you have not been to the slums of the Sky Blossom City, I said, defending my response earlier. Nope, I have seen more orphans than you can count, but none of them were like you. You are different. The way you see the world is very different from how they see it. It may be because you are too mature for your age. Lorenzo's impression of me seems to have changed ever since yesterday night. He never showed this much care towards his relationship with me. He seems to have started valuing me as a human, no more than that, as his junior. I didn't know that showing talent in the field of array formation would gain me so much favorability with him. Otherwise, I would have done this much earlier. Okay, old man, enough. You said you had tracked the ringleader behind my assassination, and they have consulted a curse master to curse me. That means you know who wants to kill me. When were you going to tell me about this? Hearing Lorenzo talk about me, I felt like a specimen strapped to a post-mortem table. So I switched the topic to my assassination. I asked about the ringleader despite knowing that Sansa Baylor is behind this because I had gained this information through questionable methods, which I prefer to keep to myself. And also, if I don't ask them, they will get suspicious, seeing that I wasn't the slightest bit curious about people trying to kill me. This question was not only to stop Lorenzo from analyzing me, but also to show him that I had no clue about who tried to assassinate me. About that, it is top secret. We cannot disclose any further information to you. Lorenzo clamped up as I expected him to. Fine, I have my way to get the information. I did not bother to argue with Lorenzo and just left it there, leaving him wondering if I had the capability to get the information they knew. Kid, no matter how reckless Anna is, even she will not share this information with you, Lorenzo said, thinking that Anna was my source. When did I say that Anna is my source? Old man, don't underestimate me. I have my ways. What? You don't believe me? Like I care. Saying that, I couldn't help but snicker, imaging Lorenzo's face when he knows how much I know. Yeah, whatever. Boy, you only know to talk big. First the wager, and now this. I am starting to wonder if you are a phony genius. Lorenzo spoke in disband. Ha. I would love to watch you eat these words later. Ms. and please be the judge of our wager. I asked, and to judge the wager between Lorenzo and me. Who better than her? After all, she knew the entire context to how we got here. My pleasure. And agreed to my request, and asked, do you require anything to help you with the creation process of the cleansing array formation recipe? Nope, I don't need any. Are you sure? And asked in concern, hearing me say that I did not require anything to create a new recipe for a cleansing array formation. Yes, and please step back. I need room to set up the array. I said as I activated my soul pupils. Cocky brat, not only do you boast about creating a cleansing array formation recipe, but you want to create it as a temporary array formation. Aren't you ambitious? Lorenzo commented, hearing me and then looking at my glowing pupil. He said, is that the aura sight? They are a beautiful pair of eyeballs. Silence. I need to focus. I said aloud, stopping Lorenzo from asking about aura sight. Hearing me thunder, Lorenzo went quiet as I expected him to. Creating a new array formation was not hard if you knew what you wanted and which soul pathways to use to get the desired outcome. To create a cleansing array formation, I was going to make use of airflow, moisture, and holy light array. The idea was that the dense moisture in the air would form a mist, and I would use airflow to control the fog to clean myself, along with a shower of holy light to purge the dirt, germs, and smell of my clothes and me. First, I had to find the soul pathways related to them, and then check the things influencing these soul pathways, and how these soul pathways responded to each other and how they work together. Once I have all the necessary data, I need to arrange this soul pathway in such a way that their absence from nature will not cause the entire ecosystem to fail. If the surroundings were to be ruined, then the soul pathways borrowed from them would also be lost. Therefore, it is most important to make sure that when you borrow a soul pathway from nature, it shouldn't mess up nature. This is one of the reasons why arranging a temporary array formation with the mind as the core was considered very difficult. Now that I knew which soul pathways that I wanted to use, I had to make arrangements for the factors affecting them. For example, the moisture in the air is affected by the surrounding area's temperature. If temperature increases, it will lead to a decrease in moisture content in the air. Thus, the air will become drier, whereas when the temperature decreases, the air will become wet, meaning the moisture content in the air will increase. Knowing this, I had to involve the temperature soul pathways in the array formation. But sometimes, the factors affecting one of the main soul pathways will also affect the other main soul pathway used in the array formation. Like how the temperature affects the moisture in the air, it also affects the airflow in the surroundings. We have to make arrangements for such soul pathways so that their influence on both the main soul pathways is independent of each other. Temperature is just an example. Many such factors affect the main soul pathways that we have borrowed from nature, which you need to attend to one by one. Therefore, the creation of an array formation recipe is very hectic. And when you try to do it in real time with your mind as your core, it becomes more complicated and messy. But thankfully, I wasn't alone. I had 3 slave consciousness, each equipped with a hive AI, to share the workload with me. We would each select a main soul pathway of the array to be arranged, and then tend to factors affecting them. And when we come upon an overlapping factor, the hive AI will alert us and, with the simulation, help us figure out a way to make it so that main soul pathways are independent of each of others' relation to the said factor. When done with that, we need to figure out an arrangement for the main soul pathways to work together to achieve the said goal of the arranged array formation. This arrangement needs to be near perfect in order for the soul pathways to work together without a glitch while achieving maximum efficiency. This is easier said than done. We need to try out many soul pathway arrangement patterns, which is too time-consuming and not something that can be achieved in a day. Still, I had Hive AI, which could help me simulate the numerous soul pathway arrangement patterns in a controlled environment. And then, the one soul pathway arrangement patterns resulting in the most efficiency will be used as the recipe to arrange the cleansing array formation. Something which would take weeks took a few minutes. and I had a near-perfect arrangement with the maximum efficiency for the cleansing array formation as a temporary array formation, all thanks to the Hive AI AMD, my slave consciousness. Using my mental strength, I began borrowing the required soul pathways from nature. Then I arranged them according to the near-perfect soul pathway arrangement produced by the Hive AI and my slave consciousness in the form of a temporary array formation using my mind as a core. After arranging the array formation, I start pouring soul energy into the array accordingly. And soon, a white mist covered me from head to toe. Then, using the airflow control, I spin the mist covering me into a whirlpool with me in the center. At the same time, holy light array shone on it. The whirlpool of mist spun from my head to toe. With every spin, it would carry dirt, sweat, etc., off my body and clothes. The whirlpool basically agitates the clothes in a cloudy mist to remove any dirt and stains before spinning to drain the moisture from the clothes and body. Upon reaching my toe, the dirt and sweat brought by the mist would then be thrown onto the ground. Then came the second layer of cleansing through the holy light, which is used to clean clothing and my body by purging any remaining dirt and smell on my clothes and me. The Holy Light Array is a basic array used by the Empire to ward off evil and darkness, basic of purification. They have widely spread this array for free to increase their influence and presence in the array community. The cleansing array formation felt like a quick, refreshing cold bath, but it got the job beautifully done. This wasn't perfect, but hey, pretty good for something created on the spot. Son of a gun, you really did it, Lorenzo said with great astonishment. Though he spoke those words, his eyes said that he still could not believe it even though he had seen it with his own eyes. The winner is Dalton Wyatt, and announced. Wait, this array formation is not entirely yours. You used the Holy Light Array formation of the Empire in the end. So technically you lost. Lorenzo protested on the basis that I added the Empire's basic array to my array. Come on, old man, don't be a sore loser. All the new arrays are built on the basic arrays left behind by the ancestors. By your logic, all of them are phony too, and they don't deserve the copyrights they own. I bet most of your arrays also make use of the array left behind by the ancestors. I argued, defending my win. Yeah, Grandpa. If the Holy Light Array was copyrighted, it could be considered a violation, but it is not. So Wyatt is the winner. Deal with it. And said sternly, fine, the brat wins. I will keep my promise. Saying that, old Lorenzo took out a storage card from his grimoire and handed it to me, saying, right now, I only have copies of these notes. When you're done with these, contact me. I will give you the rest. Why not just share the notes to my grimoire? I asked Lorenzo. I don't keep soft copies in my grimoire, just hard copies. Don't ask me why. I have my reason for that. Said Lorenzo. I won't, but prepare the other copies. I will be done with these soon. I didn't ask Lorenzo why he did not save soft copies of his notes in his grimoire. I wasn't interested. Who cares what goes on in this old bat's head? All I cared about was that he gave me my winnings. Yes, sure. Lorenzo wanted to argue that notes in the storage trunk were enough for a person to study for a decade, but remembered he was not talking to a normal boy, but an abnormal one. So he refrained from saying his thoughts, and added in concern, boy, I still think it would be in your best interest to stay in the base, and that you don't run around until you join the university of your choice. Old man, I will think about it. And stop worrying. After all, the person that cares about me the most is myself. I won't die that easy. Wyatt, you're still here, great. Just as I planned to leave the base and head to the warehouse, I heard Anna's voice calling out to me. She seemed to be looking for me. Yep, unfortunately, I am still here. It seems my luck is not working today, I said, turning to face Anna, who hovered towards me. 3 young soldiers in their early 20s wearing standard Southern Watch uniforms followed her on foot. 2 of them seemed to be identical twins. It's a beautiful morning. No need for you to be so grumpy. Lighten up, or do you want me to loosen you up? Said Anna, hovering in the air, ignoring her twin and granduncle. And those 2 didn't seem to be bothered by it. What's gotten you so chipper in the morning? I asked while using my Voltronian flight to hover next to Anna. Because the sun was right behind her and its rays blocked my sight. This year's rookies are here. It will be fun to watch them break down. Will you care to join me? Replied Anna with a sadistic smile. No, thank you. But isn't this base supposed to be a top-secret temporary base? Why would you bring a bunch of rookies here? I rejected Anna's invitation plainly. It is. But plans were made months ago to welcome the rookies to the Southern Watch today, and I have to defend here, since I cannot be at two places I had the rookies sent here. Anna replied irresponsibly. You can. You have a freaking long-distance teleportation card. You can be anywhere you want in the southern region. I wanted to yell this out loud, but chose not to as it was pointless. And there was another thing bugging me. The three soldiers in their early 20s that followed Anna here were directing their ill glare at me for a while now. I thought it would pass, but it only got intense. So I spoke up. What's the deal with these three? They are glaring at me as if I owe them money. Are they now? Anna turned to look at the young soldiers. The soldiers hurriedly looked down to avoid making contact with Anna's eyes. Seeing this, a sadistic smile formed on Anna's face as she yelled, You assholes, give me 100 pistol squats for each leg. Yes, ma'am. The young soldier hurriedly replied and began their punishment. By the way, what kind of rookies need the commander of the Southern Watch to welcome them? I asked Anna, while looking at the young soldier rhythmically performing pistol squats. Looking at their young age and card-lord realm, I knew these three were part of the rookies Anna spoke of. They are legacy rookies. Someone in these rookies' families served the South with honor and sacrificed themselves when the South needed them to. The legacy rookies are the juniors of the courageous martyrs of the Southern Watch. Huh. The Southern Watch's legacy system was news to me. I know they are children of martyrs, but still, don't look down on them. Even though they were given a special entrance, they all have met the regular threshold to join the Southern Watch. Anna saw through my thoughts and explained. I had to agree with her about the rookies. Their strength was not bad. They had achieved card-lord realm in their early 20s and had already forged their ego gem. That meant they were in the top 10 percentile of the mightiest youths globally. I can see that, I said, agreeing with Anna. Don't be sarcastic, Wyatt. Not everyone is a monster like you. Anna seems to have misunderstood my words. Not what I meant, but you are right. I didn't bother correcting Anna because I felt she was doing it on purpose. I gathered that by witnessing the young soldiers glare at me with hostility after hearing Anna's words. Commander, permission to speak. Out of the three young soldiers, one of the twins finally couldn't hold back and decided to act. He indeed looked like the rash one of the twins. Yes, what is it? Anna asked nonchalantly. Permission to duel this person. The young soldier yelled, pointing at the boy who hovered next to his commander. Me? I blurted, seeing the young soldier express his desire to duel me. I don't understand why these three have been hostile toward me since the start. I have a hunch that Anna was behind it. Cadet Ollie, how dare you challenge the honorary member of the Southern Watch? Unless you give me a reason for your action, I will be forced to take disciplinary action against you. Anna, who sparked the fire, acted as if trying to suppress the fire. Commander, I do. The honorary member. That's Master Wyatt for you, Rook. Anna corrected Ollie, reminding him that my rank was higher than his and that I was a respected card creationist. Yes, Commander, Ollie answered Anna respectfully, and added, I want to duel Master Wyatt because he was disrespectful to the commander in his manner of speech. This guy is nitpicking so he can pick a fight with me. Still, I explained, look, buddy, she may be your commander, but not mine. I will speak to her however I want to. You heard him. Anything else? Anna asked the young soldier named Ollie. Thinking for a bit, he pointed out, Your Highness, Master Wyatt, is in direct violation of the flight ban inside the base. You three have been giving me hostile glare just because I flew inside the base. I asked, looking at the three young soldiers. Wyatt, he is right. This is a restricted area, and it is forbidden to fly over or inside the base without permission. Anna announced, trying to seem impartial. Well, nobody informed me of that. Okay, then I will leave. You guys enjoy your restricted area all you want. I didn't want to be here in the first place anyway. I turned to head back to the warehouse to find Ollie blocking my path. With a sneer on his face, he said, Where do you think you are going? What? Are you going to write me a ticket for flying in your fancy restricted area? I asked in sarcasm. Ticket? Funny, didn't you hear me earlier? I challenged you to duel. Are you going to turn your back on a duel like a coward? If this was Ollie's way of taunting me, consider him failed. Cowards live a longer life. I don't know why people hate fear. Fear is good. If taken with a positive attitude, that is. It helps you live longer by keeping you awake at night and having you prepare for the worst until you overcome it. Anna, Is he being serious right now? I turned to ask Anna. She seemed to be amused. Yes, I did say if his reasons were valid, I would allow his duel. Anna supported Ollie's unreasonable actions. The other two young soldiers' attention was here, even though they were executing their punishment. Okay, I will play along. But where do you come off by calling me a coward? When you are challenging a card soldier realm teenager with your card lord realm, does this seem fair to you? Seeing Anna find Ollie's recklessness amusing, I knew things wouldn't end with a talk, but the way Anna wanted if I don't help it. Ollie's face turned tomato red from embarrassment hearing my words. He finally realized how rash his actions were, and he moved out of my way. Yeah, that's what I thought. I passed Ollie and was about to leave, but my steps stopped hearing a report from a soldier. Commander, 2 girls are causing ruckus at the entrance. A Card King Realm soldier appeared from the shadows a few meters away from Anna and reported. So why are you here reporting instead of throwing them out? Anna replied in annoyance. Commander, one of them claims to be your goddaughter. She says she is here to visit her boss. The soldier added a little context to his report. Send them in. Anna's face turned black hearing the word goddaughter. But still, she chose to let Corey into the base. Anna, you don't have to. Since they are here to meet me, I will meet them at the entrance. Since I was heading out anyway, there was no point in letting Corey in to meet me. Wyatt, you can't leave just yet. Seeing my frown, Anna explained, I require your expertise. You want my expertise, On what exactly? I asked Anna with hesitation. I hesitated because I felt Anna was up to something. I gathered that from how she did not stop Ollie from rashly challenging me. When Anna was about to go into detail about her request, she was interrupted by a loud voice. Godmother, long time no see. The loud voice was none other than Corey. I was surprised, not because of Corey but the person who tagged along with her. It was Susan. What is she doing here? Anna vanished from in front of me and appeared a centimeter away from Corey. Staring into Corey's eyes, Anna warned, Call me your godmother one more time and see what happens. Yes, boss. Feeling the intimidating aura oozing out of Anna, Corey's wings folded. Seeing Corey submit, Anna returned to her chipper self and greeted Susan. Welcome, Manager Susan. I heard you were looking for Wyatt. Were you worried that he did not spend his night in the warehouse? Are you here to check up on him? Don't worry. He is in good hands. I was confused, hearing Anna's oddly specific questions. Susan is not my mother for her to check up on me or worry about me spending a night out. Knowing Wyatt is with your highness. I am assured that he is in good hands. Susan's answer was even more confusing. She seems to be agreeing with Anna's oddly specific claims. For your information, Susan, I don't like to share. Anna spoke, looking right into Susan's eyes. Your highness, you cannot share what's not yours, replied Susan with her usual professional smile. I give up. I don't understand what these 2 girls were talking about. Manager Susan, you have grown quite confident since last I saw you. Anna could clearly hear Susan declaring that she would not back away. Since the last time we met, my priorities have gotten clearer. I will fight for what I want, no matter who I have to face. Susan's words got louder as she spoke the last few words. Good, I can respect that. But don't think I will go easy on you. Anna's eyes showcased overbearing pride, and they clashed with Susan's courage-filled eyes which showed will to fight. Your Highness, I have never accepted charity in my life. What I have, I gained in exchange for my blood and sweat. I am not new to struggle. Susan brimmed with an unwavering spirit as she spoke those words. Ha ha ha, Manager Susan, I like you. If we had met under different circumstances, we would be best friends. Anna's words were genuine. She meant them and was impressed by Susan's courage and fighting spirit. Your Highness, you flatter me with your kind words. My humble self would be proud to be your friend. Susan's professional smile never left her face. Do you have any idea what they are talking about? I walked next to Corey and asked. Corey looked at me with a complex gaze and then said, Boss, your luck is heavenly. Please, let some of it rub onto me. This, FCK, I truly don't understand, woman. Whoa, second godmother. Corey yelled in surprise, looking at it. Far away, Anna, who was in a staring contest with Susan, couldn't help but frown, hearing Corey. Hello, I am Anna's twin sister. Hi, I am Corey Bright. Nice to meet you. Corey introduced herself and whispered to me. Anna had a twin sister? Apparently, she does, I answered. You are not like your parents described you. And found Corey cute, with her feisty and tomboy demeanor. I have grown up a lot since the last they saw me, Corey answered. There was some truth to her words. Leaving her origin card aside, it has been years since Corey and her parent meet each other. I can see that. The little princess, in their words, has grown up to be a fine card apprentice. I heard you are a gold-grade card creationist and can see that you forged your ego gem. Your talent is nothing short of what they described. If you join Southern Watch, you can meet them at the way beyond. And praised Corey and smoothly tried to recruit Corey, using her parents as a bargain. I suddenly lost all respect for you. Corey was disgusted hearing and tried to recruit her using her life's deepest trauma. Hearing Corey be so straightforward, Anne's eyes twitched. Hey, little girl, watch how you take to her highness. Even if the commander is your godmother, you have no right to talk to her sister so rudely. Ollie once again rushed his nose into other people's business. And hearing him say the word godmother, Anna had made a mental note to teach this righteous Saba lesson later in the training drill. FCK off. Ollie was rash, but Corey was an edgelord who could be easily triggered with any word in the dictionary. Ollie has never been given the finger by a girl, much less a beauty like Corey. He was having a hard time processing it to figuring out how to react to beauty cussing at him. His pondering face triggered Corey, who mistook his pondering eyes as judging eyes. I challenge you to a death match. What? I am not going to fight you. I don't like to bully the weak. Ollie was reluctant to accept a duel put forward by a teenage girl. I don't care. I will pluck those eyes off your sockets. And see if they are still judgy. Corey almost pounced on Ollie. If not from me, holding her back. Corey, let go of your anger. He is a simpleton. He didn't mean anything by his words. I consoled Corey. Ollie, go back and give me another 500 pistol squats for each of your legs. Anna's voice sounded as she walked hand in hand with Susan towards us. Yes, Commander. Ollie didn't complain and returned to complete his punishment along with the other two young soldiers. Good morning, Susan. How did you guys know that I was here? Is there anything urgent for you guys to search for me? You could have just called me. After greeting Susan, I asked if there was something urgent for them to look for me in person instead of making a grimoire call. We tried calling you, but we couldn't reach your grimoire. Corey's cousin informed us that last he saw you was when you were heading out to drop Her Highness at the Southern Watch base. So we came to check on you, to see if everything was okay. Susan explained. Yes, we were worried that these people had imprisoned you here, but it seems you are enjoying your company. Corey said the last sentence, eyeing the twin princesses. I rolled my eyes at Corey's words, but I was happy that Susan and Corey went out of their way to find me. The first time when I revealed my prowess to the Southern royal family, I was worried that they would lock me up in a secret base. What bothered me even more was that nobody would be looking for me, and the royal family would get away with it. Today, seeing Susan look for me, I felt warm, and knew that I, too, had a person who would miss me. Your call could not reach his grimoire because of the anti-eavesdropping array covering the base. But you guys have a rich imagination, said Anna looking at Susan. Even though it was Corey who spoke about the conspiracy, something is going on between these two. It feels like a rivalry, but I cannot put my finger on it because Susan and Anna are people of two different worlds. They do not have anything in common to have a rivalry between them. Boy, I finally figured out the entire cleansing array formation you came up with. I tried to modify it to get more efficiency, but your model already had the highest efficiency. I was surprised to discover that. But this proves that your capabilities are beyond an advanced array master. If you don't mind, I will help you apply copyright for your recipe. After accepting his defeat in his wager against me, old Lorenzo began deciphering the temporary array I had set up, until he finally mastered the array itself and tried to modify it to get more efficiency, only to find that my array already gave the highest efficiency. After analyzing the cleansing array formation I set up, old Lorenzo was astonished and impressed. He even offered to help me apply copyright for my array formation recipe. Sure, but not yet. Because it utilizes the new nature of the temperature soul pathway, we can apply for its copyright after our joint venture in acquiring the copyrights of the various array formations reaches a conclusion. The reason I did not bring up applying copyright to the cleansing array formation recipe I created is that it made use of the new nature of the temperature soul pathway I discovered. Okay, and have you thought about applying for an array master certificate? Lorenzo agreed with me and asked if I would consider becoming an official array master. Wait, can I apply for that? I haven't even received my high school diploma yet. I asked Lorenzo in surprise. Yes, for a young aspirant with your talent, there is always a way around things. Lorenzo was happy that this student showed interest in applying for a Ray Master certification. Good, count me in. What about the card creationist certification? Can you help me with that too? Though the only merit of having a card creation certificate is having access to the Card Creationist Guild's large customer base. A certificate from them will help me boost my reputation in any place I try to prop up my shop. Why do you need a Card Creationist certificate when you have an Array Master certificate? Boy, trust me, an Array Master certificate will open many doors for you that the Card Creationist certificate cannot enter. Array Masters are like VIPs. Card creationists are like third-class citizens with poor credit scores. Let me tell you something. Every Array Master is a card creationist, but not every card creationist is an Array Master. Lorenzo said passionately. He meant what he said, and could not understand why his student wanted to be a card creationist when he could be an Array Master. Old man, I don't care about the feud between Array Masters or card creationists. The reason I want a card creationist certificate is that, if you haven't noticed, it is my bread and butter. My trade. It is a good business where I can earn decent money. People need card creationists. What about Array Masters? Except for cities, nobody needs them. The reason why I prioritized card creationists over Array Mastery was that card creationists have a large market. Every card apprentice needs a card creationist. So I would never run out of business. Money? Is that reason you prefer card creationists? Ha ha ha. For somebody who claims to be smart, you can be short-sighted sometimes. Times like these remind me you are just a high school student. Lorenzo was amused by the reason for his student to prefer a card creationist over an Array Master. Old man, if you find something funny, then share it. Spread the smile. Seeing Lorenzo smug, I felt annoyed. Okay, it is not your fault that you are short-sighted, but this third-rate city's fault. It has limited your worldview. Boy, don't let the standards of the third city limit your view. People here are poor. They cannot afford an Array Master. That is why you don't see any Array Masters in this city. Compared to what an average Array Master makes, the amount you make being a card creationist is chump change. Just take the field/trap cards as an example. Do you know how costly they are compared to other cards of the same rank? Any wannabe card creationist can create regular cards and call himself a professional card creationist. But the same is not valid for an Array Master. It takes a lot of skill, hard work, and dedication with the talent to be an Array Master, and sometimes that is not enough. That is how difficult it is to be an Array Master. Lorenzo explained, but there was bias in his words. He looked down on card creationists as a profession. How much can I expect to earn as an Array Master? Since the people of a third-rate city cannot afford them, they must make a fortune. Humor me. Lorenzo's words made it sound like Array Master was my dream profession. More than you can imagine. Just open an array shop and set up a few advanced tier soul energy gathering arrays and rent them out for hourly charges. You can live the rest of your life on the rent from those arrays. Before you say anything, the minimum rent for a primary array gathering array for an hour is 2 soul jades. Now you do the math. And you tell me if you still think that a card creationist earns more than an Array Master. The more I listened to Lorenzo's words, the more I felt I would have a better standing in society as an Array Master than card creationists. Especially in the central academic city. Array rental shops will bloom there compared to a card boutique. Or I could open both of them, and my prospect of making money would increase by a few more times. Well, old man, sign me up. Do I need to take some tests for this? Tell me the process. I will finish them right away. Listening to the prospects of an Array Master in a big city, I was hyped to be certified as an Array Master. I knew you would come around. You made the correct choice. Don't worry about the certification. I will make the arrangements. Just be prepared for the certification exam and wait for my call. Seeing his student finally be excited about being an Array Master, Lorenzo was delighted. Being cursed with disappointing sons who did not choose the path of Array Master and followed their mother's footsteps to be muscle-brained fighter card apprentices. Therefore, he felt like a proud parent as his student chose to be an Array Master. Good. I don't mean to undermine your explanation till now, but I would like to have a card creationist certificate too. Could you help me with that? Having a certification as a card creationist will not hurt. If anything, I will be able to attract more customers due to my certification as both a card creationist and an array master. Okay, I will contact the city's card creationist guild and have them send you a card creationist certificate. Lorenzo decided to cave to his student's request. After all he was trying to do was attract more customers and make more money. Lorenzo respected that. Just like that? Don't I need to undergo a test or exam to prove my capabilities as a card creationist for the certification? I asked in surprise. No, I will vouch for you. So it will be fine if you don't take an exam, but the same is not valid for Array Master certification. It would help if you prepared for that. Lorenzo's words made it seem like a card creationist certification was nothing serious compared to an Array Master certification. He got me a card creationist certification through back doors to prove his point that any regular card apprentice could be a card apprentice, but not an Array Master. Seeing this, I felt that being a card creationist was not as prestigious as the people of this city made it seem. Okay, thank you, I said as I had no problem getting a card creationist certification through back doors. I will call you when I have made arrangements for your Array Master certification. Until then, please go through all the notes I have given you. Saying that, Lorenzo left towards the core of the base's array to return to his research work. Once again, thank you, old man, I yelled gratefully. Like they say, sometimes connections are more critical than talent. Now that the old fossil is done hogging you, can I have your time, Wyatt? Anna said after Lorenzo left. That's new. As if you would leave if I said no. What do you need, Anna? I said, rolling my eyes at Anna's polite act. Good to know that you understand your circumstances. Like I said earlier, I need your expertise in card creation, said Anna as she flew near me. Hearing Anna, the three young soldiers looked at me with confusion. Yes, how may I be of your help? I remembered Anna spoke about this earlier, but was cut off midway by Corey. I want you to create the origin cards of these three rookies, Anna replied. The confusion in the three soldiers' eyes turned into shock hearing her words. What? Why me? Don't you have veteran platinum or diamond grade card creationists for your Southern Watch soldiers on the payroll? I was confused why Anna would prefer me over the platinum or diamond grade card creationists at her disposal. I can, but they will not be able to create genuinely unique origin cards like you. What Anna meant by this was that the other card creationists followed a template for creating a card. The template was their safety net to ensure that they created the origin card successfully. But following a set template did not make an origin card genuinely unique, despite the origin cards being known for their uniqueness. Not everyone could see soul pathways like me and venture into new unexplored ways. The other card creationists only took the paths that they were similar with, to minimize their losses and maximize their wins. This way, the customers would keep coming. But in this process, the sense of uniqueness of the origin cards is lost. You may think that, but I don't believe they want my help, I said, pointing at the three young soldiers. Their faces clearly read that they didn't want me to create their origin cards. Their opinion doesn't matter. The Southern Watch is paying for creating their origin cards, so they will get their origin card made where I asked them to. Anna said calmly as she really treated these rookies as trash. Unless they become the official members of the Southern Watch, they could forget about her going easy on them. Well, their opinion matters to me. If they don't want my help in creating their origin cards, then I will not help them create their origin cards. That's as simple as that. I said, fine. Rookies, tell Master Wyatt, whose help you want to create your origin card. Anna's voice was dreadfully chilly. The meaning behind her question was obvious to all three rookies. Master Wyatt, help us create our origin card. The three young soldiers yelled at the top of their lungs. Not sincere enough, I replied. You heard him, Anna yelled at the rookies, and they looked at me as if questioning. Why are you adding salt to our wounds? Haven't we already given our origin cards to you? Was it not enough? Master Wyatt, please help us create our origin card. The young soldiers added please to their yell, thinking it would do the trick. Fine, since you desperately want my help with your origin card creation. I will help you guys, but don't blame me if I fail, I said casually, looking at the ugly, forced smile the young soldiers had on their faces. This was my payback to them for targeting me earlier. Thank you, Master Wyatt. We are blessed to get your help with creating our origin cards. The three young soldiers thanked me for agreeing to help them. So, before we start, let's get a few things cleared. All you guys need to do is tell me about your fate ingredients and what type of origin cards you want. With that, Your part in the origin card creation is done. I will create the cards based on the amount the Southern Watch is willing to pay for your cards. Is that clear? I asked the young soldiers. The 3 soldiers didn't know how to answer. The origin cards in question were theirs, but the people making decisions were their commander and some high schooler card creationist. They would like to think their commander was playing a prank on them, but it didn't seem like that. They didn't know what they did to deserve such treatment, so they could only look at their commander, hoping that all this was a prank. Why are you guys looking at me? Were his instructions too complex for you guys to understand? I will repeat it then. Tell him about your fate ingredients and the type of origin card you wanted to create with them. Anna ignored the 3 rookies' hopeful eyes and instructed them to tell the high schooler about their fate ingredients and the type of origin card they wanted to create. Hearing Anna's instruction, the 3 young soldiers despaired. They looked at each other, then shook their heads helplessly. They had finally given up on owning fancy and strong origin card. Well, I am waiting, I said impatiently, looking at 3 young soldiers who looked lifeless as if they had given up on their lives. They didn't look this down when Anna had them do 100 pistol squats on each leg. Rookie Todd, answer the man, Anna ordered sternly. Yes, Commander. Todd turned to me and said, Master Wyatt, I am Todd O'Reilly. My fate ingredient is this black steel arm guard. I want a weapon type origin card suitable for my first origin card, Weapons Master. So you already have one origin card. Can I see its card info? That way, I can make better judgments for creating your second origin card. I heard Todd wanted an origin card that would help him showcase the full potential of his first origin card. So I needed to know what his first origin card specifications were. Sure, please go ahead, said Todd, and he passed me his golden grimoire. Card name, Weapons Master. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rate, --. Card durability, --. Card effect. The user can achieve the highest mastery of any weapon they wield based on its grade. Additional effect, resonance, enhanced intelligence, enhanced dexterity, enhanced strength. Note, common grade weapon, proficient. Uncommon grade weapon, elite. Rare grade weapon, master. Myth grade weapon, grandmaster. Legend grade weapon, sage. Resonance. The user's personal mastery of a weapon can increase the proficiency of the weapon they wield. For example, if the user has master-level mastery with swords and then wields a common-grade sword, he can still display master-level sword proficiency despite the card limitations of the origin card. Interesting origin card. And one more thing, since you have already forged an ego gem, you must have started comprehending rules. What rule have you gained insight in? Based on my unproven theory of the effect of the card apprentice's origin cards on their rule comprehension irrespective of their ego gem synchronization rate, I guessed that Todd had to comprehend a weapon-related rule since his origin card was highly weapon-originated. I have comprehended the spear rule, and gain ultimate mastery in swift meaning of spear rule, and super mastery in the accuracy meaning of spear rule. Todd narrated and added, Master Wyatt, because of my spear rule, I would appreciate it if you created a spear as my origin card. Noted. But answer me this. Do the comprehension rate of the spear rule increase when you equip a high-grade spear card in your grimoire? This was only a hunch, but I believe the higher the grade of spear Todd equipped in his grimoire, the faster was his comprehension of spear rule. Because that how his origin card work. This hypothesis of mine was in accordance with my theory about the effect of the origin cards on rule comprehension irrespective of their ego gem's synchronization rate. I never noticed it, but now that you speak of it, the comprehension of my spear rule increased drastically as I switched to the military-issued rare garden spear from the university-issued uncommon grade spear. Does this mean despite my average synchronization rate, I have a way to increase my rule comprehension? Todd asked me enthusiastically. I believe that the origin cards have an effect on rule comprehension irrespective of their ego gem's synchronization rate. This is only a theory of mine. I still need a lot of evidence to back it. I said, if I didn't know you didn't leave the Sky Blossom City your whole life, I would have called you out for plagiarism. The theory you speak of has already been proven and is called the origin rule theory. This is high-level information only available in the top 10 university libraries. So most people don't know the effect of their origin card on their rule comprehension. Wyatt, if you ever think of publishing any of your theories or findings, run it through old Lorenzo or Luna before posting, to avoid any counts of plagiarism. And also, we need to enroll you in the top 10 universities soon. Someone of your talent level cannot be wasted in this Blackwater city. Anna explained that some researchers had already proved the theory I spoke of. Since Anna is also familiar with this theory, it should be well known in the upper community. I see. It seems the libraries of the top 10 universities are a treasure trove of knowledge. Imaging the vast knowledge accumulated by the top 10 universities thanks to millennia of research work, I couldn't help but get excited about visiting the Morning Star University Library. So Wyatt, what kind of card do you plan to create for this rookie? Asked Anna. You already know what you want me to create, so why ask? I knew why Anna chose me over her family's platinum or diamond grade card creationist. She wanted me to create an origin card similar to Susan's origin card slime armor. Slime armor could take the form of any armor card feed to it. Anna wanted me to create a similar card for Todd with a minor change. Instead of feeding armor cards, we would feed it weapon cards so that it can morph into any weapon fed to it. So you saw through my intentions. Give me an earful later, but for now, tell me whether the card I am thinking of is possible or not. Anna asked eagerly. It is possible. The only question here is how much are you willing to invest in this particular card creation? I answered confidently. Name a price. I will tell you whether I can afford it or not, said Anna, flaunting her wealth. Mimericornium is the highest quality ingredient that I can use right now. 50 pounds of it would be enough for me to build a good origin card for him. Anna asked me to name a price, so I named the highest and the best A-rank ingredient I could think of to create Todd's origin card. 50 pounds of mimericornium. That's out of the Southern Watch's budget for the Rookie Origin Card Creation Fund, Anna replied. For someone flaunting her wealth earlier, Anna folded pretty quick. If you tell me your budget, I can think of a suitable or for your budget, I said. No need. We will go with mimericornium or. Anna disagreed with my proposal and turned her head to Todd to add. Since I introduced you guys to such an expensive card creationist, I will bear the extra cost for your origin card creation. This isn't a charity. You will be paying me back in full with interest when you can. Thank you for your generosity, Commander, Todd yelled, thanking Anna for her help. Though inwardly, he wanted her to switch the current card creationist for platinum or a diamond grade card creationist. Don't mention it. After replying to Todd, Anna turned to me and asked, do you need anything else? Nothing else, just the 50 pounds of mimericornium, I answered Anna. I will ask Luna to place an order. And when the 50 pounds of mimericornium becomes available, I will contact you. Since the required ingredient wasn't available for now, we had to push Todd's origin card to creation to a later date. Okay, I agreed with Anna. Next, the Garcia twins. This one is tricky. Anna gave me heads about the twins' fate ingredient. Ollie Garcia and Andy Garcia greet Master Wyatt. Andy Garcia greeted me politely, while his twin Ollie still looked at me sullenly. It seems this one was as stubborn as a bull. Despite being punished by Anna twice, his wings didn't clip. Nice to meet you. Name your fate ingredient and type of origin card you want. I asked. Fate ingredient is the bone marrow of baby dragon. We want a martial skill type card, answered Andy Garcia. Aren't there two of you? Shouldn't you two have two fate ingredients? I was confused, as the twin only named one fate ingredient for the two of them. Master Wyatt, we both share the same fate ingredient, Andy answered, clearing my confusion, and I finally understood what Anna meant by tricky. Ollie Garcia and Andy Garcia, their fate ingredients were the same. This type of thing was a rare occasion and only seen in twins. Wait, you guys want me to create two origin cards using one fate ingredient? This is more than tricky and edging on the line of impossible. Creating two origin cards using a single origin card is more than just challenging but stupidity. Do I divide the fate ingredient into two to create origin cards? How would one go about that? Don't think of cutting the fated ingredient into two. That will only damage the fate ingredient in the best case scenario, but in the worst case scenario, the fate ingredient will be wasted. Anna advised me. I looked at Anna with a grudge, because it became clear to me that she brought the twins to me because all the platinum and diamond card creationists under her must have denied this particular case. Feeling my glare, Anna hurriedly said to the Garika twins, Rookies, hurry and tell Master Wyatt about the rules you two have comprehended. Commander, we haven't comprehended any rules yet. Andy Garika replied in embarrassment. Hearing Andy's response, Anna's smile became awkward. Enough. I have thought of a way to create 2 origin cards with one single fate ingredient, but I don't know if it will be successful. I put forward what I could do for Anna to decide whether she would continue with my expertise or try her luck elsewhere. How much is the chance of success? Anna asked me to give her a number to work with. I cannot say for sure because I have never tried this before. The Gracia twins situation was an impossible challenge. The word impossible made me excited. I wanted to prove that it was possible. But this matter doesn't just concern me, but the twins too. If I failed, they would have lost the only fate ingredient they could find in their lifetime. Therefore, I need to be innovative and patient about this. Boss, I may have something that may help. Corey, who was waiting with Susan and Anne, suddenly pitched in. Little girl, don't interrupt when adults are at work here. Anna dismissed Corey's help without listening to what she had to say. Shut up, you cow. I was not speaking to you. Corey snapped at Anna. It's time, said Anna as she flickered in front of Corey and added. Time for me to accept my responsibilities as your godmother and teach you some manners. What the? Corey jumped back as Anna appeared next to her out of nowhere. Don't get scared, my little goddaughter. This won't hurt. Anna flickered again, and this time, she appeared behind Corey and grabbed her by her neck. Let go. You damn cow. Corey didn't cower in fear in front of Anna's Emperor Realm might. Instead, she struggled harder despite no fruits to show for it. It was a fruitless effort. Slap, slap. Lifting Corey in the air by her neck, Anna started to slap Corey's butt. Little girl, blame yourself for forcing me to use corporal punishment on you. No matter how painful it was, Corey did not let out a single cry because she was that prideful and also because it would make her situation more embarrassing than it was. Neither Susan nor I came to Corey's rescue because we had already stuck our necks out in front of Anna for Corey twice. Corey had to learn not to piss off people stronger than her. And also, Anna's punishment was more about shaming Corey than killing her, so I guess that it should be okay. I hope Corey will learn her lesson. After a good 5 minutes of ass slapping, Anna let go of Corey. Corey's legs had grown numb due to the pain. She had a hard time standing. Still, she stood straight stubbornly. I will return 1,000-fold, Corey said grudgingly. A sinister fire raged in her eyes, and black smoke oozed out of her body. I will be waiting. Longing anticipation could be seen on Anna's face, proving that she took Corey's words seriously, as if she was waiting for a worthy enemy for eons. She really hoped Corey could be that enemy. I will not keep you waiting for long, Corey replied as she limped. Though Anna didn't use full strength, she ensured the corporal punishment she delivered had a lasting effect. Corey, honey, drink this. Susan handed Corey a low-rank blood elixir Van had explicitly made for her. I will get stronger so that you don't have to face such a situation again, said Corey as she drank the blood elixir given to her by Susan. Corey felt it must have taken a lot of restraint on Susan's part for her not to step in as Anna punished her. Corey, honey, learn to endure it. Be moderate and show self-restraint. You cannot keep challenging Her Majesty's authority without enough power to back it. The only reason you are still alive is that Her Highness has accepted you as her goddaughter. Susan didn't know what was going on in Corey's head, but she decided to teach Corey not to stretch her tongue further than her strength. Saints endure. Demons live unrestrained, uttered Corey. She ignored Susan and her words. Then she gazed at me and sincerely said, I can help. I know. I had seen the martial arts card Corey had created with the help of her ego fire. Each one of them is a masterpiece and worth a fortune. I gained a bargain by paying 1,000 soul jades for her martial card. When the Garcia twins said they wanted a martial art type skill card, I already decided to recruit Corey's help after I found an answer on how to create 2 origin cards using one fated ingredient. Corey didn't expect me to agree with her. She expected me to ignore her help without listening to what she had to offer as Anna did. So she was stumped. Name your price, I said to Corey. What? Corey was confused because, in her mind, she did not prepare this far as she believed that I would need a little convincing to let her help. Girl, state your price. I repeated myself and added, our client this time is loaded. So be wise when you answer. But, you haven't heard how I can help you, argued Corey. I don't need to. I trust you. I trust Corey Park. I knew if Corey said she could help, it meant Corey Park had a solution to the problem we were facing. Okay, replied Corey resolutely. I could see my words had the desired effect on Corey. Even if she had memories of her past lives, she still was a troubled teenager. Boy, I am right here. How dare you two plan to take advantage of the state treasury right in front of me? Anna felt stupid for trying to flaunt her wealth as she saw the card creationist she was employing didn't even bother to hide their intention to raid her wealth with steep services. I want an ingredient of my choosing from the devil you slew yesterday, Corey suddenly stated. The reason Corey overzealously tried to help her boss was that she wanted to get her hands on the ingredients Anna collected from the devil she slew yesterday. I looked at Corey dumbfoundedly. I did ask her to state a steep price for her help, but damn, she didn't hold back and directly reached for a demigod realm legendary grade ingredient. Wait, Anna slew a devil yesterday? How come I haven't heard about it? No f-king way. Little girl, have you gone insane? An SSS rank ingredient for your services? Even a diamond grade card creationist will not demand that. Don't be unreasonable. Ask something more reasonable. Anna flipped, hearing Corey's price, but she suddenly realized, wait, how do you know I defeated a devil yesterday? It is confidential information. The devil descended on the world for 2 seconds at most before it was trapped in Anna's field card and defeated. Therefore, someone of Corey's status shouldn't know that Anna beat a devil yesterday. Yet she knew, which could only mean Corey was more than what meets the eye. My master told me about it, answered Corey nonchalantly. And who would that be? Anna pressed Corey for more details. Master is master. Corey played the fool, but Anna wasn't buying it. Girl, don't play with me. Unless you are looking for another ass whopping. Anna threatened Corey straight. I don't know the original identity of my master. She never revealed it, and I never bothered to ask. Corey said innocently, but only she knew that she had hooped up a mysterious master out of thin air to hide the reason for recent progress in strength and card creation. You expect me to believe that you have a mysterious master who told you about me fighting a devil yesterday. Though Anna said this, she had already bought into Corey's lies because this was the most reasonable answer to explain the staggering changes shown by Corey. Yes, a mysterious but beautiful lady walked up to me and said that she wanted to take me as her disciple to pass all her knowledge to me. And in return, she wanted me to fight against the demons and devils. Not only did Anna sell an image of a mysterious female master with unfathomable strength, but she made sure to make it clear that she was an ally of humanity and hated demons and devils. If your said mysterious master is real, how come the state's array couldn't detect her? The array formation was explicitly made to detect and locate powerful card apprentices. If there was a mysterious master behind Corey, as she claimed, then the array should have detected her presence. How would I know that? Isn't it your job to discover why it did not find my master? Corey answered with questions. The best way to avoid being caught up in your own web of lies. You are begging for an ass-whooping. Answer properly. Anna thundered as she heard Corey throw the ball in her court. And to her surprise, Corey's questions were reasonable. I know you are not the type to acknowledge responsibility. So let's play evidence. I show my proof of why my master's existence was real and not a story I just made up. And you show your evidence to prove otherwise. Corey made a sound argument. Why go through all that trouble? Just call your mysterious master over. Anna suggested. Nope, I can't. Master visits me when she wants to. Corey answered plainly. What if I were to imprison you deep within the Tartarus? Or better yet, execute you publicly tomorrow morning? Your master, if real, should come to your rescue, right? Anna said this to scare Corey. Master won't come to rescue me because, according to her, if I can't handle my day-to-day problems, I am better off dead. Because being caught by demons and devils is worse than death. Corey narrated. I was stumped as I heard Corey cook up a story on the spot. The story she was using felt oddly familiar. It seemed like I had read it somewhere. However, most of what Corey spoke wasn't a lie because she did have a master teaching her. Her ego fired Corey Park. Girl, do you think you are funny? Anna would like to believe Corey's story, but in her mind, that meant the state's array formation erected by her ancestors had a loophole. I am not. How do you explain the martial arts skill cards I made? I have never practiced martial arts in my whole life. Until I met my master, that is. Corey decided to argue with facts supporting her story. This way, the lies she was spewing would sound more acceptable. She is lying. Just when Anna was about to consider that the state's array formation erected by her ancestors had a loophole, A mysterious voice in her head answered, telling her otherwise. Who? Spooked, Anna blurted and searched for the source of the voice. Her sudden reaction caused everyone else to become alert. After all, she was the strongest here. If someone could spook her, then others stood no chance. Little lady, get hold of yourself. I don't have enough time, so listen carefully. I am one of your ancestors. I am talking to you through your unparalleled arena card. Usually, it shouldn't be possible, but we took the liberty to use the grace bestowed upon you by the world's will for killing the devil to create this opportunity. So don't let it go to waste. Learn Soul Whisper and enter the unparalleled arena to talk to us. Next, I will pass you a method to open a gate to the dark realms, the place you people refer to as the demon realm. You should have already learned from Devil Feastus that the devil doesn't really die if you kill them in this world. But there is a way to kill them permanently. That is to kill them in the presence of an open gate to the dark realms. But remember, you will only have a 2-minute window to kill the devil in the presence of the gate to dark realms. Because after that, dark realms start to suppress the world's will, in turn reducing the suppression of the world's will on the devil. So don't open the dark realm until you are sure that you can kill the devil in the next 2 minutes. Otherwise, you will die in the devil's hand, and with your death, the gate to the dark realms will close. After narrating his purpose, the voice claiming to be Anna's ancestor mentally passed her the method to open the gate to the devil's realm. It seems I still have time left, said the voice after transferring the method to open the gate to the devil's realm to Anna, and added, that girl in front of you isn't simple. Instead of an ego gem, she has a dem. The voice suddenly went silent midway. It seemed to have finally run out of juice. The voice claiming to be Anne's ancestor left her with too many questions. Thankfully, it had given her a way to get answers to those questions. That is to learn Soul Whisper and enter the unparalleled arena. As Anna was contemplating the information provided by the voice, she was awakened from her trance by Anne's cries. Anna, Anna, what? Anna replied in annoyance. I thought I lost you, and hugged Anna tightly in her embrace. Get off me, you idiot. Already confused, Anna was puzzled by Anne's behavior. No matter how hard she tried, she could pull away from Anne's embrace. Giving up trying to push Anne away, she turned to me and asked, can someone tell me what is happening here? Don't you remember what happened? You were in a trance-like state for about 5 minutes. I don't know if this is a twin thing, but all the time, you were in a trance and kept weeping and wailing that she could not feel you. She was devastated. The whole base is in red alert. I answered Anna, explaining what happened when she entered a trance-like state. What happened? That girl made it sound like somebody stole your soul. Lorenzo returned immediately from his patrol around the base to search for assassins after learning Anna awakened through the base's array. Nothing. I just received the world's grace for killing the devil yesterday, said Anna. Why is it delayed? Isn't it supposed to be given by the world's will right after one kills a devil? Lorenzo wasn't new to world's grace. According to what he knew, Anna's case was odd. It is a little complicated. I will explain it later. And I am fine. Now get off me, said Anna, trying to pull out of Anne's embrace. I was scared. Promise me you will never do that again. And Anna's lives are connected. If Anna died, Anne would die along with her. But if Anne died, she would resurrect as long as Anna lived. Therefore, Anne cared more about Anna's life than Anna herself. I cannot promise you that, Anna replied truthfully, because it was not in her control. She was forced into a trance-like state by her ancestors. It had no say in it. Why can't you make a promise to Anne? Mama, Anna is bullying me again. Whoa, and literally began to cry. Her life was uneventful, and most of it was spent in Anna's grimoire. Despite having an almost immortal-like perk, she was the person most worried about death. And, don't cause trouble, or I will send you back. By sending back, Anna meant recalling and back into her grimoire. You promised you wouldn't do that for the next 3 months, and complained. Well, that was when you said you would not be a pain in the ass, Anna argued. And feeling Anne's grip holding her loose, she pulled out of her embrace. I am calling Mom, and summoned her grimoire and made a call. She headed to her cabin. She seemed too depressed to say goodbye to us. And her call was answered in the next few seconds. Hello, Mommy. Anna is being a jerk again. I want to see you. Can I come to see you now? Now that Needy has left, let's continue our talk from before, shall we? Anna spoke nonchalantly, but her eyes remained on Corey as she said these words. Okay, I said I wanted a devil's ingredient as compensation for my services. Feeling Anna's gaze on her, Corey thought she was speaking to her, so she answered her. I heard you the first time, but hearing you say it the second didn't make it less funny than the first time you said that. Anna spoke, mocking Corey for sky-high price for her service. Even I felt that the fees Corey demanded were a bit unreasonable. But the task that Anna gave was something that even the diamond-grade card creationists deemed impossible. So her price wasn't excessive. Diamond-grade card creationists only involve the card emperor realm. Demigods are above this division. Wyatt, what do you think? Anna asked my opinion. How about you decide after we complete the work? It will be easy for you to judge if the cards we created were worth 2 devil ingredients or not. I answered honestly, trusting Anna's pride, which would never let her skip out on an outstanding bill. 2 devil ingredients. Anna asked, lifting one of her eyebrows. I can't be paid less than my employee, can I? I answered. Fine. Anna agreed because she didn't mind paying that much if the cards created were worth it. Hearing Anna agree to 2 devil ingredients, the Garcia twins felt their heads spinning. If the origin card creation were successful, they would owe the Southern Watch 2 devil ingredients, which meant they would be spending the rest of their life working for Southern Watch, repaying their debt. Knowing all this, they stayed quiet because they planned to work for Southern Watch anyway. And if they got origin cards for that, it was worth it because they knew that it was near impossible to create 2 origin cards using 1 fated ingredient. And they felt grateful towards Anna because their commander was willing to go more than the extra mile for them. Good. Now, Corey, explain your plan for the card ingredient. Now that the payment was decided, it was only fair we told our employer how we planned to tackle the situation at hand. Well, my master has spoken to me about a particular martial art mostly practiced by twins. It strengthens the bond between the twins and allows them to share their energies. Once you achieve sage-level mastery in this martial art card, you will be able to transform into a dragon. The martial art is named Twin Demon Dragon Body Arts. You can use it in your card creation so that both the twins can share the power of a single fated ingredient. Corey narrated her idea of getting 1 fate ingredient to make 2 individual origin cards. That's your devil-level ingredient-worthy idea? To use martial arts to share the power of a single fated ingredient. Anna mocked Corey's idea. Thanks to her ancestors' reminder, Anna knew Corey was lying about her having a master. Anna decided not to confront Corey about the lie until she knew everything her ancestors had to tell about Corey. Corey, do you have that martial arts card on your person right now? I asked Corey because I felt her plan was feasible. Wyatt, don't tell me you are going along with her stupid plan, Anna asked, hearing me ask Corey about the Twin Demon Dragon Body Arts martial arts. Yes. Since I don't have any other ideas yet, I see no harm in exploring Corey's idea. Who knows, maybe we can learn something new. I defended my actions. You too are crazy. You know that. Anna commented. No, I don't have the card on me. I didn't create it because I didn't know any twin powerful enough to use this card, so I didn't bother making it. I can create it now, but it will take me a day or 2 to complete the said card. Corey answered my question from earlier. Okay. Then get right to creating that card. If you need any ingredients, ask Susan. I ordered Corey, turned to Anna, and added, I will contact you when we have a model for the card we can create. Okay, boss, Corey answered with great enthusiasm. Okay, and I will inform you when the Mimorcornium arrives. Anna reluctantly agreed to my arrangement. It appears that the creation of both the origin cards will be pushed to a later date until the ingredients for them are made available, said Anna. Hearing her, the 3 young soldiers thought about how long their torment would last. They wanted to get done with it as soon as possible, like removing a band-aid in one go. I nodded, hearing Anna. Now that the matters regarding my new clients have been arranged to a certain extent, I could move on to my other project, the array formation hack card that I wanted to create. Turning to Susan and Corey, I said, let's head back. Van, have you reached the Southern Academic City already? I checked up on Van and his team. Yeah, boss. We are about to contact our source in the Southern Academic City and find Ronnie's whereabouts. Van answered, reporting his group's status. Good, be careful. And if you find a card overlord or higher realm card apprentice, do not hesitate to retreat. And keep me updated. I warned Van to be careful. Southern Academic City is not a third-rate city like Sky Blossom City. It is a first-tier city where card overlords and card kings are as common as card masters in Card Lord Realm in the Sky Blossom City. Therefore, Van and his crew need to be discreet when they hunt the people of Bob Butcher to retrieve my 1,000-armed Butcher origin card. Yes, boss, Van acknowledged my commands. Date, April 1st, 2321. Time, 11:27. Location, Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. It was one hectic morning, I said as I sat on the couch, preparing to go through the material given by Lorenzo on array formation. Yes, Susan agreed with me. Boss, I will use the card lab to create the twin demon dragon body arts, Corey reported. She was going back to work as soon as we returned to the warehouse. Go use the card lab that your grandpa built for you. I will use this card lab after going through these materials on array formation. I asked Corey to use her fancy card lab in her card studio because I would be using mine pretty soon. Okay. Corey headed towards the warehouse next door. And Corey, one more thing. I suddenly called Corey, remembering that I needed her help with one particular thing. What is it, boss? Corey stepped in her path and turned to face me. I wanted some martial arts cards for myself, I answered. Corey was the only stable source of A-rank close combat arts in the Blossom District. After much thought, I decided to buy close combat cards from Corey as they seemed very reliable when I used them to make Kane's origin card. Martial arts cards? You have come to the right place, Corey said excitedly as she took out a stack of martial arts cards she and her ego fire created. Corey, not those. They are generic. I want something more than that. Suitable for my strength. I asked Corey to create a custom martial card just for me and my physique. I see you want the good stuff. But that is going to be expensive, said Corey. Doesn't matter. As long as it satisfies my requirements, I am willing to pay the appropriate price. I answered Corey, telling her that money wasn't the problem. So what do you prefer? Body arts, footwork, lightweight technique, sword arts, or other weapon techniques? Corey agreed to create a custom martial art for me and provided me with an option for each of them. One of each. Give me the complete set. I replied, I wanted the whole set because the martial cards will prove an excellent way for me to use the full strength of my body. Really? Okay. As long as you pay enough, I don't care, said Corey casually. So which martial arts do you think would suit me best? Do you have anything in your mind or not? Corey Park was a treasure trove of martial arts and techniques. I hoped she had one suitable for me. You have a very strong physique, but you also showcase strong, active soul control talent. Your body is like it is made for killing, a killing machine to be exact, said Corey, and then, thinking for a while, she added, martial arts are meant to defend oneself. But some martial arts were explicitly made to kill and slaughter. But such martial arts demand high talent and physique. You possess both of them. So choose what you want to be, a killing machine or a defender. Corey's words became more and more profound, and her eyes turned amber red. And that's when she is not Corey but Corey Park. Hello, Park. Long time no see. I greeted Corey Park. For you, maybe. But I see you daily from within Corey's core, said Corey Park. Okay, what do you suggest would be the best for me? I asked Corey Park. If you want to uncover the full potential of your physique and talent, I suppose you should go with the martial arts made to kill. But the path is yours to choose. I cannot choose for you, Corey Park answered honestly. Martial art cards are unique, and most people claim that if you achieve sage-level proficiency in one of them, your strength will grow, and you can break the restraint of the realm. It is believed that those who have sage-level proficiency in a martial art can fight leapfrog and kill the opponent. Okay, I will go with the martial arts meant for killing. I went through great trouble to get my current physique. It would be a waste not to use it to its full potential. Therefore, I decided to go with the cruel martial arts meant for killing. Good choice, because only weak people chose martial arts are for self-defense. Strong use the martial arts to conquer the world and dominate the plains. So you should use it for what you want it for. Demonic martial arts is what we call the martial arts meant for killing. And I am an expert at that. If you had chosen martial arts meant for defense, I couldn't have been of much help to you, Corey Park explained. Demonic martial arts? Aren't they plain old traditional martial arts with the word demonic/demon added to their name? I said this because I had gone through Corey's collection of martial arts. They all sounded like traditional martial arts, but they had the word demonic/demon added to their name. How dare you say such blasphemous words to my face? You take that back. There is a vast difference between demonic martial arts and traditional martial arts. Demonic martial arts are meant to overcome the suppression of destiny. In comparison, conventional martial arts is to rid all the roots of evil. Can't you see only hypocrites and vain people practice conventional martial arts as martial arts itself is one of the roots of evil? Corey Park flipped, hearing me compare demonic martial arts to traditional martial arts, and went on to explain how vain hypocrites practice the conventional martial arts. Okay, demonic martial arts are better than conventional martial arts. I said what Corey Park wanted to hear. I was no expert on martial arts. All I knew about martial arts was what I read in online novels back on Earth. They were just fantasies to me, but out here, they are natural. Since I knew nothing about martial arts, I decided to stick with the expert opinion. I will forgive you this once because earlier you didn't know any better, but now you know since I have explained it to you. So don't you dare repeat the same mistake twice, understood? Corey Park questioned. Yes, ma'am. I answered, trying to seem genuine. Good. Since you want to use martial arts cards, you must know that martial arts and occupation cards are different from other skill cards. To unlock the potential of martial arts or occupation cards, you need to undergo vigorous training and practice to understand and gain mastery of said martial arts or occupation cards. Take a cannon and bow and arrow, for example. A cannon doesn't require vigorous training and practice to master it. Any dumbass with a good eye can aim and shoot using the cannon's full power. But the same is not true for the bow and arrow. One requires vigorous training and practice to master it. And only by mastering can one expect the full power of the bow and arrow. Skill cards are like cannons. All you have to do is aim and pull the trigger. But martial arts or occupational cards are like bow and arrow. You require a certain mastery for you to show its full potential. A skilled archer can hit a bullseye no matter the circumstances, but a trainee archer can barely hit the target under normal conditions. What I am trying to say is no matter how strong your martial arts cards are, you cannot unleash their full potential until you physically reach the mastery level mentioned in the cards. Corey Park explained how martial arts or occupational cards are different from regular skill cards. According to her, it is necessary to understand this to uncover the full potential of martial arts cards. Okay. I understood what Corey Park was trying to tell because I have experienced something quite similar with my Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard card. It had a beast form martial arts called the Abyssal Giant Bear form. Back then, my body was fragile and had yet to form a Calamity Soul gem. Due to my weak body, I couldn't tap into the full potential of the Abyssal Giant Bear form. But still, when I practiced the Abyssal Giant Bear form, it slowly began to use the soul energy to enhance my physique to meet the requirements for unleashing its full potential. Later, I never tried practicing it because I had gained the Voltronian physique, which was stronger than Abyssal Giant Bear, rendering this card useless. So I kind of understood what Corey was trying to tell about physically achieving the mastery mentioned in the card info. Martial arts or occupation cards are like training wheels. Upon activation, these cards rearrange the related soul pathways in your body according to the directions given in the cards to get the desired effect. How accurate these arrangements are depends on the mastery mentioned in the card. When you physically start to recognize these soul pathways and understand their arrangement, you begin to physically master the said martial arts or occupation card. When your physical mastery reaches the mastery mentioned in the card, only then can you display the card's full potential. Over time, with enough practice, your physical mastery of the martial arts or occupation card can transcend the mastery mentioned in the card. That will be akin to upgrading your martial arts or occupation card. For example, let's take Helen's Bakery. Its bakery goods are best in the entry Sky Blossom City. People think that because of the baker occupation card she uses. But do you know how many bakeries there are in the city using baker occupation cards? Corey Park paused. How would I know? I answered, thinking Corey Park actually wanted me to answer her question. This misunderstanding was due to Corey Park's untimely pause. That was a rhetorical question. And please don't interrupt me again. There are a lot of bakeries with baker occupation cards. Still, none can compete with Helen's Bakery because Helen has physically achieved higher mastery than mentioned in the occupation card itself. Though her occupation card is of low rank, her physical mastery of the occupation has reached that of a high rank card. That is how she is ahead of her competitors. Corey Park explained how martial arts or occupation cards could be upgraded to achieve the effect of a high-rank card despite being a low-rank card. Interesting. I was impressed by the upgradation part of Corey's explanation. From what Corey Park said, using a martial arts card was more lucrative than using a skill card. Because the increase in the mastery of martial arts cards was akin to upgrading the martial arts card to a higher rank, the same was not possible for skill cards. Still, not everyone can break past the mastery mentioned in the card. To achieve that, a lot of hard work and dedication are required. Therefore, despite this incredible perk of martial arts cards, they are not popular among card apprentices. Skill cards had apparent advantages over martial arts cards. Like the guns had advantages over the swords and bows back on Earth. Back on Earth, there were myths that master swordsmen could dodge bullets, and some could even cut the bullet in half. Here it was not a myth. Still, the martial arts card could not trump the skill cards because people are inherently lazy. Listening to Corey Park, even I started to feel that it was hectic to own martial art cards. But what Corey Park said next changed my mind. You must have heard about card apprentices that have achieved Sage Tier Mastery, in particular martial arts, can challenge or sometimes win against the card apprentices of a higher realm, right? Asked Corey Park. After the previous debacle, I didn't know if Park was actually asking me, or if it was just another rhetorical question. Answer me, said Corey Park. Oh, I thought it was rhetorical. But yes, I have heard about that. I hurriedly answered Corey Park. But those rumors are only half of what the card apprentices who have achieved Sage Tier Mastery can achieve. After achieving Sage Tier Mastery, in particular martial arts or occupation cards, a person no longer needs to equip the card to get the effects of the cards. They can display the effects of the said card physically without the help of a card or grimoire. After dropping a piece of bombshell information, Corey Park paused to let her words sink in. What? How is that even possible? I asked in great astonishment. The effects of occupation cards are very bizarre. Take a food-related occupation card, for example. They have products like giving temporary extra stats to the card apprentice that eat their dishes. So if a person achieves Sage Mastery in the food-related occupation card, their cooking might be top-notch, but how will they add the effects mentioned in the cards to the food? It was mind-bending to think that people could achieve the card's effect without actually equipping a card. You were learning about array formation, right? Corey Park questioned. Yes, so. I was confused about where Corey Park was going with this question. So you must have learned about temporary array formation, right? How is it any different from achieving the effect of the cards without cards? Oh, then it dawned on me how the card creationists made skill cards without extracting skills from the monster core. It had something to do with advanced and higher-order temporary array formations. Realizing this, I couldn't get more excited about reading other materials on array formation given to me by Lorenzo. What Corey Park was saying was that at the Sage Tier Mastery of a martial arts or occupation cards, the card apprentice would have physically memorized the soul pathways in their body related to the said martial arts or occupation cards and understood how to arrange them without the assistance of the said card to get the desired effect mentioned in the card. Now I understood why Corey Park said martial art and occupation cards are like training wheels earlier. When did you learn of array formation? I could help but ask Corey Park. I didn't. I just know the basic theory required for the university exams. Explained Corey Park. Wait, don't tell me you are preparing for the university exam in Corey's place. You plan to help Corey cheat her way through the written exam. Not that I am complaining, as I have 3 slave-conscious and hive AI to do precisely that. That girl is very dumb. She cannot make it to the Morningstar University without my help. Corey Park said in Corey Bright's defense. University exams. I would have to attend them if not for my patent on silver milk powder and my paper on how to break the shell of the dungeon calamity seed. Pretty soon, my paper on the nature of the temperature soul pathway is also going to be added to the list. Due to my research work, any of the top 10 universities will welcome me with open arms. I dodged that bullet named university exam. Now that you understand how the martial art cards are to be used, you need to know that with your current body, most of the A-rank martial arts are useless to you. They cannot bring or add any strength to your superhuman physique, said Corey Park truthfully. The martial arts card's basic advantage is that they give the user enhanced physical attributes. Card apprentices have the average physique, so that average martial arts cards can improve their physique. But thanks to Calamity's Soul Gem, my physique had already crossed the physical limit these average cards can give. Corey Park was trying to convey that equipping average martial arts cards wasn't giving me any physical boost, but they did give me the technique to use the monstrous strength coursing through my body efficiently. The guided force is always stronger than the unguided force. But you must have something suitable for me, right? I asked, understanding what Corey Park was trying to convey. Yes, I do. But I don't know if I should pass these martial arts to you. The relationship between you and Corey isn't that optimistic. If it turns to worse, I don't want you using the martial art I taught you against Corey. Corey Park did not hide her concerns and spoke about her worries genuinely. Ms. Park, this is business. If you are not comfortable selling them, then don't mention it. Seeing how you mentioned it despite your concerns means it has a price tag. So please don't beat around the bush and name your price. From what I know about Corey Park, I know she was some big shot in her past life and a powerful one. Even if she is just a remnant of her past self, she should be confident enough to face a talented high schooler. Her concerns about me using the martial arts that she sold to me against Corey in the future were bullshit. She was playing hard to make her sales pitch about whatever she was after more convincing. Master Wyatt, you are a rational man. Doing business with you is going to be easy. And you are right. The martial arts I spoke of do come with a price tag. I don't know if you are willing to part with it, said Corey Park as she laid back on the couch to her comfort. Part with? I don't understand. Based on Corey Park's words, it was clear that she didn't want soul jades. She wanted something else in return. Aside from the appropriate cost of the martial arts cards, I want you to let me create Big Sis Susan's second origin card. Corey Park put forward her demands. I cannot help you with this matter. If you want to create Susan's second origin card, you have to ask her permission, not me. I thought Corey Park would ask something significant in return for the cards, but I was wrong. Corey Bright and Corey Park both have a soft spot for Susan and do not make rational decisions when she is involved. Heights of shamelessness. Corey Park calling Susan Big Sister. If that is not shameless, then what is? After all, who knows how old Corey Park is? Yet she called Susan as Big Sis? Is it because she believes Susan to be her mother? Park, I thought we were done discussing this. Didn't I already tell you that I wanted Wyatt to create my second origin card? Susan immediately reprimanded Corey Park for bringing up something she had already said no to. Big Sis, listen to me this once. Origin cards are crucial for the growth of a card apprentice. A good origin card can come a long way. You need to consider this matter seriously. All he can do with your second origin card is create another junk armor. But if you allow me, I can use it to make something out of this world. You experienced the effect of the card turtle's dream, right? Big Sis, please trust me on this one. I can create wonders with your origin card. Corey Park began to pester Susan to allow her to create her second origin card. Wait, Susan, you know about Park. When did you two meet? I asked, seeing that Susan could distinguish between Corey Bright and Corey Park. Corey is staying with me for a few days until her grandmother is in the city. And during our stay together, I met Park and knew why Corey was suddenly acting differently. Susan explained that Corey had bunked in her home to escape her grandparents' steamy sessions, and during that period, she met Park. So you guys confided in her about everything? I asked Corey Park in astonishment. Yes. We told her everything. Yep, they didn't tell her everything. Park's awkward way of answering made it clear. Miss Park, now can we get back to talking about business? I stored the conversation back to the martial arts cards. Yes, and my price remains the same. I need you to let me create Big Sis Susan's second origin card. This condition is non-negotiable. Corey Park once again asserted that she wanted to create Susan's second origin card. Ms. Park, let me clarify to you. Unless Susan, herself, asks me to let you create her second origin card, only then will I allow you to create Susan's second origin card. If not, you can forget about it. I had big plans for Susan's second origin card, a megamorpher made entirely of mimericornium ore. Ever since I learned that a card apprentice's origin card could affect a person's rule comprehension, I was dead set on making Susan's second origin card so overpowered that it can make up for Susan's ego gem synchronization rate when she forges one. This was crucial for Susan's growth, and I didn't plan to compromise on this. Wyatt, don't be rash. I will talk to her about it. Susan spoke up, seeing that I gave up on acquiring a martial arts card from Corey Park because of her unreasonable demands. And then, Turning to Corey Park, she said sternly, Park, I thought you were brighter than Corey. Why are you two acting like her? Please don't be stubborn. We are all friends here. Let's talk and help each other out. No, big sis, you don't understand the importance of your second origin card. It directly affects your future growth. I cannot compromise on this. You have to let me create your origin card. Corey Park did not budge under Susan's pressure. Instead, her stance became firmer. Corey, I know you are looking out for me and that you have my best interest in your mind. You, too, should know that I trust you and appreciate you looking out for me. But please understand, I want Wyatt to create my second origin card. No matter what you say or do, my mind will not change. So please quit being unreasonable and create the martial arts cards for Wyatt. Susan patiently explained to Corey Park that she should stop being stubborn about demanding to create her second origin card, cause she would not change her mind about it too. Fine. But if I cannot get the chance to create your second origin card, then I want a favor in exchange for the martial arts along with their fair price, of course. What kind of favor? I asked Corey Park suspiciously. I don't know yet. I will tell you when I need something, said Corey Park. I don't know if she is for real or just messing with me. Why would I hand out favors that would come back to bite me in the ass? Nope, not agreeing to it. I refused Corey Park directly. What? I already compromised. Now it's your turn to compromise, said Corey Park. Did she take me for a 3-year-old child? That's not how compromises work. Come to think about it, you didn't even compromise. What if I agree to you now and tomorrow as a favor? You asked me to let you create Susan's second origin card. Don't act smart, Park. I do not know how Park expected me to fall for that. I didn't think about that. Aren't you looking too much into things? How about this? I will be more specific. You have to accept my favor only if it is reasonable and within your limits. Now, what do you say? Corey Park went into detail, specifying that I can set the rationality and limits of the favor she asks myself. That's a lot of freedom. A favor like this can only work if you can trust the person enough to be willing to help you. Corey did go the extra mile, trying to compromise. I can work with that. Whoa, you are indeed being sincere. Fine, I agree with it. While fully aware that I can reject the favor you ask if I feel it is unreasonable and not something I can achieve. This kind of thing only worked based on mutual trust. Since Corey Park is willing to put her trust in me, I can put my trust in her or not. And I have a condition that you sign a soul contract stating that the martial arts you sell me are authentic, complete, best suited for me, and will not harm me. I am okay with the soul contract, but what's with the terms will not harm you? This is impossible. If you don't cultivate the martial arts properly, you are bound to face a rebound and get injured in the process. Corey Park readily agreed to sign a soul contract, but she found the fourth term needed to be more detailed. The reason Corey Park readily agreed to the soul contract was that martial arts cards that are sold in this world are authenticated and verified by the Martial Council, that these martial arts would not harm the user if practiced before realizing these martial arts for public use. Corey Park is not malicious, so I don't need to be on guard against her. Like when I used her cards to create Kane's origin card. I could not be so careless with my life, so to be on the safer side, I decided to have her sign a soul contract. How about this? A soul contract stating that the martial arts you sell to me are authentic, complete, best suited for me, and will not specifically harm or target me. I repeated the terms of the soul contract with minor changes to it. Okay, that sounds about all right. Park agreed to the new terms of the soul contract and showed a willingness to sign it. Good. Now can you tell me about the martial arts you plan to sell to me? Now that both I and Corey Park had come to an agreement, I asked her to talk about the martial arts she was planning to sell me. Sure. The martial art I am about to sell you is the Heavenly Demon Fiend Arts. This is a set of body art derived from the Heavenly Demon itself. I don't want to spoil the fun for you so that you can check its effects when I create the card. The next martial art that I picked for you is the Tainted Divine Rock Steps, a set of footwork. This movement technique is one of the fastest movement techniques I have known. As for your combat martial arts, I choose Infinite Destruction Fist. This set of martial arts I chose specifically for your multi-arm physique. With your extra 3 pairs of arms, you can display this martial art 3 times its original efficiency. So what do you think? Are the 3 martial arts to your taste? Corey asked me with sparkling eyes. She was very enthusiastic when she introduced me to the various martial arts she had handpicked for me. heavenly demon fiend arts, tainted divine rock steps, and infinite destruction fist. The names of all three martial arts sound grand and deniering, but are they as grand as their name in terms of effect? I asked Corey Park skeptically. Unless I have seen the card effects, I won't be satisfied with just Corey Park's words. You tell me that after reading the info of 3 martial arts cards I have created for you. Corey Park seemed pretty confident about her martial arts. Do you need any down payment for the cards? I asked Corey Park. No need for a down payment. Pay me in full at the end if you decide to buy the cards after having experienced their greatness by yourself. Corey Park rejected any down payment. Okay, if you say so. But your confidence is infecting me too. I can't wait to check out the martial arts cards once you have created them. Corey's confident attitude caused me to look forward to the 3 martial arts cards. Look at you two. Already getting along, Susan commented. Hearing that, Corey and I turned to look at her with blank eyes. Don't be shy, you guys, Susan complained. We ignored her. So, when can I expect these cards? I asked Corey Park. A week, I guess. Corey Park replied, unsure if she could finish by the time limit she proposed. A week, just to create these 3 cards? Your card creation speed is very slow. I commented hearing Corey say it would take a minimum of a week for her to deliver the promised martial arts cards. My card creation speed is not slow, but moderate. But the long wait period for the 3 martial arts cards is because all the 3 martial arts I picked up for you would easily create a legend grade martial arts card. So I have to find ways to lower the grade of the card without actually hindering the actual efficiency of the card by adding probation and restriction to the cards. Dumbing down from legend to rare grade takes a lot of time and preparation. Corey Park spoke, explaining why it would take her so long to create the 3 said martial arts cards. Wait, legend grade? I don't know if I can afford them. I knew Corey Park was a big shot in her past life, but for her to come up with 3 legend grade martial arts so easily implied that her past existence was a being of the upper realms. Of course you can. You can use the devil ingredient you will be getting from Anna as the payment for the 3 martial arts cards. Corey Park did not hide her greed for the devil ingredient Anna promised as payment for the Twin Soldiers origin card creation. Not happening. It would be foolish to use a scarce peak demigod realm ingredient to exchange for 3 legend grade martial arts. Well, then you can pay me in monthly or yearly installments. I am sure we can agree upon a reasonable plan with a fair interest rate. Corey Park knew I wouldn't sell the devil ingredient, but she didn't regret trying. Interest rate? I asked in confusion. Well, don't worry. I will use the rates used by the banks. Pretty standard stuff, Wyatt. Keep up. Corey Park acted as if she didn't understand the root of my confusion. Look at you, a perfect example of a greedy merchant. I expected Corey to consider the employer and employee relationship between us and give me an interest-free installment plan, but she didn't. Well then, I will also be a greedy boss. Forget about the installment plan. I will pay you in full with one of the 2 devil ingredients I will be receiving from Anna. I said with sincere eyes. What do you mean 2? Anna is only paying you 1 devil ingredient for the Twin Soldiers origin card creation. Corey Park didn't understand what I meant. Well, guess again, I said with a smug look. You wouldn't. Finally, understanding what I meant, Corey yelled in protest. Why wouldn't I? When you cannot let go of a bit of interest for the installments for me. I answered Corey with the smug look still present on my face. According to the employment agreement between Corey and me, she will be my slave for the next 3 years. That was what the wager between us said, meaning Corey will work for me for free, which meant the payment she would receive for her service in the creation of the Twin Soldiers origin card would belong to me. Earlier, I did not consider doing this to Corey because, without her skills, the creation of the origin card would be halted till I found another solution. So in a way, Corey had earned the devil ingredient with her skills and effort. I didn't want to make things difficult for her. But now, things have changed, seeing how she wouldn't even consider letting go of a bit of interest for her big-hearted, generous boss. This is nothing short of a robbery. I won't agree to this. Corey Park complained and protested. Fine, if you don't like my payment method, then forget it. I guess I can exchange excellent martial arts for a devil ingredient. For your information, you brought it upon yourself. So don't blame me. I threatened Corey Park by holding her devil ingredient hostage. Boss, don't be like that. For you, I agree to an interest-free installment plan. And along with that, I will give you a 30% discount on the overall price. Corey Park caved, but it was already too late. Corey, do I look like a boss who profits from his employees' misery? I don't need a discount. I will pay in full with a devil ingredient. I tried to be nice, but Corey Park didn't appreciate it and tried to be wiser. Now she had to pay for her actions. Wyatt, you can't do this to me. I earned that devil ingredient fair and square. You know it. Seeing that I was adamant about it, Corey Park could help but raise her voice. Corey Park, take what I am giving you, or I will not pay you with the devil ingredient but soul jades. Or better yet, since you are a slave to this card boutique, I order you to create the 3 martial arts for free. I warned Corey Park to take the offer on the table before I changed my mind. Big sis, don't tell me. You will let him bully me into making the martial arts cards for him for free. Seeing that I didn't cave, Corey Park turned to Susan for help. Well, I don't want to point fingers, but it was you who started this. Susan took my side, which didn't come as a surprise to me. After all, I am her exclusive client. It's her duty to look out for my interest. Big sis, how can you say that? I didn't start anything. I was asking for fair compensation for my services. Is that wrong? Said Corey, trying to justify her actions. Well, Corey, you did lose the bet. And according to the wager, you are Wyatt's slave employee for the next 3 years. So in a way, he is claiming his winnings. There's nothing wrong with that. Susan defended my interest and actions. It didn't take long for Corey Park to realize she was barking up the wrong tree. Susan was a pro card boutique, which meant she would always side with the side that benefits the card boutique as a whole. And this time, the benefit of the card boutique was in screwing over her. If it were some other time, Corey Park wouldn't bother to deal with this. But right now, a devil ingredient and a fortune matching the entire Bright family's worth were at stake. With so much to lose, how could she continue to be nonchalant? A devil ingredient will come a long way in raising her active soul control, as her titled demon core could feed on the demonic soul energy from it. So she could not bear to part with the devil ingredient. As for the price for 3 restricted legend grade cards, their price was more than the entire net worth of the Bright family. Corey was rich enough not to fight over money, but that did not the same if the money was more than her family's net worth. Come on, Wyatt, I know I am wrong. Please forgive me. How about I add a legend-grade soul energy refining technique for free? Seeing Susan was of no help, Corey tried to convince me with a freebie. By legend grade, Corey only meant that the martial arts and the soul energy refining techniques are legend grade, not the cards. The cards will be of rage grade so that I can equip them in my grimoire, which means that the martial arts and techniques would be imposed with prohibition and restrictions to make it so that they are eligible to be within the norms of a rare grade card. A legend grade soul energy refining technique. Susan exclaimed in astonishment. Having experienced the common grade soul energy refining effect of the Turtle's Dream card given to her by Corey, Susan knew how important soul energy refining is. A card to have that effect was unheard of. So, for Corey to develop a legend-grade soul energy refining card was out of this world. Something coveted by the world rulers. Thanks to my mutated soul, I didn't need to refine my soul energy. They would purify my soul energy for me every time they mutated. So I wasn't psyched by the legend-grade soul energy refining technique. But it had a lot of research value for me, especially now that I had learned array formation. When it comes to forging ego gem, everyone struggles with soul energy refining. As the soul, energy needs to be purified to a certain degree to condense the ethereal spirit and forge the ego gem. But the soul energy refining is a very time-consuming process, and there are no cards to help with that. Until the appearance of Corey Park, that is. She brought otherworldly martial arts and techniques with her. Now I can use these martial arts to create array formation with soul energy refining as an effect. If I were to be successful in creating such an array formation, I would hit another jackpot similar to the silver milk powder. Thinking of this, the legendary grade soul energy refining technique started to sound attractive. If I successfully turn the soul energy refining technique into an array formation, it would earn me more than hundreds of devil ingredients. Okay, Corey, since you are being so sincere with your apology, I will forgive you this once. But I will be paying for the martial arts cards in installments with 0 interest rate and take a 40% discount. Are you okay with that? Seeing the prospects of the legend grade soul energy refining technique, I decided to compromise with Corey Park. Thank you, Wyatt. You won't regret this. Corey Park cheered for chump change, not knowing she had lost the fortune of a lifetime. If she knew, she would regret agreeing to give her boss the legend-grade soul energy refining technique for free. Don't mention it. I waved my hands, indicating that it was not a big deal. I will head to my card lab to create the Twin Demon Dragon Body Arts card for the creation of the Twin Soldiers Origin card. After I agreed to pay for the 3 martial cards in installments and promised not to take her devil ingredient, Corey Park hurriedly excused herself, fearing that she or Corey Bright would say or do something to change my mind. Wyatt, are you sure about this? After Corey left, Susan asked me if I was sure about letting off Corey Park in exchange for a legend-grade soul energy refining technique. Yes, this is a good deal for us in the long haul. I didn't go into detail to explain to Susan how the legend-grade soul energy refining technique was worth more than a devil ingredient and the fortune spent for 3 legend-grade martial arts cards. If you say so. Susan didn't understand how the deal helped them in the long haul. But since her boss was confident, then it meant he must be planning something. Susan, I will pass another list of ingredients to your grimoire. Please purchase them as soon as possible. I plan to begin the advanced experimentation phase with the array formation as quickly as possible. To develop the array formation hack card, I need to experiment with various arrays and see how much resistance each array has to outside invasion through nature's soul pathways. Okay, I will get to it right away. Saying that, Susan exited the warehouse and left for the Guild Association Mall to acquire the card ingredients I mentioned in the list. As Susan left to procure the ingredients, I took out the new materials on array formation given to me by Lorenzo. I planned to have the Hive AI scan the material on array formation and save it for my slave consciousness to go through them for me while I experimented with the advanced array formation technique and how to hack them in the fastest and most effective ways. I spent the last 3 hours arranging all the arrays of the advanced array formation, then the intermediate and the basic array formation. It has been hectic the last few hours for Susan procuring ingredients at my whim. She didn't complain, and she earned my appreciation for that. I know I could always count on her. Why did I spend the last 3 hours rearranging the basic, intermediate, and advanced formations? How did I achieve it in mere 3 hours? It only took me 3 hours to arrange all the arrays because I had arranged them before and kept the array cores I used to arrange those arrays. Since I had the array cores ready, it took little effort and calculation to rearrange them. But during this process, I unearthed a variable that I didn't consider earlier. The reason I rearranged all the array formations was that I wanted to hack them through the weak points of the array I had discovered yesterday night. But it turns out that what I believed to be weak points of the arrays only existed in the first place because of the unaccounted variables in the surrounding nature's pathway. The so-called weak points in the array kept changing with the change in surrounding nature's soul pathways. This means the vulnerability in the array changes depending upon the location you arrange them. This deeply hindered my idea of creating an array formation hack, a universal array formation hack. Creating a hack for an array was no longer as simple as dominating the surrounding nature's soul pathways and knowing general knowledge about the array formation arranged. In the new hack, dominating the surrounding nature's soul pathway remained constant. The knowledge about the set array required was more than regular, as we needed to calculate the weak chains of the array and instruct them through the nature's soul pathways that we dominate to do something other than what's required of them to maintain the array. The requirement of knowledge of the set array had increased above the general knowledge because I assumed the weak points of the array formation were constant when they were not. They change according to their surrounding nature's soul pathway. During my second round of experimentation with array formation, I found the variable that I hadn't accounted for in my first round of experimentation. Though nature's soul pathways are open sources free for all to access and manipulate as they please, I forgot to account that they were very volatile. Yes, they were not constant. They kept changing based on the location. The only difference between the first round of experimentation and the second round of experimentation was the location, which I hadn't considered in the first round of experimentation, which led me to blindly assume that the weak points of the array are constant. How did this affect the creation of my universal array formation hack? First, it increases the knowledge required about the set array as we need to calculate the vulnerability of the array formation in real time depending upon the surrounding soul pathway. This meant that if I wanted to hack two soul energy gathering arrays 100 meters apart from each other, I needed to dominate surrounding nature's soul pathways, and then calculate the vulnerability of both the array formations separately, even though they were literally the same array, as the vulnerability of both arrays were different despite them being fundamentally the same and arranged by the same person due to the difference in their location. The open-source trait of nature's soul pathways made it easier for anybody to access the soul pathways used in a particular array. Its volatile attribute acted like security to the soul pathways used in a specific array. Because of the volatile attribute of nature's soul pathway, the same array formation arranged by the same array master in two different locations had inherently different vulnerabilities. In a way, nature's soul pathways themselves were the best first layer of security for an array formation. The idea of creating a universal array formation hack was still underway, but it had become more sophisticated, and I needed to gain my hands on more array formations of different tiers. But meanwhile, I had walked into a new project, something opposite to a universal array formation hack, a versatile array formation core. The idea behind the versatile array formation core was one core for all the array formations, but for now, the 78 basic, intermediate, and advanced array formations that were taught in Lorenzo's study material, because they were the only array formation I had mastered so far. If I had a single core that could be used to arrange 78 different basic, intermediate, and advanced array formations at my whim, how awesome would that be? But there were challenges to achieving that, and they were pretty much the same challenges I faced with creating a universal array formation hack: location and knowledge of the said array. These two challenges were not a big deal for me with my soul pupils, 3 slave consciousnesses, and Hive AI. I could overcome them. But they became a problem if I wanted to commercialize the universal array formation hack and versatile array formation core. I was a long way from being able to apply for a patent for these two ideas. Unless I had a working product, publishing this research would only be considered a theory, and everybody could have a crack at it. And then these projects of mine would become a race for everyone, and whoever wins the first place would apply for the patent. I was not a fool to sow the tree, only for others to pick the fruits. For now, I would be satisfied if I could achieve a working prototype of a versatile array formation core with 78 basic, intermediate, and advanced array formations that were taught in Lorenzo's study material. Since I had all the materials I required for the creation process, without further delay, I began the creation process. Right now, I have 78 array cores in front of me. Each one of them is a near-perfect array core with 0 flaws. All I need is a bit of mental strength, expert knowledge of the set array, and nature's soul pathways. I could use the 78 cores to set up 78 different arrays in a matter of 2 or 3 hours. But that wasn't what I was after. Right now, I wanted to join all these 78 different array cores into a single core. Not to be mistaken with the superimposing of 2 or more arrays, a hybrid array. Hybrid arrays, that's the topic on which Lorenzo's second set of study materials dwelled. I thought it would contain how to make a field or trap card, but it didn't. All it spoke about was hybrid arrays. Hybrid array formation is a complicated concept for array masters because it involves the superposition of 2 or more arrays. Arranging a single array is already hectic. Imagine superimposing 2 or more arrays in such a way that you get a single array with the effects of multiple arrays or the effect of each array complementing each other to get a higher output. A highly complex concept indeed, but not for me. It was complex because the array master not only needed to calculate the surrounding nature's soul pathway, but also the impact of having a single soul pathway do 2 or more chores to maintain the array. If the soul pathway becomes unstable, then the whole array will implode. But this problem was of little difficulty for me because I could see the soul pathways with my eyes and watch how the soul pathways reacted to the overlapping of the arrays and whether they could handle the heavy workload or not. Or would I need more soul power to stabilize the soul pathways? Since I can see the problem, I could address it. But other array masters could not see it. They had to be precise with their calculations and empower the soul pathways with soul energy before they became unstable and exploded. The temporary cleansing array formation I set up in wager against Lorenzo was a simple superimposed array. It superimposed 2 arrays, the usual holy light array and the other array created to control the airflow and moisture. Together, they formed the cleansing array formation. Did old Lorenzo give me the study materials on the superimposition of array because he saw me create a basic superimposed array formation without the knowledge of it? If yes, then I guess he must have doubts about my origin card aura sight, and whether they help me sense the soul pathways better than the naked eyes, which are blind to soul pathways. Should I be worried about it? I don't know. But since we are in a mutual partnership, for now, I should be safe. Not worrying about what I could not control, I focused my attention on creating a versatile array formation core. Now there were two goals of versatile array formation I needed to achieve. 1. It should allow me to arrange the array formation of any one of the 78 array cores used in its creation at my will. 2. It should allow me to superimpose the 2 or more arrays. Adding 78 array cores to a single core was not going to be easy. The core would be cluttered with soul pathways. It would be difficult to determine which set of soul pathway arrangements belongs to which of the 78 arrays. During the operation, if the soul power were leaked to any of the other soul pathways, the arranged array formation would collapse. There is no way that 78 separate soul pathway arrangements of 78 different array formations could be placed in a single core without it blowing up on my face. To overcome this problem, I decided to create a system similar to a human body. The human body has so many organs that constitute different human body systems. All of them work in harmony and help each other with their functions. If not, they don't hinder each other. So to create a versatile array formation core, I was going to make a system mimicking the human body. My approach would have 78 different organs which would come together from various small systems that would then together form a versatile array formation. This wasn't going to be easy, but it was possible with the help of the hybrid array concepts. I need to sort out the 78 array formation based on their compatibility to form the hybrid arrays. These hybrid arrays would be small individual systems. Then these small individual systems would together for one large working system that would be incorporated into a core. The idea was good and all, but it required a lot of work. I needed to find the compatible arrays and form a hybrid array with them together. Then arrange these hybrid arrays together such that even though they don't complement each other's functions, they will not hinder each other. This wasn't easy because I would have to check how each array reacted to each other individually. Then the hybrid arrays would be individually assessed for their reaction in the company of different hybrid arrays. It was like planning a seating arrangement for a marriage. All this process was tedious and required a lot of planning and calculations. Not something I could handle individually. I could, but it would take a lot of time, weeks, or even months. But I could shorten the time required with the help of the Hive AI and 3-slave consciousness. There were hundreds of possibilities to create a system void of conflict between them, but not all of them were optimal or efficient. I had to have the Hive AI run simulations of all these possibilities and weed out the ones with less efficiency and stability factor, and find the one option that is the most stable and efficient. Weeks of work were completed in a mere hour, thanks to the Hive AI and the 3-slave consciousnesses. Not only was I able to arrange the 78 array soul pathways in a single core, but also in such a way that they don't hinder each other's function, but they sometimes enabled and complemented each other's function while showcasing maximum efficiency. The first prototype versatile array formation core was ready. Still, I needed to add a few extra layers of security to it, like the honeypot method used by the cybersecurity back home. A honeypot is a cybersecurity mechanism that uses a manufactured attack target to lure cybercriminals away from legitimate targets. Once the attacker takes the bait, we can gather intelligence about their identity, methods, and reasons for the attack. Similar to honeypot in cybersecurity, I would create a few decoy flaws and vulnerabilities as bait in the versatile array formation core. So when somebody tries to attack the main array that I have set up using the versatile array formation core, will fall prey to these decoy flaws instead of attacking the actual vulnerabilities in the array, buying me enough time to ensure the security of the array by any means possible. Finally, I held the first working prototype of a versatile array formation core with 78 basic, intermediate, and advanced arrays to choose from. With this single array core, I could set up any of 78 basic arrays at my whim in a few minutes. But the same could not be achieved by other array masters using the versatile array formation core. They may be able to arrange the arrays, but it will take them a lot more than a few minutes, because they lack the soul pupils that allowed me to set up the array accordingly based on the reaction of the soul pathways. Even though I held the versatile array core, I couldn't just arrange an array or switch from one array to another. I need to do the calculations for setting up the arrays, taking the surrounding soul pathways into account. The calculations need to be accurate to set up the arrays for which I should have mastery over the array or hybrid array I am about to set up. Anybody who wants to use the versatile array core should also be well versed in the 78 arrays and their hybrid arrays to make full use of it. All this cannot be achieved in mere minutes, but I could due to the support of my 3 slave consciousness, Hive AI, and soul pupils. Honestly, other array masters stand a better chance to set up an array using a standard array core, because then they would not have to watch out for triggering different array soul pathways while arranging another array, like in the case of the versatile array formation core. These constraints are the reason, even though I had a successful product, I could not market it because it was not perfect to be used by regular array masters. I need to perfect it and increase its convenience factor. Maybe I could try removing some of the lesser used array pathways or something more profound. But for now, I had a versatile array core through which I could arrange any of the 78 arrays and their resulting hybrid array formations. Successfully creating the prototype of the versatile array formation core, I walked out of the card lab, only to be greeted by Rami Kaga. There would be only 2 reasons why he was here. Either he achieved the task I gave him, or he learned about me helping his grandson create his origin card without his knowledge. After experiencing the might of a city array during the fight with the demon worshippers, I realized that I was being too complacent about my plans to attack the branch of the circle in the Sun Blossom City. I hadn't taken the Sun Blossom City array and the array formation covering the headquarters of the circle into consideration in my plans. If I had continued with the attack despite knowing this, I would face an utter defeat by the arrays even before we got to the enemy. This is one of the main reasons why I started learning array formation in the first place. I needed to have ways to decipher the array formation before my forces descended to wipe out the branch of the circle in Sun Blossom City. At first, my interest in array formation was limited to deciphering the array covering the circle headquarters and escaping the sanctions of the Sun Blossom City array. But as I explored the array formation, I was roped into it because of its majesty, but primarily because of my ultimate cheat soul pupils that made me a prodigy in the field of array formation. Thanks to Lorenzo's notes, I could be considered an advanced array master. I think this should be enough to face the array protecting the circle's headquarters in the Sun Blossom City. That is, if Rami has completed his task of finding out the array formation being used by the Sun Blossom City and the circle headquarters. But he could also be here about this grandson's issue. Master Wyatt. Rami greeted me respectfully as soon as he saw me. I nodded, acknowledging his greeting. Master Wyatt. First, I need to thank you for helping my grandson create his desired origin card. I didn't expect Rami to thank me for creating his grandson's origin card without his knowledge. So Kane has already shown you his origin card? I asked Rami. What I actually meant was if he had seen Ivy's appearance and how it resembles Kane's bully's mom. I have. It is an extraordinary origin card with peculiar abilities. I could not have wished for more, and it helped me realize how much Kane has been through. I saw a rare maturity in him, which wasn't there before. I am happy that he has grown into a fine young man who could look after the family interest. Kane seemed to have explained to his grandfather the events that led to his decision to have me create his origin card and the appearance of his summons. I was confident that Rami would be satisfied with the origin card I created for his grandson, but what I wanted to know wasn't that, or their family drama. All I cared about was whether Rami was aware that his grandson had transferred all his ill-gotten property in his name to me as payment for the creation of his origin card. Master Wyatt, I want to know if it is possible to create a card similar to my grandson's origin card. Rami asked me with a hint of redness on both of his cheeks. Hearing Rami's question, I became speechless. If I didn't understand the intentions behind Rami's question, I would be the dumbest fool in the world. Master Wyatt, don't get me wrong. It had been ages since my wife passed away. I miss her. If there is a way for me to see her image once again in the flesh, I would be relieved. Rami hastily explained the reason behind his question. I don't know if Rami was telling the truth or not, but for sure, I knew that if I made that card for him, he would indeed relieve himself. F-King perverted old bastard. Ha! I burst into laughter thinking of a scenario where Rami would borrow his grandson's origin card. Now that's just wrong. Come to think of it, Kane's origin card could help him open a thriving brothel. Not to mention his fairy guards can appear in any appearance, which could be the main attraction to his brothel. Rami was puzzled, seeing me suddenly burst out in laughter. He didn't take any offense or didn't dare to. Rami, I can create cards with similar abilities as your grandson's origin card. The card will have near-zero combat ability, but it will be the ability you are looking for. With the help of Vivian's rune, creating a wooden blow-up doll card with the ability to morph into any appearance using the target's blood wasn't impossible. Really? Rami exclaimed. He could barely hide his excitement. But it will cost USHD tons of money, and there is a condition. I started my demands. I planned to charge Rami the same amount of fees his grandson paid for his origin card. Money is not the matter, Master Wyatt. You name the price, I will pay in full. As for the condition, you name it, and I will follow. Rami expressed with a genuinely sincere expression on his face. You can never speak about the card to anybody else. And the same goes for your grandson too. He cannot disclose the steamy and juicy side of his origin cards to others. The reason I added this clause was because there were too many horny, desperate, and perverted men in the world. If they knew a card like Kane's origin card was possible, I would be flooded with requests to create such cards. There was too much potential to earn money in this field, but I didn't want to spend the rest of my life creating wooden blow-up dolls for perverted old men. Don't worry, Master Wyatt, my lips are sealed, and Kane is not foolish enough to share the abilities of his origin card with the outside world. Rami assured me that he and his grandson would not reveal the information about their cards to the world. Good. And as for the price, I will be charging you the exact amount your grandson has paid to create his origin card. I didn't give Rami a number because even after a day, I could not calculate the total worth of the assets Kane transferred to my name. Master Wyatt, name the price. I have accumulated a small fortune as the head of the Medical Card Association of the Blossom District. So please do not hesitate to use expensive ingredients to create the card. Feel free to improvise. I am willing to pay extra for the card. Rami's words made it clear that Kane has not disclosed the fees he paid for creating his origin card. Rami, I believe you should have a chat about the fees your grandson paid to have his origin card created. Once you have done that, then we can talk about your custom card. I thought that it would be in Rami's best interest if Kane were the one to inform his grandfather about his deeds. I understand, Master Wyatt. Realizing that his grandson was not upfront about everything to him, Rami decided to go with my suggestion and discuss his custom card after talking with his grandson. And then he added, Master Wyatt, I was able to uncover the arrays being used by the Sun Blossom City and the Circle. Great. What array are they using? I asked in anticipation. The Sun Blossom City uses the standard space isolation barrier array specified by the Southern Royal Family, similar to the one used by our city. As for the Circle, they used a hybrid array called the Desolate Punisher Array. Rami named the two areas used by the Sun Blossom City and the Circle. Space Isolation Barrier Array, Desolate Punished Array. There was a mention of a Space Isolation Barrier Array in Lorenzo's study material, but nothing about the Desolate Punished Array. So I couldn't help but ask, Rami, what about the recipes for both of the arrays? Especially the Desolate Punisher Array. Master Wyatt, about that. The recipe for the Space Isolation Barrier Array is a state secret. I couldn't find it on the black market. As for the Desolate Punisher Array, I could not find such an array in the market. The creator of that array never disclosed it to the world. Rami came empty-handed. Except for the array names, he didn't find anything useful for me to raid the Circle on the Sun Blossom City. FCK, I could not help but cuss, seeing how I couldn't get the recipe for either of the arrays. Master, I don't know if this helps, but I heard the royal family has a token that gives them direct access to the Space Isolation Barrier Array covering cities. It is rumored that anybody with that token can override the authority of the city array and control it to their will. Hearing his benefactor cuss, Rami hurriedly added. Rami tried his best to find information on the Space Isolation Array and Desolate Punished Array, but couldn't due to their special nature. Though he couldn't find any accurate information regarding both the arrays, he still managed to gather some rumors about the arrays. He didn't bring them forward, not knowing if it would be appropriate to relay rumors without checking the facts. But feeling he was of no help, in the end, He wound up deciding to talk about the rumors. Interesting, you are proposing that I ask the Southern Emperor for the token in the rumors to take control of the Sun Blossom City's space isolation barrier array to deal with the branch of the circle in Sun Blossom City. I asked Rami. I wouldn't dare to. I am sorry, I shouldn't have played a part in spreading such rumors by something of it. Rami hurriedly explained himself and apologized for spreading rumors about the royal family. Okay. Rami misunderstood my intentions, but I didn't try to correct him, and asked, what about the Desolate Punisher array? I heard one needs to be equipped with a token card to enter this array. This one doesn't seem to be a rumor. Rami retold what he had heard. There was no such function to array covering the circle branch in Sky Blossom City. What changed? Realizing this, I checked the copied memories of the clown mask of the security measures used by the circle to protect their hideout, especially the arrays. Inyang Harmony Sect. This name popped up when I searched the Desolate Punisher array through the clown mask's copied memories. This array belonged to the Inyang Harmony Sect. According to the alternate future, Circle shouldn't have this array until a few years ahead in the future because the Inyang Harmony Sect hadn't allied with the Supreme Leader yet. But for some reason, it appears that the alliance between the Supreme Leader and the Inyang Harmony Sect has formed way ahead compared to the alternative future seen by Clown Mask. What prompted this? I had no idea. But thankfully, Clown Mask's copied memories had more detailed information on the Desolate Punisher array. First, the presence of a Desolate Punisher array meant that the branch of the circle in Sun Blossom City had an array master from Inyang Harmony present. Because the Desolate Punisher array was the sect's secret, and it wouldn't pass its recipe to the circle despite their alliance. Therefore, the sect would send trained array masters to their allies to set up and maintain the array formation to express their friendship. Of course, the circle would be paying a fee to the sect for their service and bear all the expenditures of the array. From the memories, I knew that a person needs to be equipped with a token card to enter the array and not be targeted by its effects. Rami wasn't wrong about that. And if a person without the token card were to force himself into the array formation, they would face a dire consequence because the Desolate Punished array involves the Silence Rule. The Silence Rule is why the allies of the Inyang Harmony Sect were willing to pay a high price to add a Desolate Punisher array to their regular protection array. Clown Mask's memories had the history and effects of the Desolate Punisher array, but it did not have any details on its recipe and workings of the array, which is required to understand the array better for me to hack it. Learning about the effects of the Desolate Punished array, I was bummed because I couldn't try to break through it with force because the silence rule used in the array left little room for struggle, and also because I didn't know how to use rules with arrays. There was nothing about this segment in the notes given by Lorenzo. Incorporating rules in the array formation, I didn't even know it was possible until I learned about the Desolate Punisher array from Clown Mask's memories. But there was one plus point in this. The disciple of the Inyang Harmony sect that was sent to the circle to arrange and maintain the Desolate Punisher array. Why would a sect disciple be the one good thing out of this ordeal? The silence rune in his ego gem. Since the sect disciple can arrange a Desolate Punisher array, then that means that he has forged a silence rule rune. The prowess of the silence rule is undisputed. Clans and families are willing to speed a fortune to recruit a card apprentice with the silence rule, but they are scarce and get recruited for sky-high benefits as soon as they hit the job market. The card apprentices with the silence rule have no choice but to join the big prowess of the world because they get hunted for their ego gem. Almost 65% of the world's card apprentices with silence rule are from the Inyang Harmony sect. The sect was able to maintain this monopoly only because of their ancestral heritage, which allowed their disciples to comprehend the silence rule. Hunting the disciple of the Inyang Harmony sect for their ego gem was akin to signing a death warrant. They would immediately become the enemies of the sect and their allies, and will be hunted to the end of the world. Despite knowing the dangers of killing a Inyang Harmony sect disciple for their rune, I still planned to aim for them because of my Calamity Daughter gem. I didn't have to kill them. I could enslave them. After enslaving the sect disciple, I could try to gain insight into the silence rule, borrowing their runes. Rami, how good is your relationship with the circle? I asked Rami, having thought of a way around the Desolate Punisher array. I hate them to the core. They are destroying the Sun Blossom City. They are suppressing my city and extorting my citizens. I always wanted to do something about them. But my power was never enough. So, I could only endure them. Knowing that I would destroy the circle's branch in the Sun Blossom City, Rami spouted nonsense about him having a bone to pick with the circle. Stop with the bullshitting. Tell the truth. I need you to run some errands for me. The circle was able to take root in the Sun Blossom City by filling the pockets of the authorities governing it. And being one of the most influential people of Sun Blossom City, Rami must have gotten his cut. So I didn't buy into his bullshit about caring for his city and hating the people destroying it. Cough. Rami coughed in embarrassment and spoke. Except for taking a few gifts from them every now and then, I don't have any relationship with them. Rami finally spoke truthfully. After hearing his reply, I was disappointed because I needed someone on very close terms with the circle for my plan to work out. Master Wyatt, though I don't have a close relationship with the circle, I know people who do. I don't know if that helps. Seeing me disappointed, Rami thought of an alternative. That helps great. I cheered upon realizing I could use anyone on very close terms with the circle to execute my plan. It didn't have to be Rami. I am happy that I could be of help to you, Master Wyatt, Rami said humbly. Rami, have your people monitor if any core members of the circle are present in the Sky Blossom City or come to visit the city. If you find any, inform me immediately. Got it, I ordered Rami. Yes, Master Wyatt, answered Rami without hesitation. Okay, then what are you doing waiting here? Go get to work. Seeing that Rami did not show any intention to leave, I had to force him to leave. Master Wyatt, about the custom card with similar abilities to my grandson's origin card. Rami shamelessly asked about the custom card once again. I already told you once you pay me the price equal to your grandson's fee for the creation of his origin card, I will make the custom card for you. Rami has been of help, so I didn't mind creating a custom card for him, but the price needs to be appropriate. Thank you, Master Wyatt. Confirming my agreement to create the custom card for him, Rami left delighted. I should get Van to, oh, right, he is in the Southern Academic City. I missed Van. He would execute any work assigned to him with perfect results. I had grown dependent on him compared to the other Calamity Daughter gem. Come to think of it, it has been a while since Van's update. Should I check on them? No need. I guess he will contact me when he can. Next, I planned to visit Anna at the Southern Watch temporary base. Obviously, to ask her if the rumor about the space isolation barrier array were true. If there existed a token that could override the authority of any city's space isolation barrier array, I planned to borrow it to use it in my invasion of the Sun Blossom City. I believed that I could get Anna to give that token if it existed. Wyatt, are you free? Susan approached me. Yes, what is it? I answered while putting the visit to Anna in the Southern Watch temporary base on hold. An interested customer contacted me. She said she contacted me after checking out our website. She has a bunch of questions. If you are free, can you answer them? Susan explained. Did you mention my service charges? I stopped taking on small budget projects long ago and had raised my service charges sky high. So, I was surprised to see that a customer was willing to ask for my services. Yes, I did. And she agreed. Susan answered. Okay then, what are her questions? Since she could afford my services, I had no problem answering her questions. I have already answered a few questions of hers as they were about my origin card slime armor. She asked if the slime armor was created using slices and if you could create a mutant slime summon origin card instead of the slime armor. I have already answered the first half of her question, that my slime armor used slime in its creation. As for the other half, I will leave it to you. Saying that, Susan patiently waited for my answer. A mutant slime summon origin card, huh? I am capable of creating that. Ask her to visit the warehouse. Using a monster core to create a summon card was something many golden grade card creationists could achieve, but the twist was the mutant part that my new client asked for. Inducing a mutation in a monster core was very difficult. Even platinum grade card creationists would think twice before taking up such projects. Causing mutation in the monster core of a particular spice requires lots of research and experimentation through trial and error. Even then, the success rate of causing mutations in a single monster core was low, almost negligible. The odds are very high, so no card creationist is willing to create a mutated summons card as an origin card unless they have previous research materials. This is odd, blurted Susan. Why, what happened? The client asked for our coordinates. I have already sent her the coordinates, but now I am curious why she would ask them. Susan explained her concerns. Poof! A flash shone in the warehouse a few feet from Susan. Alerted, I jumped to her rescue and hid her in my embrace with my back facing the flash. Whoa, you two lovebirds need the room? I can come back later. A voice sounded from my behind. Letting go of Susan in my embrace, I turned to find a petite figure in a private academy uniform as the voice source. Shorty, who are you? Where did you come from? Do your parents know you are here? I asked the little girl with lavender pink hair tied in twin ponytails. Shorty? Who are you calling short? Summon, Tundra. Smite this heathen. The little girl looked about 11 to 12 years old. She was easily triggered by the word shorty as she summoned her golden grimoire to attack me. Boom! A dark cloud filled the warehouse and struck me with a thunderbolt. Haha, that's what you get for messing with this princess. The schoolgirl laughed as the smoke and dust rose due to the impact of the thunderbolt. Though the smoke concealed her sight, she was confident that her summons had taken care of the heathen. I faced the thunderbolt head-on because if I dodged it, Susan, who was behind me, would fall prey to it. I could withstand attacks 10 times as powerful as this one with my physique, but Susan could not. Soul Pupil. Opening my soul pupil, I found the core of the cloud-type summons of the peptide schoolgirl and shot at it with a concentrated beam of soul energy using my soul energy manipulation ability. Burst. The monster core burst into pieces on impact, and the cloud-type summons died. No, Thundra. The schoolgirl screamed in agony, losing her summons even though it would revive with a slight drop in its durability. The peptide figure glared at me and swore, I will be back. Poof! With a bright flash, she vanished, as if she never appeared in the warehouse. She teleported back. I said, turning to Susan, asking, Are you okay? I am fine, but I think we just lost our new client. That little girl might have been the client who contacted us about creating a mutant slime summons origin card, speculated Susan. Seeing how she could teleport at her convenience, your guess might be true. After all, she did ask for coordinates for this place. I supported Susan's speculations. Looks like our guess was correct. She left a 1-star review on our online store, accusing us of misbehaving in the workplace and being impolite to our customers. And at the end, she swore that she will have her revenge for killing her summons. Getting the notification of a review posted about our online site on the Grimoire net by her grimoire, Susan immediately read the review left by the petite schoolgirl who attacked me without warning. Not only did that girl surprise us with her unannounced teleportation, but also attacked me out of nowhere. Yet, she blames us for being impolite. The nerve of her. Let her come to avenge her summons. Next time I won't go easy on her and attack her summons, but directly attack her. I did go easy on the petite schoolgirl, who doesn't know the best way to take out a summon is to attack its summoner. At first, I aimed my concentrated soul energy beam at her, but realized she might be the client who asked for the warehouse coordinates. I changed the target to her summons core at the last minute. Poof. Wyatt. We felt a spatial disturbance here. What happened? Learning of the spatial anomaly in the warehouse, Anna teleported here in concern. Nothing. We pissed off a rich but young client, I said casually. What? Anna turned to Susan, looking for more details. Susan filled in Anna to update her about the events that transpired patiently. A teleportation card, with instantiations and consecutive effect. Looks like you have offended somebody with a deep background. Let's hope that the little girl doesn't go and cry to her parents, or this whole thing can blow out of proportion. Anna speculated after hearing Susan explain. Leaving that aside, I was about to head out to meet you at the military base. I threw the incident with the little girl at the back of my head as there was nothing I could do about it. Huh, so what do you want? Asked Anna. Whoa, you make it sound like I only reach out to you if I need something from you. I exclaimed, feeling guilty after hearing her words. What? Isn't that the known truth to everybody? I don't mind being your sugar mama, so don't worry, said Anna. I was about to ask Anna about borrowing the rumored token that could override the authority of the space isolation barrier arrays covering any of the cities in the southern region. But hearing her, I realized recently I have come to depend on Anna way too much. That was an unfair and a jerk move, considering how I would not respond to Anna's feelings. Come on, don't be coy with me. Ask away. What is it you want? Anna asserted. I will not pretend as if I wasn't going to ask for help. Considering our history, I think I don't need to do that. But you are right. I do depend way too much on you. So I will try to solve my problem by myself. Though Anna would not mind helping me, I did. After all, Anna could be considered my friend now. And taking advantage of a friend is not what I do. Especially a generous and loyal one like Anna. Wyatt, out with it. Don't make me force it out of you. Anna didn't seem to care about the words I had just spoken and demanded me to tell her how she could be of my help. Anna, I can handle it. And if I need your help, I know where to find you. So please put an end to this matter here. And let's talk about something less. Fine. Let's talk about your safety. Why don't you move to the military base? It will be a lot easier for me to protect you there. Anna understood that I wouldn't compromise on that, so she brought up another topic she needed to win on. This again? Anna, you know why I would not move to the base. So please, don't start another debate over this. I requested Anna to stop. Wyatt, what is it? Your freedom? You spent a night at the base. Did you feel constrained in any way there? Did anyone try to restrict your movements? Anna did not seem to plan to leave this matter to rest. Well, Anna's questions were indeed something to think about, but for apparent reasons, I felt repelled by the idea of living on a military base. Since it is a military base, it has its regulations and protocol. If I am staying there, I need to follow them. There is no way around that. So obviously, I would be opposed to the idea of living on a military base. Anna wouldn't understand this, as she is a princess, and the army laws don't apply to her, but are in place to protect her and her family's interests. Well, answer me, Anna demanded. Anna, I have my reasons, so please leave this matter here. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Knowing Anna would not understand my concerns, I did not bother to explain them to her. Wyatt, what reason could be more important than your own life? Can't you see? What if the person who teleported here was one of the Card Emperor realm assassins instead of a little girl? By the time I arrived at your rescue, it would have been too late, and they would have killed you 100 times over. Anna explained her concerns. I couldn't argue with Anna because she was right. But I wasn't worried about encountering Emperor Realm assassins because I wouldn't really die until my Calamity Soul Gem was destroyed. But the same was not true for people surrounding me. That was my growing concern. A few minutes ago, the little girl would have electrified Susan to death if I had chosen to dodge the thunderbolt. I don't want to see the people surrounding me be casualties. But living on a military base wasn't a solution for that. Flash, poof. Take cover. I yelled at Susan, seeing a flash of light fill the warehouse, and two figures suddenly appear out of thin air. I am back. A voice resounded in the warehouse. It was the petite schoolgirl from earlier. Instead of the petite schoolgirl, my sight remained on the white-robed figure next to her as she oozed a majestic aura. She was above the Card Emperor realm, yet her power didn't come close to a demigod. She was the person with the highest active soul energy I have seen to date. Agatha, capture that boy. The petite schoolgirl ordered the white-robed girl, pointing at me. The white-robed girl did not move. She kept staring at Anna at alert. You White Fang mercenaries have grown bold to come into my region without my permission. Anna's voice thundered. Princess, retreat. Agatha hurriedly stepped in front of the petite schoolgirl and yelled, asking her to teleport back home. What's going on? I can't teleport back. The petite girl exclaimed in shock. Though she did not know why Agatha asked her to retreat, she trusted her decision and activated her teleportation card to escape, but her grimoire kept warning that. Warning, the surrounding space is enclosed. You cannot use teleportation. Your Highness, Southern Emperor, is there a need to go as far as using the array covering the southern region to lock the space? We are not the enemy here. Agatha did not greet Anna, but directly addressed her as if they were acquainted. Oh really? Last time this arrogant girl escaped my grasp, now I would like to see where she will run. Anna replied menacingly. What are you doing here? The petite schoolgirl was too focused on the boy who killed her summon and did not notice Anna until Agatha addressed her. What am I doing here? This is my city, little girl. Why can't I be here? How many times do I have to warn you not to call me little? Agatha, kill her. Despite her innocent middle school girl appearance, the petite schoolgirl was vicious with her orders, and did not hesitate to yell kill in anger. Princess, please control yourself. Don't make matters worse. Agatha didn't follow her princess's orders, but instead asked her not to act out in the enemy territory. Little girl, your temper hasn't changed since the day we met. You still blow up at every little thing. Anna seemed to know who the petite schoolgirl was, and both of them seemed to have a history together. Are you trying to provoke this princess by purposefully calling me little? Blame yourself. You forced me to use this. The petite schoolgirl stepped out from her bodyguard's shadow and summoned her grimoire. Princess? You keep calling yourself princess, but where are your kingdom and subjects? You are nothing but a fake princess, a pretend princess. Father, help me. A golden beam of light shot out of the petite schoolgirl's grimoire, and soon the golden beam of light morphed into a bulky human male figure. Agatha Lavender greets demigod Windsor. Anna Heatsin greets demigod Windsor. Following Anna and Agatha, Susan and I greet the humanoid light. Susan Tucci greets demigod Windsor. Dalton Wyatt greets demigod Windsor. I had no idea who demigod Windsor was, but he was a demigod and required utmost respect. Southern region? Heatsin girl, contact your family and inform them about the situation. Tell them there is no need to be alarmed. Before they rush over here, especially your mother, I don't want to face her. The incarnation of demigod Windsor knew that his presence in the southern region could be considered trespassing, so he asked Anna to inform her family, stating that he was not here to cause trouble. The last few minutes have been crazy. Not only did I get to see a person in a realm higher than the card emperor, but also an incarnation of a demigod. These were the most powerful card apprentices I had seen so far in this world. If not for the presence of Anna, I would be panicking right now. Don't worry, Your Highness. My family knows I am here, so they will not be bothered with your unannounced visitation, replied Anna. In the past few days, Anna had killed an old demigod hag and a fat molten lava devil. When she could fight toe-to-toe with a demigod, she had nothing to be worried about facing an incarnation of a demigod. Anna wouldn't even care to be respectful to this demigod, if not for his contributions on the way beyond, thanks to his special abilities. I see. Demigod Windsor saw no fear nor respect in Anna's eyes. Considering that he was talking to a Heatsin family cub, Demigod Windsor wasn't surprised. Father, she called me little and tried to trap me here. The petite little schoolgirl complained, pointing at Anna. Sweet pea, what are you doing in this remote area? The demigod Windsor's incarnation did not blame the little girl for summoning him for petty little things. Like any overly doting parent, all of his daughter's actions seemed adorable to Windsor. Still, he knew not to involve himself with children's fights, but he wasn't afraid of bailing his daughter out. I came here to recruit that boy in my Wolfang mercenary, but he called me short and killed Tundra. The little girl replied, pointing at me. Did he now? A deterring pressure descended on me when the demigod Windsor's gaze landed on me. Under his scrutinizing gaze, I felt bare naked despite all the articles of clothing I was wearing. It felt like I couldn't hide anything from his eyes. Interesting, what are you, boy? Asked demigod Windsor. He never expected that he would come across someone so peculiar in this remote region. Your Highness, I don't understand. I didn't know how to answer demigod Windsor's question. What does he mean by what I am? Heatsin girl, we will be out of hair right away, and I will be taking that boy with me. Demigod Windsor waved his hand at me, and I felt an invisible force pull me towards him. No. Anna appeared next to me and laid her hand on my shoulder, and I felt the invisible grip pulling me shatter. What are you doing? Demigod Windsor was shocked by Anna's audacity. Windsor, that is what I should be asking you. What are you doing trying to kidnap a citizen of the southern region? Anna dropped the honorific as soon as she found that Windsor's initiation damaged her interest. Soul-piercing eyes. Agatha's eyes twinkled with bright light, and then the bright light shot into Anna's eyes. Agatha did not like the fact that Anna addressed demigod Windsor without respect, so she didn't hesitate to try and kill Anna. But she underestimated Anna. The bright ray of lights immediately scattered as they came in contact with a diamond barrier covering her body. Agatha, step back. Demigod Windsor's incarnation ordered Agatha. But, Your Highness, Agatha tried to explain her reasons, but was cut off. I said stand down. You are not her match. Handling his subordinate, Windsor's incarnation turned to face Anna. Heads in, girl. Those are quite an accusation. Windsor, take your arrogant little daughter and leave while I give you the chance to. Do not make me repeat myself. Anna gave Windsor an ultimatum. You know there is ignorance, and then there is arrogance. Neither is good for a person. I don't know if it's your ignorance or your arrogance that made you reckless enough to speak those words to me, but I am willing to let that slide as long as you hand over the boy. Demigod Windsor was patient with Anna's ultimatum and said everything can be forgotten as long as she handed over the boy to him. Don't say I didn't warn you. Activate, Southern Emperor. Anna immediately connected with the southern region's array formation and borrowed its power to temporarily climb the demigod realm. No wonder the astonished demigod Windsor's incarnation was interrupted by Anna. Let's see how much your daughter is worth to you. Giga punch. Anna threw a punch at the demigod Windsor's incarnation and shattered it into pieces. Then turning to the petite schoolgirl, she said, Agatha, if you value your princess's life, then you better behave. And Ada, how much are you worth to your daddy? We will finally know. Seeing Anna destroy the incarnation of the demigod, I realized that the strongest person I had seen in this world was still Anna. To not attract the demigod's attention, I didn't dare to use Soul Pupil, so I missed how Anna was able to borrow such huge power to step into the demigod realm. Date: April 1st, 2321. Time: 1809. Location: somewhere in the way beyond. A dignified middle-aged man who was monitoring the actions of a particular supreme being and its troops not far from the way beyond suddenly frowned. The incarnation he had left with his daughter was killed, and the information it carried to him upon its demise was valuable. First, his daughter was in safe hands, but he will have to burn a hole in his pocket to get her back. Second, the next generation leader of the Heatsend royal family had been selected, and it was none other than the current leader's granddaughter, Anna Heatsend. Third, he found a young card apprentice on whom his special ability didn't work. The selection of the next generation heir of the Heatsend royal family was prioritized by demigod Windsor over the fact that his ability didn't work on a mere card soldier. This showed how much the world would be affected by the information that Anna was already chosen as the next heir to the southern region throne. You will pay for this. ABA threatened while glaring at Anna. You didn't learn your lesson, did you, little girl? Have you forgotten your daddy isn't present here to save you today? As Anna played with ABA as if she were a little doll. 8, uttered ABA. 8 what? Asked Anna. 8 times you have addressed me as little. The arrogant petite schoolgirl had already proved that she could hold a grudge. But Anna didn't care. She was busy making ABA wear embracing dresses. 5, Anna muttered. 5 what? Asked puzzled ABA. I have 5 embarrassing photos of you, each one taken in different dresses. And there will be more. If you don't want these pictures to be circulated in your high school, pipe down and be obedient. Every time I feel like your attitude is not sincere or respectful enough, I will send one of your pictures to your friends. For your sake, you better behave. Anna spoke with a sadistic smile. You wouldn't. ABA exclaimed in distress. Try me, little girl. You will be surprised to see what I am capable of. Anna replied as she continued to indulge in her sadistic tendencies. ABA heard Anna call her little girl loud and clear, but she didn't dare to count out the number of times Anna called her little. This didn't mean that she had stopped counting. Anna, what is going on here? Who is this little girl? Unable to wait for Anna to explain, I asked her. I thought you would never ask. This is ABA Windsor, only daughter of the demigod Windsor. Anna introduced me to ABA. Demigod's only daughter, no wonder she dared to be so arrogant. Her father, demigod Windsor, is of humble background and reached the demigod realm on his effort. He didn't attend a top university, or a regular university for that matter. He was a vagabond who roamed city to city doing the minimal job until one day he builds his strength and life from scratch. But most believe that he had a lucky encounter that let him soar to the top of the world. Anna gave a short, detailed description of the demigod Windsor. He seems to be born among the oppressed people. It was already impressive how he came to this point, be it with help of a lucky encounter or not. ABA, what did you mean earlier when you said you wanted to recruit me into your Wolf-Fong mercenary group? I thought you were here to create your origin card, a mutated slime summon. Knowing ABA's background, it was clear she did not need me to help her create her origin card if she needed one. Yet I did not understand why she would contact me. What purpose did she have? What does she want from me? What did she mean when she wanted to recruit me? You will address the princess as Her Highness and not by her name. Agatha, who stood by and watched Anna play dress-up with ABA, pounced on me for calling ABA her name. Thanks to Anna's presence, her reactions didn't get physical and were limited to verbal. Little girl, answer me. Ignoring Agatha, I taunt ABA since she did not answer questions. You, how dare you? Hearing her princess being addressed as a little girl by a mere card soldier despite her warning, Agatha was furious and decided to teach the commoner a lesson with her realm suppression. Watch it, Agatha. You are still in my territory. Your master is still in my hands. Any aggression from you will be taken as rebellion, and your master will pay for not training her retainer properly. So behave." Anna's words echoed in Agatha's ears. "Susan, why don't you head home early today? Until Anna and I clean the trash in the warehouse," I said, glaring at Agatha. Because of her little stunt of realm suppression, Susan almost fell unconscious if not for Anna's intervention. "Wyatt, I can." Susan wanted to stay, but was interrupted by me. "Susan, I will be less stressed knowing you are nowhere near this mess." I grabbed Susan by her shoulders and stared into her eyes, asking her to get off work early for my sake. "Fine, but you pick up when I call. I don't want to be worried sick." Seeing the concern for her in her young lover's eyes, Susan felt warm. So she agreed to his request without hesitation. "FCK, Shorty, I am sending one of your pictures to your classmates." Anna cussed, hearing her crush show concern for another girl. "What did I do?" ABA panicked and felt wronged for being punished without any fault. Her school life was at stake here. ABA didn't see the irony in it. How many people had to suffer just because she was in a bad mood? After Susan left, I turned to Anna and asked, "Anna, what kind of school does a demigod's child attend?" There are a few prestigious schools that only admit the descendants of demigods. It is very luxurious and fancy, but it is mostly attended by second and third generation descendants of demigods. Direct defendants like this one here and myself included rarely attend such high schools. Unlike this little girl, I was homeschooled by my relatives. I see. Must be expensive as hell. Saying that, I clicked a photo of ABA hopping around on her all fours in a bunny onesie using my grimoire. "You. Who gave you permission to take my picture?" ABA finally acknowledged my existence. "Why would I need anyone's permission to take pictures of my warehouse?" I argued, clicking another picture of an angry ABA pointing at me. "Hey, little bunny. Focus. If you ruin my shot again, I will send 2 of these images of you to your classmates." Anna snapped at ABA. "You cow." Hearing Anna call her little bunny, ABA almost lost it and called Anna a cow, but hurriedly went silent, praying that Anna didn't hear her. "Cow? Wait, I think I have a cow costume stored somewhere here." Anna started going through her storage cards one by one. "Anna, what a school does this little bunny attend?" I asked Anna while giving ABA a mischievous smile. "Based on her uniform, I guess she attends Excellence High or Skypoint Academy. They both have similar uniforms," answered Anna as she took out a cow costume and added, "Good thing I did not throw these costumes when Luna outgrew them. Lucky for you, little bunny." "You? Why do you ask where I attend school?" ABA asked me. "I want to post a few pictures on your school grimoire forum, hoping that they will consider giving me a scholarship, impressed by my talent in photography." I replied and asked, "Which is it? Excellence High or Skypoint Academy?" "Doesn't matter. I will post the images on both the school forums. After all, both of them are prestigious academies." Since ABA was ignoring me and was not answering my questions, I decided to use a page from Anna's playbook and threaten her into submission with her embarrassing pictures. "You can't do that," ABA asserted. "Why not?" I asked innocently. "If you want a scholarship in those schools, I can help. I can talk to my father and have him pull some strings. You don't need to go through all this trouble of posting images on the school forum." FCK? ABA bullshitted on my bullshit, and I almost believed her. She made it sound like applying for scholarships in prestigious schools by posting images on their forum was a thing. "Little bunny, what I want from you is answers to my questions. As long as you truthfully answer them, then we are square, and I will delete these pictures." Putting a stop to the charades, I informed ABA what I wanted from her. "Deal, what do you want to know?" ABA readily agreed to my proposition. "What were your intentions for contacting me? Don't sell the bullshit about requiring my services with the creation of a mutant slime summon origin card." I asked ABA to cut the bullshit and get to the truth. "The truth is, someone asked me to recruit you into my mercenary group. Not only did she ask me to recruit you, but she also demanded that I should help you enter the Morningstar University. She asked me to be discreet about it and not disclose her involvement to anyone." ABA answered truthfully and added, "By the way, I do need your help in the creation of an origin card based on mutant slime summons." "Who is this person whom you speak of?" I was shocked to learn that someone instructed ABA to recruit me into her mercenary group and help me get admitted into the Morningstar University. Somebody asked ABA to help me, but why? Ever since I transmigrated to this world, I haven't seen many allies willing to help young Wyatt. Why do they want to be discreet about their involvement, and why use ABA Windsor of all people? The person I speak of is known as the untaintable legend of Morningstar University, ABA answered. She had become keener in answering me, seeing how it was the only thing keeping Anna from asking her to change into a different embarrassing costume. Untaintable legend. I have heard of her. She rose to power at Morningstar University very fast. Why would someone like her ask a third-rate mercenary group like yours for help? Anna asked ABA, "What do you mean the third-rate mercenary group? We have 23 semi-demigods and 103 card emperors in our group." ABA argued with Anna. "Most of them are retainers of your father, just like your bodyguard Agatha over here. And others mostly joined the mercenary group to gain safe haven under Demigod Windsor's banner." Anna seemed to know a lot about ABA's Wolf Fong mercenary group, and added, "Tell me, ABA, what does your mercenary group do for income? Or does your daddy pay all the wages, bills, and expenses?" "My mercenary group is still young, and it is barely 6 months old. We are still in group training and team-building sessions. When we are ready, we have different projects waiting for us." ABA spoke in her mercenary group's defense. "I bet Demigod Windsor's name opens up a lot of doors. And what do you mean by barely 6 months old? I clearly remember you asking me to join your mercenary group way before that." Anna revealed. Despite her reputation as a party girl, Anna's personal strength was known to everyone in her circle. At a party a few months ago, ABA invited Anna to be one of the founding members of her Wolf Fong group. As the commander of the Southern Watch, Anna found it an insult to be part of a mercenary group, so she rejected ABA's invitation mercilessly. ABA took Anna's rejection to heart. The feeling of being insulted in front of many people wasn't pleasant, so she refuted Anna, and things got heated up. Finally, Demigod Windsor had to walk in and bail his daughter out. "My mercenary group doesn't require me to use my father's name to get projects. For your information, our first client is going to be Morningstar University. The university has contracted us to escort students that have passed college entrance exams from remote locations to the university. Every year, these students are targeted by people of demon cults and fanatics from the Empire. But not this year, because we will be there to stop them." ABA proudly announced the first project of her mercenary team. She was proud because she got this project without the help of her demigod father's reputation. "No wonder you were willing to entertain Untaintable Legend's request to help Wyatt. Correct me if I am wrong, in exchange for you helping Wyatt, Untaintable Legend promised your mercenary group the project." Anna explained the part of the riddle about why ABA would be willing to help me. "So what? Somebody was bound to get the project. We got the job because we promised to do extra work. What is wrong with that?" ABA justified that she had to some promises to get the Morningstar University project. "Can somebody fill me in on who Untaintable Legend is, and why did she go as far as to bribe you to help me?" I asked ABA and Anna. "Well, Untaintable Legend's identity is a mystery, but she surfaced about 4 years ago. She defeated all the talents in the Morningstar University and other 9 top universities. The most interesting thing to notice about her is that she climbed to Card Emperor Real from the Card Scholar realm in just 3 years. There is even a betting pool going on in the Central Academic region that Untaintable Legend is going to break the record of Demigod Baylor and become the youngest demigod ever. Currently, she is one of the most influential students at the Morningstar University as the student body president. That is how she can assign a few projects of the university to ABA's third-rate mercenary group. Our Southern Watch has been keeping an eye on her as a potential recruit. Now that we know she has some connection with you, it makes our job easier." Anna narrated all the information she had on Untaintable Legend, and how the Southern Watch was trying to recruit her. Hearing Anna say that Southern Watch was trying to recruit Untaintable Legend, ABA had a victorious smile on her face. She knew something more than what Anna speculated. If the Untaintable Legend is so influential in the Morningstar University, can't she help me directly instead of using this shorty's help to help me? I really didn't understand Untaintable Legend's intentions for me. Isn't the answer obvious? She doesn't want her enemies to get to you. One of the reasons Untaintable Legend has been able to hold her position in the university is because of her mysterious background. Nobody knows who she is, except that the university vouched for her identity. Therefore, it was difficult for the outside forces to influence her. Now, if her enemies find out that she is jumping hoops for you, you will be in danger, and potentially become her Achilles heel. Anna explained, "This was only an assumption, assuming that Untainable Legend was my ally and not an enemy, though there wasn't any evidence to point otherwise. I understand that she is trying to hide her interest in me, but why choose this blabbermouth?" She revealed everything in a single heartbeat. I didn't understand why Untainable Legend chose ABA over other options. There should have been more suitable candidates for this job than ABA. Because Shorty here is the perfect patsy. "Hey, who are you calling a patsy?" Ada immediately complained about being called out as patsy by Anna. "Earlier, I couldn't help but notice your grin when I said Southern Watch was planning to recruit Untainable Legend. Let me guess the reason behind your grin. You couldn't be more obvious. Untainable Legend showed her willingness to join your mercenary group if you were to recruit Wyatt into your mercenary group. Am I right?" Anna deduced. "How did you know?" ABA exclaimed. Her reaction only made Anna more sure about her speculation. Anna shook her head at ABA. Hasn't she narrated how she was able to reach such a conclusion? "Anna, what do you mean by ABA is the perfect patsy?" I brought Anna's attention back to the topic. Demigod Windsor belongs to the neutral faction. Even in the neutral faction, he is in a unique position because of his unique ability. This special ability of his puts him in a position where everyone requires his services to a certain degree. Therefore, he is on good terms with a lot of people, and a lot of them owe him a big time. This special ability is the reason why Demigod Windsor can afford a prodigal daughter like her. If it was any other regular demigod, they would denounce such an ignorant brat as their daughter by now. For example, take her mercenary group, which has 23 semi-demigods and 103 card emperors. Do you know how much it costs to feed and nurture all of them for half a year? Demigod Windsor has no background or ancestry wealth to depend on. He can make the ends meet by selling his services to various families. Despite the thousands of resources wasted on the members of her mercenary group, their loyalty does not lie with Demigod Windsor or this shorty. They just enjoy the benefits with zero obligation. And she cannot see all this even though it is happening right in front of her eyes. By the time she sees the fault in her ways, Demigod Windsor would have lost more than half of his life savings. Nurturing a card emperor or semi-demigod doesn't come cheap. This is what makes her a perfect patsy. Untainable Legend or anyone else can see that Wolf-Fong Mercenary is the place where you can get abundant resources to grow in a reputed demigod's protection with zero obligation. If it is some other organization, they would have gotten the worth of the resources they spend on them, and never let them leave their organization without consequences to pay for. Anna explained why she called ABA a perfect patsy. Wolf-Fong Mercenary Group was like heaven for vagabond mercenaries compared to the offers provided by other families and clans. I see if I were to be admitted to the Morning Star University as a member of the Wolf-Fong Mercenary Group, fewer people will dare to mess with me for my humble background because now I have latched on to a demigod's thigh. And the best thing is, in return for the help provided by Wolf-Fong Mercenary, I have zero obligations towards them. I can leave whenever I want. But I won't, because I don't want to miss out on the resources handed out by Wolf-Fong Mercenaries to its members. How convenient. Hearing Anna's explanation about the circumstances of the Wolf-Fong Mercenary Group, I was convinced that Untainable Legend was looking out for me. You two shut up. I don't mind if you try to insult me, but I won't tolerate it if you dare to undermine the members of my mercenary group who are more loyal than you think. Don't you dare underestimate us. ABA could no longer tolerate Anna and I undermining her mercenary group, which she built from the ground up, and argued that they were more than what meets the eye. Yeah, right. Anna scoffed at ABA's remark, but I felt a naive but powerful conviction backing her words. Therefore, I decided to check Clown Mask's memories and see if there is any mention of ABA. Soon I found mention of ABA and her Wolf-Fong Mercenary in the Clown Mask's memory, but going through it, I couldn't help but cuss. Holy SHD. Have you got mad? Why are you cussing out of nowhere? Ada barked at me, feeling I cussed at her. The reason I cussed out aloud was because of what I witnessed in the alternative future stored in Clown Mask's memories. ABA, the little petite schoolgirl in front of me, would be the face of the new government after the three mischiefs destroy the old government to get their way. ABA would single-handedly rebuild the government in her image to take on the supreme leader who had claimed the central region as his domain. According to Clown Mask's memories, ABA would face all three mischiefs head-on. Whether ABA and her new government won or lost against the three mischiefs was not clear, as that was the end of Clown Mask's memories, as she was killed by that time. I couldn't believe that the little girl in front of me who would burst out with anger whenever addressed as short or little would become the hope of humanity against the three mischiefs. Considering that it is far ahead in the future, ABA must have gone through a lot to become a hero leading the masses against evil. Especially seeing how her Wolfang mercenary group was an epic fail and waste of money. Yes, in the alternative future, the machinery members of ABA's Wolfang mercenary turned their backs on her when they were needed the most. But seeing how ABA built and led the new government, it can be seen that she must have learned a lot from her failure with the Wolfang mercenary group. It seems that the ordeal with the Wolfang mercenary is going to be the trigger point for ABA to embark on her heroic future. You stop looking at me like that. I cannot help but wonder that you have fallen in love with me, said ABA to the boy who was looking at her in a daze. Shorty, have you grown delusional? Why can't you behave like a normal middle schooler? I asked ABA, who exploded yelling. I am not a middle schooler. I am 17 this year. What? No way, I said with great astonishment. ABA's petite body resembled a 11 or 12-year-old. Have you ever seen a middle schooler summon a golden grimoire? The minimum age to contract a grimoire is 14 to 15 years old. ABA argued, trying to prove that she was 17 despite how she looked. Who knows you are a demigod's daughter? One cannot underestimate demigod genes. I spoke just for the sake of arguing. You? ABA was speechless hearing the boy's argument, and she turned to check the constant chill she felt on her back from earlier. It was Anna. Little bunny, change into this costume. Crazy-eyed Anna whispered in ABA's ears as she shoved the cow costume in her hands. She was triggered by ABA's words claiming that her crush might have fallen for her. Why yes. ABA was too frightened to argue and summoned a curtain card to change into a new costume. Say moo, said Anna, looking at a petite girl in a cow costume. Moo. ABA mimicked a cow. Louder, Anna yelled. I had it. Kill me and be done with it. Mentally tortured, ABA finally had it. And snapped. Oh, look who has gotten brave all of a sudden. Don't worry, I will not kill you. You see, sometimes killing can be mercy. I will make it so that you hope I showed you that mercy. Anna suddenly appeared next to ABA and whispered in her ears. Why you don't scare me, do your best. Though ABA said those words, but her legs kept shaking despite her steady feet, which looked like cow hooves because of the costume. If you want to harm the princess, you will have to go through me. Agatha suddenly appeared next to ABA and grabbed her in her embrace. Then she declared she will not stand by and watch Anna harm her lord. Anna, we should stop here. I think the little cow has learned her lesson. I advised Anna. You think so? Have you really fallen for her? Anna asked me with an eerie look in her eyes. No. Hang her to the ceiling and whip her ass for all I care. Seeing Anna's insane eyes, I felt a shiver down my spine, and through the future, hope of humanity under the bus. Maybe this would be a teachable moment for her. Yeah, it will be a teachable moment for her. I thought to myself to suppress the guilt of giving the future of humility a potential emotional scar. Do you have that kind of fetish? Do you like to see little girls hung and whipped? Is that what gets you off? No wonder you have been rejecting my advances all these days. I thought you were a man of virtue, but turns out you are just another pervert with a twisted sense. Anna immediately came to this conclusion, contrary to what I was expecting. Anna, how could you say that? That is slander. Please don't believe her. I instantly regretted my choice of words. You pervert, don't you dare come near her highness. Agatha looked at me with disgust hearing Anna's words. Agatha, he has my pictures. ABA reminded Agatha with a trembling voice. You freak. Delete her highness's pictures right now, or I will have to resort to violence. Agatha's fierce gaze pierced my innocent soul. Don't you dare. Even though he is a freak and a pervert. He is my freaky pervert. Nobody gets to punish or scorn him except me. So back off. Anna spoke like a wife who found out her husband was a demented sex pervert. That's it. All of you leave my warehouse. Right now. I yelled at the trio who were hell-bent on labeling me as a pervert. Agatha looks like he wants to use my pictures to relieve himself, ABA uttered to Agatha, hearing me order them to vacate my property. Anna looked at me with words, tell me she isn't right, visible behind her regulated smile. You shameless pervert. How could you in broad daylight? Agatha looked at me as if I were the worst scum walking in the world. Here, I have deleted your pictures. Happy. Now leave. I deleted ABA's pictures because I had no use for them now that she had spilled all the beans about the person who instructed her. Gotta ya, ABA said with a peace sign and stuck her tongue out in a childish manner. Seeing ABA's reaction, I wanted to sigh in relief, but it appears Anna still believed I preferred a petite body over her mature body. She had nothing to worry about, but her worries were justified. After all, what woman would not start doubting her charm when rejected so many times? I suddenly realized if I choose any other girl, it may end up traumatic for Anna. I want to make it clear to all of you here that I like mature girls with big breasts, ass, and slender waist. I declared, hoping Anna would realize I had no feelings for ABA whatsoever. You are a pervert, exclaimed ABA. Weebs like you should be burned along with your roots, Agatha commented. Really? Anna asked with great anticipation. Because the words her crush used to describe his ideal woman described her perfectly. ABA and Agatha felt something was wrong seeing Anna's starstruck eyes when addressing the boy. They didn't understand why the solemn Anna would show such expression for a nobody card soldier no less. Yep, I like big boobs and butts and I cannot lie. I agreed, telling Anna she need not worry about me falling for ABA. I cannot believe a one sentence from ABA would get Anna so worked up. I am starting to worry about my future. Fine, I will believe this once. Anna's obsession with me was worrying, but that wasn't a problem for today. For now, I need her, and who knows, maybe her eerie charm will grow on me. You can never tell. Now that I have deleted the photos, please leave. I asked ABA and Agatha to leave. We want to, but someone is not letting us, commented Agatha, referring to the locked space, stopping them from teleporting. You got your legs right. Use them and walk out of here. I pointed out. It was really scary that I had to point out to people they could just walk, instead of teleportation. No, wait. You haven't joined my Wolf Fong mercenary group yet. ABA exclaimed as I pointed out that she wasn't welcomed here. Princess, he is a pervert. Agatha protested. That is the only way we can recruit untaintable legend into our mercenary group. ABA explained her reason to extend her invitation to me to join her mercenary group. What? You are still inviting me to join your mercenary group, even after what I said earlier? How low is your mercenary group's self-respect bar? No card apprentice with self-respect will join your mercenary group. My words were harsh, but they were true. But what I didn't understand is why ABA kept trying to recruit people to her mercenary group who has no respect for her and whom she can't put her trust in. Hey, watch what you say. And don't be hasty to reject my offer. First, listen to the benefits that my mercenary group can provide you. ABA was surprisingly tolerating and shameless when it came to recruiting new members. She looked like a woman on a mission. It felt like she desperately wanted this mercenary group to succeed, and was willing to do anything in power to make it happen. But the poor girl didn't know the way she was going about this was wrong. There is nothing that you can offer that Anna and her family cannot offer, so I respectfully decline your offer. And a word of advice, you cannot buy people's locality by throwing money at them. I respected ABA for trying, but she was walking down the wrong path, and the only person eligible to correct her, Demigod Windsor, was too busy to show her the ropes. I know, silly. Loyalty and trust can only be gained through adventuring and facing hardship together, ABA replied to my advice. Hearing ABA, I was left speechless. Her understanding of loyalty and friends seemed to be straight out of a fairy tale. She seemed to have a very naive take on everything related to her mercenary group. It felt like she was using a children's storybook as a reference to run her mercenary group. Are you sure? There must be something you want. Name it, I will get it for you. I can help you enter Morningstar University, ABA said desperately. She cared so much about the boy joining her mercenary group because Intainable Legend has informed her that if she were to recruit him, then she would join her mercenary group. Sorry, ABA. I can admit myself into the Morningstar University as long as I want to. Nothing you can say will change my mind. Actually, I do not have time to spare for others. I am very busy with the work of my adventure guild, high school gone group, mercenary squadron, card boutique, and other companies that I take care of. I felt like bragging as I listed my various roles and business ventures. What? You have your own adventure guild and mercenary squadron? ABA asked in disbelief. Didn't you do a background check on me before coming to recruit me? I couldn't help but ask ABA, seeing the astonishment on her face. I did, but all that came up was your card boutique and the tournament that you won a few days ago, replied ABA. The background check she spoke of was nothing more than a grimoire network search of my name. I couldn't help but compare ABA to Anna. They both are the demigod's direct descendants, but the difference between them is so vast. Anna was raised by her single mom, but most of Anne's upbringing was handled by her relatives, and they still strive to support her. Similarly, ABA was raised by a single father, but he didn't have many relatives to take care of ABA and fill the roles that he failed to meet. Anna had her entire family backing her, while she was lazy, but ABA had no one to rely on. Nobody helped her understand what mistakes she was making. She had to figure it out all by herself through the consequences of her mistake. Why do I suddenly sense pity for me in your eyes? ABA asked, feeling confused. Oh honey, you have a lot to learn about society. Good luck out there. I did feel pity for ABA because she showed great passion, but sadly nobody was there to guide her. Hey, you don't get to pity me. And how is a nobody like you own an adventure guild and a mercenary squadron? I don't believe you. ABA could not stomach the fact that somebody of her same age had successfully established a guild and mercenary group. Not to mention, he was an orphan from a third-rate city, while she is a demigod descendant. Believe what you want. I didn't establish an adventure guild and a mercenary group for you. Now if you have nothing else to discuss, show yourself out. I could understand why ABA would feel like that. And her feelings were common. After all, she did her best to run her mercenary group, but it was still in the team-building phase even though it was established 6 months ago. Why are you so bent on sending us away? And sorry, I shouldn't have called you a liar without verifying first. What ABA meant was it was wrong of her to call me a liar without verifying my claims, which meant she believed I was a liar and would call me out once she had proof. ABA, for the last time, I will not join your mercenary group. Stop wasting your breath and vacate my property, you two. I yelled at ABA and Agatha. Not only were they wasting my time, but also indirectly called me a liar. I know ABA was jealous of my achievements, but girl, I had no time to deal with this. Wow, is this how you treat your potential client? Maybe I should leave a 1-star review to your online card boutique. ABA spoke exaggeratedly. Seeing how I was showing zero interest in joining her mercenary group, ABA decided to wear me down with constant offers, but to do that she needed time. Therefore, to buy the time she needed, she decided to continue with the story she used to contact me at the start. You already gave a 1-star review to my online shop. Prior to our conversation, remember? I reminded ABA in annoyance. So what? I will ask Agatha here to leave a 1-star review. And ask each one of the mercenary group members to spam your online shop review section with 1-star reviews. So, good luck at getting any customer with so many bad reviews. ABA scoffed as she said these words. Are you threatening me with a grimoire network war? I asked ABA, staring into her eyes. What? ABA didn't understand what grimoire network war meant. Yet she continued. I am not threatening you. I am letting you know the consequences of pissing off a customer. That is all. You do that. And while you are busy with that, I will post these pictures of you posing in your cow costume on your high school forum. You learn to live past that. If ABA wanted a grimoire network, or she got one. I have my superbrain card locked and loaded. You said you deleted those pictures. ABA yelled in disbelief. I deleted the bunny pictures. These are the recent ones that I took right now. I don't know why ABA was still wearing the cow costume, but it worked out for me. Fine. You win. But I do require assistance with the creation of a mutated slime summon origin card. This project is yours should you choose to accept it. ABA gave up threatening me with bad reviews and stuck to the part of the plan where she becomes my client. I will, but considering the difficulty you put me through, my service fee will increase by 20%. I always welcomed the creation of an origin card open-handed, but I did demand a 20% hike in my service charge. Fine. Ada agreed. So, who is my client? I asked Ada, and I ruled out her as a client because Demigod Windsor could afford diamond-grade card creations for his daughter. One of my mercenary group members. His fated ingredient is a slime core. He needs an expert's help with his origin card creation. ABA narrated. Okay, so go. Get the client for me to get started with origin card creation right away. I asked ABA to get the client so that I could start the creation of the mutated slime summon origin card. I want to, but somebody here is stopping us from doing so, ABA said while giving Anna the stink eye. Obviously, She was referring to Anna locking the surrounding space, stopping her, Agatha, and everyone in the city from using teleportation cards. Don't look at me. That is not happening. I will not unlock the surrounding space until your father pays the ransom. Anna had reason to lock the surrounding space. That was to have ABA and Agatha stranded in the Sky Blossom City until their ransom is paid by the demigod Windsor. I couldn't argue with Anna because she was trying to make some money, though her ways were quite questionable. Anna, Elle will stay. Let Agatha go and fetch the mercenary member. That should work, right? ABA suggested. Nope, I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think demigod Windsor will pay me enough ransom just for you. I don't blame him. If I had a prodigal daughter like you, I wouldn't either. So I need Agatha here to sweeten the deal. Anna was purposefully being unreasonable. You are the prodigal daughter whoring around the world. How dare you call me names? My father will pay the ransom, so let Agatha go and fetch the mercenary, you big cow. ABA snapped, forgetting the punishment she faced earlier. As the demigod's daughter, arrogance and pride were ingrained in her bones. ABA made such rash judgment because somewhere deep down even she felt that her father would be better off without a daughter like her. Anna touched her hidden fears with her words. Little cow, you didn't learn from your mistakes, did you? It seems you need more training. Anna announced with a sadistic smile. The smile on her face sent a shiver down ABA's spine, and her legs couldn't help but tremble. You three figure it out, while I attend this call. Receiving a call notification from my grimoire, I left Anna, ABA, and Agatha to discuss how they were going to answer the situation they were in. Rami Kaga calling. Answer/decline/ignore/reply/. Answer. Walking away from the trio, I answered Rami's call. What is it, Rami? Master Wyatt, good news. I had my people dispatched throughout the city in search of core circle members like you asked, and they were able to find a person who fits your demands. Rami hurriedly answered. Great. I praised and asked, who is the target, and what is their position in the circle? Master Wyatt, the target is named Roy Blanc. He is a big fish. His father is a core member of the circle, and he is the new representative of the inner circle. All in all, he has high-level security clearance in the circle. He is in town to meet his girlfriend. Roy Blanc. Why does this name feel familiar? I mumbled. Roy Blanc. I felt like I met this person somewhere. Roy is a well-known figure in the black market. That's where you must have heard about him, said Rami. No, that's not it, I murmured. Unable to put my figure on where I have met Roy Blanc, I instructed Hive AI to go through my memory. In a second, I now knew where I had met Roy Blanc, at the Sky Blossom Card Stadium VIP box. He came to greet Anna on behalf of the circle. He seems to have presented Anna with purple quartz silk while introducing himself as the new representative of the inner circle. I have met him once, I said, remembering where I had met Roy Blanc, and added, Are sure that clown has a high-level security clearance in the circle? He does, Master Wyatt. He is the legitimate second generation of the circle. Even if his capabilities are questionable, his loyalties are not. The second generation of an organization follows its rules like the fanatics of a cult. Roy's father is a big shot even as the core member of the circle. So they basically handed Roy his current authority because of his blood rather than his capabilities. Rami explained the reason why a clown like Roy holds a big position in the circle. So he is family, huh? For a big criminal organization to be successful, it needs something more than brains and brawn. That is loyalty, unconditional loyalty that doesn't cower in front of death. It is the foundation of any criminal organization other than their sins, of course. Therefore, most criminal organizations prioritized family over merits. Yes, Master Wyatt. So he is the perfect chump for whatever your plans are. Rami recommended. Well, Rami, my plan is the destruction of the Circle Sun Blossom branch. And you are right, this guy may fit the bill. I appreciated Rami's suggestion and then asked, Rami, tell me where I can find him. He is at the Euphoria nightclub. One of his favorite gals works there as a party planner. After giving the details of the whereabouts of Roy Blanc, Rami advised, Master Wyatt, whatever you are planning, you better hurry. I heard Roy has gotten the credentials to have his girlfriend immigrate to Sun Blossom City. They will be leaving the city after the party. Rami, give me the images of Roy Blanc and his girlfriend, and ask your men to keep an eye on him until my men arrive. I relayed new orders to Rami. Sure thing, Master Wyatt. Rami agreed without any hesitation. He wasn't uncomfortable being ordered around by an orphan high schooler. Good job, Rami. I will call you if you need anything else. Praising Rami for a job well done, I was about to hang up the call and contact Nick Bright, but was interrupted by Rami, who hurriedly called. Master Wyatt, one more thing. What is it? I asked. About the fee my prodigal grandson paid for the creation of his origin card. Rami dragged his words, unable to muster the courage to say what he planned to say. What? Do you think the fee was unfair and want it back? I asked Rami in a stern voice. I wouldn't dare. But Master Wyatt, that was almost 3/4 of my life savings. I cannot afford to pay the same amount for the creation of a custom card with a similar ability as my grandson's origin card. So I was wondering if you were open to discussing the price for the custom card. Rami did not deny that the fee his grandson paid for his origin card creation was unfair, even though he declared that he wouldn't dare to ask me to return the property his grandson transformed to my name. For the creation of the custom card that Rami asked for, I demanded him to pay the exact price as his grandson had paid for his origin card creation, hoping that Rami wouldn't pester me to create that vulgar card. But I underestimated this old stud's sexual appetite. He was willing to pay an arm or leg to have the custom card made. Tell you what, Rami, if everything works out as I have planned, I will create your custom card for free for a job well done. I said this because my encounter with ABA had changed my opinion about selling custom blow-up doll cards. This card had a huge market. People would be willing to pay a sky-high price for a portable life-size pussy. Rami was the best example. My only concern was that I couldn't be associated with this, as it could ruin my reputation and people would start thinking I would do anything for money. And that's not something you want people to think about you. Therefore, I planned to create recipes and hand them to my Calamity daughter Jim with talent in card creation. They could be the leaders of this booming business while I oversee and provide them with support from the shadows. Really? Thank you, Master Wyatt. Thank you. Rami thanked me repeatedly with great enthusiasm, and then getting hold of himself, he offered, Boss, I can have my people pick Roy Blanc up and keep him in their custody until your men arrive. Okay, you do that. And later send me the location of the place where your men are holding him. Hearing my generous rewards, Rami became more enthusiastic and offered to be more active in the operation. I didn't mind his help because his men were in the card overlord realm. No matter how prepared Roy is, he cannot escape them. Yes, boss. Rami kept addressing me as boss rather than Master Wyatt as he usually did. My generous rewards for his work seemed to have motivated him a lot. He is the prime example of saying, men think with their balls. Boss, how may I be of service to you? Nick answered the call with his usual greeting. Nick, what do you know about Euphoria nightclub? The reason I had contacted Nick was that the Bright Lion gang was mostly in charge of the clubs that were under Circle once. Since Roy's girlfriend works in Euphoria, then it must have been one of the nightclubs that belonged to the Circle, which meant it could currently be under the management of the Bright Lions gang. It is one of the high-end nightclubs that we undertook after the Circle left town. Why do you ask, boss? Nick answered. Nothing. You hurry over to the warehouse. Get your brothers too. I have a job for you guys. I planned to have Nick and Bright Lions handle Roy Blanc, but since Rami has offered his expertise for now, I will trust his men are up to the job and prepare for the next part of the plan. Sure thing, boss. We will be right there. Nick replied affirmatively. Hanging up on Nick, I received a grimoire notification. It was from Rami informing me of the successful completion of the job and where the package was being held. I was impressed that Rami's men had already finished the job when it hadn't even been 10 minutes since my call to him. What puzzled me the most was the place they held Roy Blanc, a penthouse. Only beautiful women are held hostage in the penthouse while men are tied up in some dark, wet and moldy basement or abandoned warehouse. Or that is how it is supposed to be according to the novels. Anna, why are you being such a itch? Yelled ABA. Hearing the noise, I turned to find ABA and Agatha squatting on the floor with their hands behind their heads. This time, even Agatha was being punished. I wasn't complaining because the scenery of watching plump Agatha in a prisoner's squat was a feast for the eyes. Keep at it, and you will spend your entire life like this. Anna threatened Ada. Knowing Anna's temperament, I chose to believe her words, and ABA should too. The sooner she does, the better for her. Provoking was not the solution to the problem. Anna, please let her off with a warning. I asked Anna to show mercy, and turning to ABA I said, ABA, remember you are not a demigod your father is. And you are not a card emperor, your retainers are. Unless you have the strength to personally face the consequences of your actions, you better know your place and shut the FCK up. Anna looked at me with a look that said, you better not be favoring her over me. Come on, Anna, she is my client. A bratty one, but please understand. I explained myself to Anna. I had to, otherwise ABA would face the wrath of a disgruntled lovesick maiden. Okay, I will let Agatha go fetch the client. But Shorty here should better watch her mouth, replied Anna. Seeing Anna be so docile, I thought I could get used to Anna's obsessive and eerie side. Princess, you can stand up now. After Anna excused their punishment, Agatha stood at ease, but ABA didn't. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts. Agatha cautiously tried to call her to the physical world, but ABA did not respond to her call. Agatha panicked, and before she could resort to drastic measures, I advised her, leave her be. A realization seems to have dawned on her. It will help her grow mentally. Meanwhile, you can go and fetch my client. No, I will not leave the princess in such a defenseless state. Agatha would rather stand guard for ABA than be productive. Suit yourself, I said and turned to Anna asking, what about the Mimicronium, or did you guys place the order? When can I expect it to arrive? Luna has placed the order. They should be here in a day or two. What about the martial arts card promised by Corey? Anna answered and inquired about the martial arts cards. She said 2 days. We can only believe her. Honestly, I didn't know when Corey would deliver on her promise because her card creation speed was slow-paced even for a regular card apprentice. Speaking of Corey, you should be more careful around her. Remembering her ancestor's last words, Anna decided to caution her crush about Corey. What do you mean? I didn't understand what Anna was trying to say by asking me to be careful around Corey. Was she telling me that Corey is a delicate little flower, or I should be cautious of her? Which was it? How do I explain this to you? Wyatt, just understand that Corey is more than what meets the eye. Be careful around her. Anna didn't know how to explain the world's grace and her ancestor's message to her crush, so she just hoped that he would trust her and do as she says. What do you know, Anna? Tell me. I stared at Anna for answers. Hearing Anna, I couldn't help but wonder if Anna had already figured out that Corey was reincarnated. If she did, then it wouldn't take her long to figure out that my soul doesn't belong to this world and I am a transmigrator. I don't know, but I feel like Corey is hiding a big secret. You should be cautious around her until I figure out what she is hiding. Anna replied ambiguously. Anna, stop. There is nothing wrong with Corey, okay? Hearing Anna had nothing yet, but a feeling, I decided to nub that feeling before it blossomed into a problem. Wyatt, you're not listening to me. Please, I am begging you, just trust me on this. Until I confirm otherwise, promise me that you will be cautious around her. Anna grew frantic and felt that she shouldn't have brought this up. Now she was worried about her crush confronting Corey. That could go wrong in a lot of ways. Hearing Anna's frantic response, it was clear Anna had more than a feeling about Corey. So just dismissing her words won't work here. I would have to do more than that to stop her for now, but that was a temporary measure. I didn't know what to say since I didn't know what Anna knew. Not that it mattered, as nothing I said would stop Anna from trying to dig this up later. But I could caution Corey about Anna's suspicion as a courtesy from a transmigrator to a reincarnator. Okay. Anna, I listened to your words. I promised to be cautious around Corey. I had no choice but to agree with Anna because it looked like if I didn't, she would not hesitate to kidnap and imprison me in her bedroom. Good. Anna sighed in relief and then added, don't talk about this to your manager. I know Corey is living with that girl, but we don't want spoken Corey if my suspicions are right. Anna's intentions couldn't be clearer. Did she think I could see through her? But it didn't matter because Susan was one of the few people in the world that Corey would not want to hurt. What? Fine, you can tell her to be cautious, but she better keep her mouth shut. If Corey gets spooked, I will blame her. Anna caved. Hearing how her obsession didn't have her hurting people around me out of jealousy, I was relieved. You know her name is Susan, right? I reminded Anna, knowing that she was okay with accommodating people around me. Anna's eerie side had a limit. It didn't do things that would hurt me. That included not harming people close to me out of jealousy. I know, Anna uttered, avoiding my eyes. Princess, you are finally awake. Agatha cheered, seeing ABA move. Master Wyatt, I am sorry. Ignoring Agatha, ABA headed towards me and apologized. What for? I asked, not knowing why ABA was apologizing all of a sudden. For calling you a liar earlier. My incompetence to lead my own mercenary group led to my jealousy, and I didn't hesitate to discard your achievements in leading a successful adventure guild and mercenary group. I appreciate what you have been able to achieve with what you have. ABA explained why she apologized. After learning that the boy she wanted to recruit claimed to be a leader of an adventure guild and mercenary group, ABA had contacted one of her father's retainers back home to do a thorough background search on the boy. It didn't take long for them to send ABA a detailed report. Turns out the boy was speaking the truth. Instead of apologizing to the boy for her mistake, she scoffed at his achievements, learning that the strongest member of his adventure guild and the mercenary group were just mere card lords. How could this compare to her mercenary group, which had 23 semi-demigods and 103 card emperors? ABA wasn't a vain person, but today, seeing a boy from nothing achieve what she dreamt of, her jealousy took over, and she had some stupid thoughts. But in the wake of the humiliation that Anna put her through with her absolute power and the words spoken by the boy, she realized something. Yes, she wasn't the demigod, her father was. Relying on her father to solve all her problems in the world, ABA had forgotten that she was just a card master. When respected people started to respect her because of her father, she had forgotten that she was a mere card master. She was a mere card master, but she dared to ask for the loyalty of semi-demigods and card emperors. Some would choose to be loyal to her out of respect for her demigod father, but how long could that respect last? Will this respect be enough for the powerful beings of the semi-demigod and card emperor realm to follow her to the life and death adventures she hoped for? Was she even worthy of going on an adventure with them? ABA finally started to realize her thoughts until now were faulty, and if not for her father accommodating to her wishes, she wouldn't have made this far with her foolish dream. Master Wyatt, if you don't mind, can I tell you a story, my story? ABA felt that despite their different social standings, she and the boy had the same ambition. So she felt closer to him and wanted to open up to him about her inner thoughts. As they say, sometimes a relatable stranger's shoulder is more suitable for one to unburden their worries than the people close to them. For some reason, ABA felt this boy would be able to relate to her situation, so she wanted to confine her story to him. Yeah, sure, why not? Hearing the girl who summoned her demigod father's incarnation to get revenge to apologize to me, I was dumbfounded. I didn't know what prompted this sudden change in ABA, but I knew that the ABA had also become the victim of the time travel cliché butterfly effect. Knowing ABA was the hero and the hope of humanity against the three mischiefs, I decided to indulge her. I wanted to minimize any negative effect of the change in the timeline on her. If fate favored ABA and the effect of the change in the timeline on ABA would be positive, and I could set back and let nature take its course. I was so invested in ABA because my dream of a chill life needed her to be a hero of the people like she was portrayed in Clown Mask's memories. There was this little girl. Her mother died early, but she left her daughter her dairies, hoping that these dairies would keep her daughter company whenever she felt lonely. And they did. But they also managed to pass on the lifelong dream of the dying mother to her daughter to build the history's strongest mercenary group. History's strongest mercenary group, a grand dream, right? The little girl grew up reading the perfect adventures mentioned in her mother's diaries. Perfect adventures? You know, the one where righteousness supported by trust and friendship defeats the greatest evils. Sold on the perfect adventure stories mentioned in her mother's diaries, the girl started a mercenary group despite her father asking her not to. The father became the villain for trying to stop his daughter from pursuing her dreams, yet he paid for the mercenary group his daughter started without complaining. The daughter's heart was in the right place, but she was too immature and impatient. She believed, like in her mother's stories, she could overcome everything with trust and friendship. So she founded the mercenary group and recruited powerful people using her father's influence and resources, believing that recruiting powerful people was the fastest way to make her mercenary group the history's strongest mercenary group. It has been 6 months since the daughter founded the Wolf Fong mercenary group, named after her mother's mercenary group. She has yet to find the trust and friendship that the stories her mother's diary spoke about. Deep in her heart, the girl knew that the perfect little stories in her mother's diaries were only half of what happened in her mother's mercenary missions. They only showed the good part and hid the hardship and cruelty of being a mercenary. Despite that, the girl stubbornly held on as she didn't want to stop believing in the stories that kept her company in her childhood. But today, everything changed when she saw the stories in her mother's diaries were achieved by someone of her age, but with a humbler upbringing. She could not help but be jealous. Thankfully, before she could do anything stupid, the circumstance forced her to see what she wasn't willing to see. What an idiot she was being. Realizing her mistakes, the girl had decided to start over again. And this time, she will not be impatient or try to build a mercenary group with help of her father's influence and his resources. Instead, she will make use of trust and friendship, her mother's story spoke of. You see, the girl's mother had given her the answer to creating the history's strongest mercenary group, but she was too immature and impatient to understand that. She was immature and didn't know that friendship and trust cannot be bought with money. She was impatient and wanted her mercenary group to become the strongest at the very start, so ended up choosing the shortcut. That is, by recruiting people who didn't respect her friendship or trust her. Now she understands that friendship and trust are to be earned and cannot be bought. Now she knows that she cannot be impatient with the mercenary group. It will grow stronger step by step. There is no shortcut to it. The girl will start over again, and this time it will be different. Master Wyatt, thank you for listening to my story. ABA narrated her story, referring to herself in the third person. She made it clear that she knew where she went wrong, and that she wanted to start over again, but this time she would be wiser. Little girl, are you delusional? Why would you address yourself in the third person? Leave it to Anna to be insensitive. Anna, I know you hate me. It's okay, I hate you too. But your rudeness played a crucial role in my realization. If not for you, it would be too late before I realized that I could not have my father save me every time. If not for you, I would still not come out of the delusion blocking my sight and realize that I am not the demigod my father was. Thank you. ABA thanked Anna, but when she spoke the last sentences, she was glancing at me with a knowing smile. I don't know what to make of it, but as long as she is on the right track, I am golden. Huh? Okay, I guess. Anna was caught off guard with such a blunt appreciation. She didn't expect ABA to thank her for punishing her by making her wear humiliating attire and snap some pictures of her in compromising positions. Cough. I don't want to sound insensitive, but ABA, could have Agatha fetch the client I am supposed to help with. As I said, I didn't care what ABA had realized as long as she was on the right track. Right now I needed something from ABA and her mercenary group, and planned to exchange it for my services as a card creationist. Master Wyatt, that won't be necessary, since I plan to disband the mercenary group, ABA announced. What? I blurted in shock. Princess, what do you mean? Agatha was the one who faced the greatest shock hearing ABA announce that she would disband the Wolf Fong mercenary group. You heard me, Agatha. As of today, I plan to disband the Wolf Fong mercenary group. That will be my first agenda when I return. You and other retainers can return to my father's side, ABA declared resolutely. But Agatha wanted to argue, but seeing ABA's resolute eyes, she realized there is no reasoning with her. And this was a good thing. Finally, she could get rid of the good-for-nothing moochers that were feeding off her princess's naivety. ABA glared at Agatha, stopping her from speaking further. This is such a rich girl thing to do, I commented. What? Master Wyatt, if you have something to say to me, please say it. ABA glanced at me with confusion and asked me to speak freely if I had something to say to her. You fed and nurtured those so-called ungrateful members of your mercenary, and now you are just letting them walk. Why would you care, since it is your father's money, right? I had my reasons to say this to ABA. Master Wyatt, I am sorry that you feel that way, but I am willing to let them go, considering it as a cost for me to learn a lesson, said ABA. That is what rich people say when they get scammed. Once again, Master Wyatt, I am sorry that you feel that way. My words failed to provoke ABA. I had reasons for trying to provoke Ada. Tisk. I just clicked my tongue in annoyance. I decided to use actions where words failed to get a reaction. Master Wyatt, then what would you have me do with them? ABA finally bit the bait. Me? If I were in your shoes, I would hand over the mercenary group to my demigod father so that he could get his money's worth. I am sure Demigod Windsor has a way to make the unaffiliated members of your mercenary group cough up the resource they mooched off of him thanks to his ignorant daughter. ABA's mercenary group consisted of two types of members. The first group was the retainers of Demigod Windsor, who volunteered to join the mercenary group to look after their princess's safety. The second group consisted of unaffiliated mercenaries who joined ABA's mercenary group based on the resources they were promised. If ABA were to disband the mercenary group, Demigod Windsor's retainers would return to him, but the unaffiliated mercenaries who joined ABA's mercenary group would be let off scot-free even though they had been using Demigod Windsor's name and resources to nurture themselves. This was a huge loss for Demigod Windsor, but he was willing to bear it as long as his daughter got something to learn from this ordeal. Hand the mercenary group to my father? ABA asked. Yes. Don't disband the mercenary group. You change the leader. And leave it to Demigod Windsor to get moochers to pay their bills with hard labor. Those members of your mercenary group may undermine your authority since you are not the real demigod, but things will be different when the real demigod takes the leadership of the mercenary group. I explained to ABA that the people of her mercenary group may disregard her orders, but that would not be the same for Demigod Windsor, so it would be best for her to shift the leadership of her mercenary group to her father instead of disbanding it. Your words make sense, and I also want to teach those assholes a lesson. So I will do as you say. ABA has been the biggest sucker as the leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary group. She tried to gain the trust and friendship of her mercenary group members by providing them with everything they asked for, but in return, all she got was disappointment and betrayal. Earlier, ABA thought that she would buy them with more resources, but now she knows she was wrong. Those people were just assholes that wanted to take advantage of her naivety. Now it was time for some payback. Her father was the best candidate to achieve that. Now that you are not disbanding your mercenary group, how about undertaking your first and last mission as the leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary group? I advised ABA. First and last mission as the leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary group? What do you mean by that? ABA asked in confusion. She didn't understand. Wolf Fong mercenary group leader, I have a mission for your mercenary group, if you choose to accept. This is the reason I was provoking ABA by trying to stop her from disbanding her mercenary group. Master Wyatt, you don't have to take pity on me and go out of your way to cheer me up. ABA thought I was not being serious and was saying this stuff to cheer her up. But that wasn't the case. I was dead serious. Leader ABA, I am being serious. If you choose to accept the mission, I will go into detail about the mission. I said sternly, trying to express that I was dead serious. I accept. Why not? Realizing that I was being serious, ABA hurriedly accepted my mission without requiring the details or the rewards. Thank you. I was about to explain the mission I wanted to task Wolf Fong mercenary with, but was interrupted by Agatha. Princess, you cannot hastily accept the mission without knowing the mission details and rewards. Agatha reminded ABA, but she was late. Mercenary leader ABA has already accepted the mission. I hope you will not go back on your words. I didn't have enough money on me to hire card emperors, so I had to resort to tricks. Let's hope me trying to butter up ABA by calling her mercenary leader works. No, I will not. As a matter of fact, since this is my first mission and also a mission from my benefactor, I will undertake this for 1 medium-grade soul jade. Does that work for you, Master Wyatt? ABA asked with great enthusiasm. 1 medium-grade soul jade to hire a mercenary group of Card Emperor realm could be considered dirt cheap. So I didn't complain and gratefully accepted it. Yes, that works for me, mercenary leader ABA. Master Wyatt, please tell details of the mission, ABA asked. The excitement in her voice could be heard loud and clear. Yesterday, my cousin, who is studying in the southern academic city, was taken hostage by Burger Bob's goons against his will. I sent my men to retrieve him, but they failed miserably. Almost all of them died except 3 who remained. I narrated. While I was listening to ABA narrate her story addressing herself in the third person, I got a message notification from Van. The group that left to retrieve Ronnie finally contacted me. They were unable to contact me so far because they had fallen into the Burger Bob's goons trap. The Burger Bob's goons had caught Van's informant and knew that Van's team was coming to rescue Ronnie, so they laid a trap for them. But the enemy didn't know the ruthlessness of the Sinner Squad, who detonated their Calamity Daughter gem to buy a way for Van and his remaining team to escape. The trap laid by Butcher Bob's goons was not that fancy. A dozen of card overlords and a few card kings laid in wait when my men were expecting a few dozens of card grandmasters and card lords. Van swears that when the Sinner Squad detonated their Calamity Daughter gem, they took out over half a dozen of card overlords and a couple of card kings. The Sinner Squad managed to outlive their expectations. Thanks to their ruthlessness, Van and Old Ben didn't get captured. Van and Old Ben were important and public faces of my organization. I can't risk losing them. My Calamity Daughter gems could not be captured as it had the risk of leaking the secret of the gem inside them, because like me they too were near immortal thanks to gems protecting their souls and reconstitution skill, regrowing their bodies back whole. I had ordered the Calamity Daughter gem to detonate their gems on capture if they felt the risk of their gems being discovered. I lost my newest Calamity Daughter gems, yet I had nothing to show for it. Butcher Bob got me good this time. Racking up the debt he owes me. First, he took the item that belonged to me and now ambushed my people. This calls for war, but I didn't the appropriate soldier for war. Butcher Bob was not short of Card Overlord and King Goons, but I had zero Card Overlord Forget Card Kings. That is where ABA's Wolfang mercenary group came into the picture. They undertook the job of retrieving my item and killing the people hiding it. For now, this was the only solution I could come up with to deal with Butcher Bob, while the alternative involved me enslaving hundreds of card lords and having them act as human bombs and attack Butcher Bob's facilities. This would be nothing short of an act of terrorism, something which the demon cultist was famous for. Not to mention brazen use of Calamity Daughter gem could raise flags about my abilities to those keeping watch. I could ask Anna to mediate the conflict between Butcher Bob and me. Anna would do it despite the law stating that the royal family stops her from meddling in these conflicts. But I could handle my enemies on my own. I am a big boy. I didn't need to run to my sugar mama every time I am faced with trouble. So the details of the mission are simple. I will give you the location of the place where my cousin Ronnie is being held. You retrieve him and kill anybody and all that tries to stop you from doing so. I narrated the details of the mission to ABA. That won't do. We are a mercenary group, not an assassin guild for you to hire us to kill your enemies. Agatha protested the idea of killing all the Butcher Bob goons that would be stopping them from retrieving my item. You guys are a mercenary group. You do what your employer asks you to. If I say kill, you kill. I glanced at Agatha and stressed my words to make them sound serious. Princess, tell me you will not agree to unnecessary killing, right? Agatha ignored me and directly asked her boss. We do what we are tasked with while avoiding unnecessary killings, said ABA. She agreed with both Agatha and my arguments, making clear that she will decide when the time comes. You two know that the mercenaries are also hired to kill people, right? I pointed out, seeing how Agatha and ABA showed little tolerance for killing. That may be true for other mercenaries, but not for ours, argued ABA, making it clear to me that her mercenary group will not kill Butcher Bob's goons if they do not resist and surrender. Wyatt, you do know that we have cops to handle these kinds of things, right? Anna reminded me. Come on, Anna. Don't tell me you believe that the Butcher Bob doesn't have Southern Academic City cops on his payroll. If so, then he wouldn't so brazenly kidnapping my cousin in broad daylight. Cops. To be honest, I never thought of going to them until Anna reminded me. I don't know if my city's cops are corrupt, but I do know that under my watch they are the most honest and hardworking men and women I have known. This was Anna's way of telling me that though she cannot meddle, she could force the cops to be honest and help me with all their might. My eyes flashed with brilliance when I realized that I could use the city's cops as my goons. This would even the odds of the power gap between Butcher Bob and me. You know my cops won't hesitate to kill a few criminals to get justice. Anna spoke mischievously. Anna, stop meddling in my mercenary group's business. Master Wyatt, send me the location of the place where your cousin is being held hostage. I will ask my men to rescue him. They will see to it that no harm will befall him. Hearing Anna's proposition to her first client, ABA felt that she may lose the first and last mission she had just gained. Alerted, ABA rushed her client to give the location so her men could go complete the mission before the client changed his mind. Hang on, what Anna proposed seems to be more cost-efficient and exactly what I want. Since the cops had no qualm about killing to achieve their goal, they were more suited to my taste, but their strength was questionable. The state's police force has a limited budget, meaning the cops were ill-equipped to cope with the expensive goons of Butcher Bob. What they lacked in resources made up for in numbers, but this came with casualties and other complications that I would rather prefer to avoid. So hiring Ada's mercenary group was the better option. Though ABA was not flexible on the killing part, her mercenary group was strong enough to uproot the entire Butcher Bob operation. They were not what I want, but they could give me what I needed, so I chose to entrust the mercenaries with my task instead of the cops, even though Anna insisted that the state cops were more suitable for this task. But I did decide to have the local cops cooperate with ABA's mercenary group. While the mercenaries retrieved the item, the cops could capture the Butcher Bob goons. In the end, I decided to make use of both the mercenaries and the state police. This way I could show Butcher Bob that he and his people messed with the wrong high school student. This was a temporary measure. One day the loss of my Sinner squad will be repaid in blood by the ones responsible. Before answering my decision to ABA and Anna, I turned to the Bright brothers who had just walked into the warehouse. They greeted Anna and me, and as for ABA and Agatha, I didn't bother to introduce them. Here, take this. I have sent you the location of the place where our friend is holding the package. Go pick it up and bring it to me. I did not waste time with small talk and directly handed Nick a storage card containing a Calamity Daughter gem. Nick's task was simple. He had to feed Roy Blanc the Calamity Daughter gem and lead the new member to me. From there, I would be one step closer to the destruction of the Circle Sun Blossom City branch. Yes, boss. Taking the storage card, Nick answered affirmatively, accepting the task. After the Bright brothers left, I turned to Anna and said, "So, where was I? You were about to send me the location of the place where your cousin is being held hostage." ABA hurriedly replied before Anna. She was worried that I would prefer using the state's police force over her mercenary group. Yeah, good try. I scoffed at ABA's attempt to fool me and added, "After considering my options, I have decided. Master Wyatt, before you say your decision, I want to remind you that there is a penalty for the cancellation of missions already accepted by our mercenary group." ABA suddenly interrupted me, mentioning that there is a penalty to be paid in case of mission cancellation after it has been accepted by her mercenary group. She was trying to threaten me with a penalty to stop me from canceling my mission with her mercenary. A penalty, is it? How much would that be? I indulged ABA. 10 times. No, 100 times the promised mission reward. ABA spoke with a serious expression, but the shameful red blush on her cheek gave her intentions away. 100 times. Then it is a good thing that I do not plan to cancel the mission. But I want to update the mission task. Will that be okay, mercenary leader ABA? I asked ABA playfully. Sure, as long as you don't plan to cancel your mission, rest is welcomed. ABA agreed to my demand, relieved that I wasn't canceling the mission I tasked to her mercenary group. The new mission is that Wolf Fong mercenaries will not only help me rescue my cousin, but they will assist the Southern Academic City cops to capture the culprits that are holding my cousin hostage. This should be reasonable, right? I said, looking at Agatha, as I was pretty sure that she was really in charge considering her being ABA's nanny. Okay, that is acceptable. Wolf Fong Mercenary is a righteous mercenary group. We are on the side of the law. Helping the authorities capture the criminals is our duty, so we will not charge you extra for updating your mission midway. Agatha knew I would not pay extra for updating the mission midway, so instead, she announced that they wouldn't be charging me extra, considering that as a righteous mercenary group, it was their duty to help the authorities to capture criminals. This way, she not only showed that the Wolf Fong Mercenary was not only doing me a favor, but they were as righteous as they claimed to be. Wolf Fong Mercenary Group is indeed a righteous group, a friend of people. So how do you plan to address the mission task? I asked Agatha about the game plan. About that, Princess has yet to decide, Agatha answered, glancing at ABA. She was protective of ABA, but she didn't want to hijack ABA's first mercenary mission. I too glanced at ABA, deciding to play along with Agatha, since they were offering me a huge discount. I have decided to assign this mission to the A-team. They will infiltrate the enemy hideout, immobilize the enemy, and rescue the hostage, while cops capture the immobilized enemies. I want the first mission of the Wolf Fong Mercenary to be completed without a hitch. ABA narrated her plan. It couldn't be more simple and more obvious. But that will work considering the overwhelming power of her mercenary group. Princess, it will be difficult for the semi-demigod card apprentices to enter and operate on the soil of the southern region, since they require permission for that. Otherwise, it will be considered trespassing and is punishable by death. The A-team that ABA spoke of consisted of semi-demigod retainers of Demigod Windsor. Is that so? Then what about card emperors? Does that law apply to them too? ABA asked. She had zero ideas of what she was doing, but she was extremely enthused to realize that. I am afraid so, Your Highness, Agatha answered. Then what about the Card Kings? ABA asked again. Since Southern Academic City is not a third-rate city, using Card Kings to operate there is not against the law as long as we don't harm the state's interest. Great. Then let us commence the operation, ABA announced enthusiastically. Her long-last dream of a mercenary mission was finally going to come true. She couldn't be giddier. Oi, hold your horses, Missy. Did you forget you're my hostage? Why would you forget that? Was I being too nice? Anna pulled ABA back to reality. Anna, this is my mercenary group's first mission. I have to be there. Please let me go. After the mission is completed, I will return. Pretty please. ABA pleaded to Anna. Nobody knew what she was thinking by pleading to Anna. Did she think pleading would work in this situation against Anna? Sure. While I am at it, I will take pictures of you at the mission to make a montage of your first mission as the leader of the Wolf Fong mercenary group. Anna spoke sarcastically. Thank you. That would be great. No offense, but could you hire a professional for that? ABA took Anna's sarcasm literally. Excited for her mercenary group's first mission, she wasn't thinking straight. Yes, I will hire a professional to engrave your tombstone, which will read "too stupid to understand sarcasm." That should sum up the reason for your death, said Anna sternly. Hearing Anna's threat, ABA finally snapped out of her daydreams about the mission and returned to the harsh reality. It didn't take long for the feeling of helplessness to dawn on ABA as she looked at Anna. That's more like it, Anna asserted, looking at the helpless ABA. ABA, I have sent the contact information of my people to your grimoire. They will fill your people on the location where the enemy is holding my cousin hostage. Don't forget to remind your people to cooperate with the city police. Though it was saddening to look at heartbroken ABA, the world has to keep revolving. Okay, ABA replied with a lifeless voice. I felt pity for ABA. After all, this has been her dream since her childhood. Now, because of some silly mistake, she had to miss out on it. It was impressive that ABA was not blaming Anna like most spoiled kids in her situation would do. ABA's reply wasn't detailed. Okay, what? Girl, give me the details of the mission so I can have the city police ready to cooperate with your people. Just when I was contemplating how to get the heartbroken ABA to give me more details, I received a text message to my grimoire, and the sender was none other than Agatha. You have received a message from Agatha. Read, ignore, delete, reply. Read. I mentally read the text message. Master Wyatt, please convince Her Highness Anna to let ABA participate in the mission. I promise that she and I will not try to escape and return to the Southern Emperor's custody once the mission is completed. In return, I promise to kill all those that held your cousin hostage. Reading the text message, I couldn't help but scoff, thinking, righteous group my ass. Agatha offered to kill all the people holding Ronnie hostage in return for me convincing Anna to let ABA participate in the mercenary group mission. Now that was rich. These hypocrites. But this wasn't enough, as Agatha would only be killing the card apprentice holding Ronnie hostage, not the butcher Bob himself. While I will be convincing Anna to let ABA participate in the mission at the risk of her escaping. The stakes here weren't equal. Therefore, I wrote back to Agatha. Ms. Agatha, you overestimate me. I am but an orphan high school boy. I can barely control where my own life is headed. The inflation in prices has made living very hard. I can barely survive, let alone help others. And send. I hope this message successfully conveys my intentions to Agatha. Anna, what will it take for you to let me participate in the mission? Though helpless, ABA didn't give up. She tried to negotiate with Anna. How do you negotiate with someone who has more wealth and power than you? Now that was tricky. Finding what the opposite party wants is the key. Whether ABA was smart enough to implement, it was the million-dollar question. There is nothing you can offer to me, little girl. You can get your father to compensate for the loss early. That way you are free to do whatever you want. Anna claimed compensation for ABA and Agatha's stunt earlier, but everyone here knew that she was holding them hostage for a ransom. What if I agree to wear those vulgar costumes of yours? ABA bargained. She was willing to get embarrassed to participate in her dream. I am bored of your body. It isn't curvy enough. It isn't fun anymore. Anna spoke. This could be considered as her body-shaming ABA. ABA didn't explode at Anna's taunt. That was progress, or ABA tolerating Anna's remark for the sake of her dream. What? Anna had no intention of negotiating with ABA. She was playing with her. I ignored Anna and ABA and read the second text message sent by Agatha. Master Wyatt, name your price. Agatha's text message was short, but to the point. It was good to know that my message had reached her loud and clear. Butcher Bob's head. I too kept my text message to Agatha short to ensure my intention was clear to her. I wanted Butcher Bob's head, nothing less. Not possible. Butcher Bob is a high-profile figure in the southern region with numerous friends in high places. Killing him will alert the authorities of the southern region. And my involvement in Butcher Bob's assassination will strain the relationship between the demigod Windsor and the southern region. Ask something reasonable. I wasn't satisfied with Agatha's reply. But what she said was reasonable. Butcher Bob was a high-profile figure who was a huge source of tax revenue for the southern region. Assassinating him will only make me more enemies. But what do I ask of Agatha in return for my help? I didn't lack money or resources. Anna took care of all that. Anna, why do you have to be like this? What have I ever done to you? I am sorry, okay. Please let me join my mercenary group for the mission. The arrogant and unreasonable ABA, who attacked me on sight for calling her little, was no more. ABA had cast aside her arrogant shell. What remained was a core that wanted to do everything in its power to achieve its dream. What? Are you going to cry and blame it all on me? Who was it that broke into my territory without permission? Who was it that attacked my subject and me? Who was it that arrogantly summoned their father's incarnation to intimidate me? Now you dare to act as a victim in front of me. You got some nerve, don't you, girl? Anna's sadistic side was enjoying the helpless ABA's struggle to achieve her desire. Hearing Anna's questions, ABA went quiet as she was guilty of everything Anna charged her of. What cat got your tongue? That's what I thought. Seeing the complaining ABA unable to answer her, Anna scoffed. Master Wyatt, please understand killing Butcher Bob is not good for business. Please ask something reasonable. Agatha sent a text again asking me to understand her dilemma and change my terms. I understand. Then I want to borrow you for a night. As soon as I replied to Agatha's text, I regretted my poor choice of words in the text message. You mongrel. I am old enough to be your great-grandmother. Have you no shame? Agatha yelled furiously, attracting ABA and Anna's attention simultaneously. SHD. I cussed, knowing that it was too late for me to explain myself. What the heck do you think you are doing? Anna stood in front of me, blocking the bloodthirsty Agatha, who was aiming for my neck. Southern Emperor, please move. I will rid the world of this twisted little pervert. Agatha screamed, Bloody Mary, glaring at me. If you hold your life dear, stand down. Or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Anna gave Agatha an ultimatum. Knowing Anna, she will stand true to her words. Agatha, what are you doing? What has gotten into you? Stand down. ABA hurriedly asked her retainer to stand down, as she knew Agatha was no match for Anna. And knowing the ruthlessness of Anna, she didn't want Agatha to get hurt unnecessarily. Tisk, as expected of a sicko like you. Hiding behind a woman's back. Agatha cussed in anger and retreated, having achieved what she wanted. As a veteran card apprentice, the sexual tension between the opposite sex was not new for Agatha, yet she acted like a chaste little median because she wanted to scare me into helping her agenda. A neat little plan, but unfortunately, for her, she didn't know that the text I sent her was nothing but a misunderstanding. When I said I wanted to borrow her for a night, I meant that I needed her to guard me on the night I planned to attack the Circle Sun Blossom Branch. In a hurry, I had skipped the context, which led to Agatha misinterpreting my intentions. With hard proof in her hands, Agatha thought she could scare me, but the thing was, it was all a big misunderstanding. There was nothing for me to fear about. The only thing that worried me was Anna killing Agatha out of sheer jealousy. Considering how tolerating Anna has been recently, I think Agatha had a good chance of remaining in one piece. Good. Now somebody better explain to me what the hell is going on, said Anna, seeing Agatha retreat. But one question was haunting her. Why did a woman call her crush a perverted sicko? Nothing, Anna. It was all a misunderstanding. I answered Anna before she took some drastic measures against Agatha for calling me a perverted sicko. Nothing? After daring to say such unspeakable words, you dare to brush it off, saying you did nothing? Is that what the self-respect of women is to you? Nothing. Agatha, seeing me not scared one bit, was surprised. So she acted louder to express that I better understand that I have no choice but to do as she says to make this all go away. All this is a misunderstanding. Please give me a chance to explain myself. Faced with Agatha's acquisitions, I asked the girls to give me a chance to explain myself. Misunderstanding? You men are all the same. It is never your fault. It is the woman's fault. She was asking for it. I am right, Master Wyatt. Is that what you want to explain? Agatha was astonished to see me not act the part that a guilty party should. She didn't want the matter of her trying to negotiate with the boy to come to the open. She doesn't know how the Southern Emperor would react knowing the facts. She didn't want all this to affect her princess's predicament. Therefore, she could not help but become louder, hoping the boy would just shut up and do as she says. Please stop overreacting and let me explain myself. If it was somebody else instead of me, even though they knew they didn't do anything wrong, they would be trembling with fear in the face of Agatha's remarks. Everybody, shut the hell up, Anna yelled at Agatha and her rampant tongue. With Agatha's accusation and her crush offering to explain himself, Anna knew something was up. Therefore, she decided to get answers her way. Wyatt, speak. What do you want to explain? Thank you, Anna. All this is a misunderstanding, and it started with a text message that I sent to Ms. Agatha saying, I want to borrow her for a night. Before I could get to the context and explanation, part 1 was interrupted by shell-shocked Anna and ABA. What? Anna and ABA yelled in shock. Agatha stared at me with astonishment. She never expected everything to play out like this. This was beyond her expectation. I will kill you, Anna yelled, rushing at Agatha. What the FCK? Why me? Agatha hurriedly retreated, knowing that engaging incoming Anna would not work in her favor. Anna, why are you attacking Agatha instead of questioning this pervert creep? ABA tried to reason with Anna, who kept rushing at Agatha with the intent to kill. It's not his fault. It is her fault for seducing him. The world is filled with husband robbing. Let's like her. I will get rid of one today. Anna had her reasons to explain her actions, which for regular people would make zero sense and might even sound crazy. What kind of crazy logic is that? Agatha uttered. Had she known her actions would incur such fate, she would have never acted as such. Midway in her escape, Agatha thought, wait, am I supposed to be the husband robbing? What she speaks of? Whose husband did I rob? FCK, my friends were right, these southern itches are crazy. Anna, stop this madness. Let us talk this through. ABA felt that if this continued, Agatha would die in Anna's hands. Unable to think of anything to calm Anna down, ABA turned to the boy at the crux of this matter, the origin of this madness. What are you looking at me for? I ask ABA. Don't just stand there, do something before things get out of hand. After all, you are the one to be blamed for this mess, said ABA. Me? Not me, little missy. It was your retainer who started this crazy chain of events. If she had just piped down and let me explain myself, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Hearing ABA throw all the blame on me, I reminded her that I wasn't the one to be blamed here, but Agatha herself. She dug her grave and let her sleep in it. Pipe down? You would want that, wouldn't you? If the victim speaks out, then it is their fault, isn't it? You men, you disgust me. Don't think just because you have the Southern Emperor backing you, I will let this matter go. You haven't seen the end of it. In the heat of argument, ABA completely forgot the point of her conversation. Shorty, how many times do I have to tell you girls that all this is a misunderstanding? If you only shut up for a second and listened to my explanation, none of this would have happened in the first place. I had started to feel annoyed having to repeat the same thing again and again. You, ABA, what to argue, but was interpreted by me. Save it. Whatever you have to say can wait. If I let this continues, these two will bring down this warehouse. I wanted to let Agatha fry in the consequence of her actions, but considering the safety of the warehouse, I had to step in. It was already surprising that the berserk Anna had not destroyed the warehouse yet. Anna, stop it. I have something important to tell you. My words were purposefully misleading this time around, because there was no other way that I knew of that would get Anna to calm down and listen to my explanation. Anna, do you hear me? I want to tell you this before it is too late. As if that would get her to stop. I was wrong to ask for your help. A child could come up with better reasoning than this. ABA scoffed. What is it? Anna stopped in her tracks and asked me. You were saying? Smirking at dumbfounded ABA, I neared Anna and said, Anna, I need you to be patient and listen to me, and then you are free to do whatever you see fit. Okay, go ahead. Anna agreed. She was being too reasonable considering the situation. I have promised Agatha that I will convince you to let ABA participate in the mission. In exchange, Agatha will guard me from the shadows on the night I launch my attack on the Circle Sun Blossom City branch. That is what I meant by, I will borrow you for a night. A little context is missing, causing the intended message to be lost. I told Anna about my deal with Agatha truthfully, because I felt Anna and I are at a point where we don't need to lie about these kinds of stuff. I hope I am right about this. I see. So this BTCH didn't try to seduce you? Anna asked, pointing at Agatha, who couldn't help but flinched when Anna's gaze landed on her. No, ma'am, I answered. If that's what you want, then I am okay with it. Anna seems to respect the fact that I didn't lie to her and was truthful to her. After all, at this point in our weird relationship, lying to her would be equal to betraying her trust. Thank you for understanding. I will make it up to you. Since Anna could be so reasonable, I had to step up my duties to her. Seeing the boy turn the Southern Emperor docile with few words and hearing the conversation between them, Agatha was confused. Finally, she asked the question that she should have asked the moment she arrived here. What is Southern Emperor doing here? What is her relationship with the boy? Were the rumors about the Southern Emperor helping a fraudster apply for a fake patent true? Too many questions that Agatha should have asked herself at the beginning finally started to raise in her mind, seeing the weird but close dynamic between the Southern Emperor and the boy. ABA was in the same dilemma as Agatha. She started to feel the boy she came to recruit as a favor to the untaintable legend had an ambiguous relationship with the Southern Emperor. She was surprised that it took her so long to realize this when they have been dropping hints and clues about this from the start. Miss Agatha, you heard her. Anna agreed to let ABA participate as long as you are willing to be my bodyguard for a night. Do you agree to that? I asked ABA and Agatha, who seemed to be lost in their thoughts. Though foreign card apprentices of the Card Emperor and higher realm required a permit to operate in the southern region, with Anna next to us, we didn't have to worry about that. Do not attempt to flee. I am looking for a reason to hurt you too. So please, for your sake, don't give me a reason. Though Anna seems to have returned to normal, she hadn't given up on the idea to teach Agatha a lesson for making her doubt her lover. Of all the men in the world that she could have, why this kid? What is Anna thinking? Maybe she isn't. These crazy southern itches. Agatha was busy trying to figure out why a respected card emperor like Anna would fall for a mere card soldier. What did she see in him to choose him over millions of other men? Agatha's mind was too occupied to listen to the boy or the Southern Emperor's warning. Please be rest assured, Southern Emperor. I will not betray your trust and generosity. You will not regret this. ABA assured Anna. Meanwhile, her retainer was still lost in thoughts, trying to wrap her mind around the fact that the Southern Emperor was head over heels for a boy in the card soldier realm. Before you celebrate, ask your retainer if she is willing to be my bodyguard for a night. This agreement was paramount in ABA's release to participate in a mission with her mercenary group. But Agatha or ABA had yet to agree to this clause of our deal. Agatha was still lost, trying to solve the mystery behind the Southern Emperor's feelings for a high schooler. Yes, she will be your bodyguard for a night. No matter how ABA said this sentence, she couldn't help but feel it sounded ambiguous. Since she was the mercenary group leader, ABA had all right to assign a mission for her mercenary group member Agatha, who was currently dazed and lost in thoughts. Good. There were two reasons I asked Agatha to be my bodyguard on the night I planned to ambush the Circle Sun Blossom branch. First was because neither Anna nor anyone related to the Southern family could be seen helping me destroy a branch of the Circle in the Sun Blossom City. The second reason was because of the common secret of every leader of the Circle's branch. Clown Mask sacrificed her life in the alternate timeline. She foresaw to obtain this secret of the supreme leader of the Circle and every leader of its branches. This secret made every leader of the branches of the Circle a dangerous entity. I don't know if I will get to see the leader of the Circle Sun Blossom City branch use it, but just in case, I needed a strong bodyguard to help me deal with it. Considering the political implication, this bodyguard cannot be related to the southern region. That is where Agatha comes in. She has zero relationships with the Southern royal family. If she helped me, no rules will be broken and it will not lead to any political pushback from the opponents. Therefore, I asked Agatha to be my bodyguard on the night when I would lay the Circle Sun Blossom branch to waste. Now that we have reached an agreement, Anna left with ABA and Agatha. While they were preparing for the mission, Anna would chaperone them. leaving me alone in the warehouse just in time for the Bright brothers to bring the newest member of my Calamity Daughter gem, Roy Blanc. "Boss, we are here," Nick announced as he and his brothers entered the warehouse with a fourth figure, Roy Blanc. Roy Blanc, talk about the array formation covering the Circle's Sun Blossom City branch. I didn't waste time on pointless chatter and directly headed to the matter involving the Circle that could prove useful to me in my plan to destroy the Circle's beach in Sun Blossom City. "Boss, the array covering the Circle's headquarters is called the Desolate Punisher Array. To enter it, one needs a token like this one." Saying that, Roy handed me a jade token. After scrutinizing it, I could feel a small array on it which acted as a mark so that the main array could identify the targets that it should not affect. The small array on the jade token was pretty simple. I could replicate it flawlessly. I could create numerous duplicate jade tokens for my people so that they can infiltrate the Circle and achieve my goal. But my thoughts were useless as I realized that the array on the jade token was unique, and it acted to identify that the jade token belonged to Roy Blanc and could only be used by him alone. "Roy, do you know the Yin-Yang Harmony sect's disciple who arranged the Desolate Punisher array covering the Circle headquarters?" Finding that the jade token used to enter the array was a dead end, I have no choice but to come up with a new plan. "Yes, I am acquainted with the disciple sent by the Yin-Yang Harmony sect to arrange and maintain the Desolate Punisher array," Roy replied. "Do you think you can meet him in person?" I asked. "Yes, I can. He spends most of the time inside his room, so he is easy to find." Roy Blanc replied positively, saying that the disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect was an introvert who spent most of his time in his room. "Good. Here, take this and make use of it accordingly." Knowing that Roy could meet the decile of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect, I handed him a storage card with a specific set of instructions. Sending Roy Blanc back to Sun Blossom City on a mission, I contacted Van and instructed him to cooperate with the Wolf Fong mercenary. Since Agatha had promised to kill all the Butcher Bob goons that were involved in holding Ronnie hostage, I didn't plan to involve the Southern Academic City cops. Killing all of his goons should be enough to scare Butcher Bob for now and satisfy my bruised ego until I had the power and influence to take over his company. Desolate Punisher Array and Space Isolation Barrier Array were the two things stopping me from attacking the Circle in the Sun Blossom City right away. Right now, Roy Blanc, my newest Calamity Daughter gem, was on his way to take care of the Desolate Punisher Array following instructions. What remained was the Space Isolation Barrier Array. To solve this, I needed to make a trip to the Sun Blossom City along with Ramikaga. Ramikaga has been of great help recently, but I can only string him along with the promise of carrots for so long before he grows a rebellious heart. The Platinum Grimoire and the blow-up doll custom card were the carrots I used to tempt Rami into working for me. If I had to reward Rami with a carrot, then it would be the blow-up doll custom card. As for the Platinum Grimoire, Rami would have to work harder for this. Not to mention, I was considering turning the blow-up doll custom card creation and sales into a full-fledged business. There was no doubt about this business model succeeding, but the question was, whom do I trust this task with? The responsibility for the creation of these custom cards will lay with my Calamity Daughter gem that was given, but the sales part was the problem. Calamity Daughter gems were good at a lot of things, but sales were not one of them. So I need someone whom I could trust with the sale of the blow-up doll custom cards, and one person, in particular, came to my mind, Cindy. I did plan to use her to be my eyes and ears on the Fine Gold sisters. It is about time I talk to her, and hopefully, she will appreciate it. Susan calling. Answer. Ignore. Reply. Reject. My grimoire notified me of an incoming call. It was Susan. She did say that she would call to check on me before I forced her to clock off work early. Answer. I mentally command my grimoire to answer the call. Hello, Wyatt. Susan's voice sounded from the other end of the call. Yes, Susan. Are not asleep yet? I asked. How can I sleep knowing the situation in the warehouse? Is everything all right back there? Said Susan in concern. Nothing to worry about. Everything is handled. You know Anna. With her here, nobody can harm me. I assured Susan, hoping that she would stop worrying about me and have a good sleep. Though Susan was happy that Anna had saved Wyatt from the crazy customer, she could not help but feel jealous over the fact that her love would feel safer around another woman. Hello, Susan, you there? I asked, not getting a reply from Susan. Yes, I am here. Good to know that everything is handled. And I was thinking that we should close the online shop. It is attracting all sorts of crazy customers. Susan blamed herself for not vetting the customer properly before sending them the coordinates to the card boutique. Okay, let's close the online shop for now until further notice. Those stupid customers like ABA are rare. For my safety, I chose to agree with Susan's advice. Instead of ABA teleporting to my card boutique, it could have easily been an assassin sent by Sansa Baylor. With my Calamity Soul gem, I would have survived the assassination, but the same was not true for Susan, who was accompanying me at that time. Good. Then I will get right to it, Susan answered. And one more thing, Susan. I need a few materials for a new card I am planning to create. I informed Susan. Send me the list of ingredients. I will have them deliver the ingredients to you. Susan agreed without complaining about working after office hours. Thank you. You are the best. I expressed my heartfelt thanks and admiration to Susan for never complaining about my demands. No problem, don't mention it. Susan, who was envious of Anna a little while ago, soon cheered up, realizing she had her way of supporting her young lover. Susan, slime is the major ingredient of the card I am going to create. Does the Guild Association Mall has a variant slime? I asked Susan to check the Guild Mall catalog to see if there is any variant slime monster in their possession that I could use to create my card. Let me check. Susan soon accessed the Association Guild catalog to check for a variant slime. And after a while, she replied, Wyatt, they do have the variant slimes. Which one do you prefer, Boss Slime or a Slime Spirit? Give me a second. I did a quick search on Boss Slime and Slime Spirit on the Grimoire Network and replied, I want the Slime Spirit. I will order 2 of them for now. Boss Slimes were the dungeon bosses of Slime Dungeons. They were nothing but overgrown slime with higher regeneration and corrosive properties. As for Slime Spirit, it was a D-rank slime monster that showcases intelligence comparable to an 11 to 13-year-old child. It was able to morph its body shape to match the shape of its prey. They don't completely morph into the appearance of the other monsters. Just take the outline of the monsters they prey on. Due to this ability, Slime Spirits mostly had the shape of a monster, unlike the blob shape of a traditional slime. Their morphing ability and intelligence were going to come in very handy in my card creation. After hanging up on Susan, I sent her the ingredient list, to which she replied, Ingredients will be delivered in 25 minutes. Don't overwork yourself and get some rest. XOXO. I appreciate Susan's work ethic, ignoring the hugs and kisses at the end of the text. Back in Susan's bedroom, Susan buried her head in a pillow and screamed. After a moment, she hurriedly looked in her silver-grayed grimoire with expectation, but only to be disappointed. Shaking her head, she sighed. That man of steel wouldn't even know that Zoxo means hugs and kisses, let alone him replying the same back to me. While I waited for the ingredients, I contacted Vivian. Vivian, come to the warehouse. I have some work for you. Yes, boss. I will be there right away. Vivian agreed without caring that it was late night. As a Calamity Daughter gem, they don't get to choose to follow their boss's orders, they have to follow it. The reason I called Vivian over was to create a blow-up doll, which without her blood clone meaning of blood rule was not possible. Vivian's blood clone meaning allowed her to create clones of anybody with enough blood of the target. I wanted to use its ability to enhance the Slime Spirit's morphing ability, somewhat similar to what I did with Kane Kaga's origin card. The concept was similar, but the use was different. Here I am going to enhance an already existing ability, while in Kane's case, I added the ability to his origin card. While waiting for the card ingredients and Vivian to arrive, I raided the warehouse fridge and made a sandwich to satisfy my hunger. Pretty soon the ingredients were delivered by the Guild Association staff, followed by Vivian's arrival. Greeting, boss, Vivian greeted me. Vivian, I plan to start a new business venture. I want you to be the core of this operation. Your blood rule makes you the obvious candidate, and I think you are capable enough to meet the requirements of your role. What do you think? Most of my Calamity Daughter gems were contributing to my cause one or the other way, but Vivian has been very passive compared to others. I plan to change that by assigning her to take over the blow-up doll card business along with Cindy. Your wish is my command, boss, Vivian answered with the typical Hive minion answer. What was I expecting? But with this, I could rest assured that the recipe for the custom blow-up doll card I was going to create would not leak. Good. And how good are you with card creation? I could just get the answer by invading Vivian's mind, but I preferred asking and learning method over that. My family has hired a silver-grade card creationist to teach me card creation. I know the basics of it," answered Vivin. "Great, that's more than enough. Now, let's get started with the card creation process, shall we?" Since we were alone in the warehouse, I decided to start card creation right here rather than moving to the narrow card lab. D-Rank Slime Spirit X2, $3 million. F-Rank Wood Wisp Core X20, $20,000. The D-Rank Slime Spirits were stored in a locked aquarium. Both of the slime spirits had taken the shape of a fish and were barely visible in the water. Yep, there were live slime spirits in the aquarium. I should have been more specific to Susan. I just need the core, not the entire living monster. Well, I guess Ramikaga could be in luck as his custom blow-up doll card was going to be special. There are some advantages of using a living monster in creating a summon-type card over using a monster core to create a summon-type card. They were expensive because these slime spirit monsters are used by rich people to decorate their houses. I could understand why, because they were so peaceful to watch. Apart from their high intelligence and ability to morph, the slime spirit had the cloning ability. Their cloning ability works similar to how their asexual reproduction works. Unlike their progeny, who can live independent of their parent slime, the clones would die losing their connection with their original body. Boss, before we begin, I need to give you an update on my progress. As I reached for the slime spirit in the aquarium, Vivian reminded me. Well, go on, I can multitask, I said, holding a slime spirit in my hands. It did not struggle or attack with its corrosive slime body. Instead, it lay peacefully in my hands. These slime spirits seem to have gotten used to humans' touch. I have attained ultimate mastery in blood clone meaning of blood rule, and have also comprehended hematophagy as my second meaning in blood rule. And I have exhausted all the blood rule pills you have given me, Vivian reported. What? You attain ultimate mastery in blood clone meaning. How so? Unlike old Ben and Courtney, Vivian's origin card was not related to the blood rule, so it would not help her achieve ultimate mastery. How did she achieve it? Boss, after seeing you use my blood clone rune to make an exemplary origin card, I was mulling over various ways I could use my blood clone meaning. Suddenly, I had an epiphany, and the next thing I know, I had achieved ultimate mastery in blood clone meaning of blood rule. As for the hematophagy meaning of blood rule, it allows me to use the blood of a monster as a replacement for food. This meaning of blood not only helps with my hunger, but it also replenishes my energy, stamina, and basically everything a balanced diet would do for a card apprentice. I think it's related to the roots of my origin card's Elder Druids, as the roots of the Elder Druids can suck nutrients out of a corpse to nourish themselves. Following my order, Vivian explained how she gained ultimate mastery in blood clone meaning of the blood rule, and got started with the second blood rule meaning. Hematophagy meaning of the blood rule, which allows the user to substitute the blood for food, was an interesting meaning, but overall it is a useless meaning with zero offensive or supportive uses for a card apprentice to use. What it does is make a card apprentice appreciate the taste and flavor of blood and digest it better, like Bloodette does. Pretty much a useless meaning. I would understand if Vivian chooses to give up mastering this rule and abandon the blood rule entirely, but she did say this meaning is related to the ability of the Elder Druids summoned by her origin card. So with enough blood rule pills, Vivian could reach ultimate mastery in this meaning of the blood rule and start comprehension in the third meaning of her blood rule. So, do you plan to see it through or abandon this rule and start comprehension in a new rule? I would prefer that Vivian choose to be patient and continue the comprehension of this meaning of the blood rule, since it is related to her origin card. But in the end, it was up to her to make a decision. Boss, if you are planning to provide me with more of those blood rule pills, I'm willing to be patient and see through the complete mastery of this meaning of blood rule. Vivian bargained because she believed that with the help of her origin card and blood rule pills, she could reach ultimate mastery in this rule meaning in no time. Here, take them. They should last you for a while. And one more thing. Usually card apprentice would select the rule meaning related to their origin card first. How come you comprehended blood clone meaning before hematophagy? While playing with slime spirit in my arms, I handed Vivian a storage card filled with 100 blood pills and asked her about the doubt bugging me. Because following my theory of rule and origin card, Vivian should have comprehended the hematophagy meaning of blood rule before any other blood meaning, as this meaning is related to her origin card. Boss, I was able to comprehend this particular meaning because I followed your theory. First, it wasn't apparent that this meaning of the blood rule was related to my origin card until I remembered your theory at the bifurcation point of the blood rule and focused to see if any of the meaning would match my origin card. Then I felt this tug in my gut from two different blood rule meaning. I felt a weird relation between these two blood rule meaning and my origin card. Then I chose one of the blood rule meanings, and it turned out to be hematophagy, which is related to the ability displayed by the roots of elder druids summoned by my origin card. If possible, I would like to check out what the second rule meaning that I didn't choose was. Vivian explained that her case was special. She did not find the rule meaning related to her origin card until she personally sorted them out. I think in your case was different because you have a summon type origin card. Unlike old Ben's origin card, which is a skill card, Vivian's origin card was a summons card she needed to let her summons influence her when she was at the bifurcation point of the rule, which she was able to achieve the second time around, thanks to her knowledge of my new theory. I see. Then I will be extra careful to remember this when I am in bifurcation point of any other rule. Vivian agreed with my reasoning on why her case was special. Good. Let's get to card creation. I want to apply your new rule meaning to card creation, saying that I sent a party request to Vivian. After she accepted my request, I activated my soul pupil. In the first step of the card creation process, I decided to turn the live slime spirit into a slime spirit summon card. Placing a common core on my card creation page, I rearranged the soul pathways in the commoner core to form a trap array. Then activated the trap array to capture the living slime spirit into the common core. Later, I altered the soul pathways of the slime spirit to merge with the soul pathway of the common core, giving the common core the ability to summon a slime spirit. Once this was achieved, I morphed the core into a card. Card name, slime spirit. Card type, summon type. Card rank, D rank, uncommon grade. Card rate, for stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, when activated the user can summon a slime spirit. Additional effect, biomorphic control, tentacles, paralytic fluids, corrosive acid, clone. Biomorphic control, the slime spirit can morph its structure to match the organic structure of the organism it preys on. Tentacles, the slime spirit can control its structure to create tentacle-like extensions to trap its prey. Paralytic fluids, the slime spirit secretes paralytic fluids that help it immobilize its prey. Corrosive acid, the slime spirit secretes a corrosive acid that helps it digest its food, and it can also be used by it for self-defense purposes. Clone, the slime spirit can split its body to create single or multiple clones of itself. If not for the array formation that I have learned recently, I wouldn't have been able to create summon card using an alive monster. Instead, I would have to kill the slime spirit to extract its core to create its summon card. Array formation has helped me a lot more in card creation than I expected. Thanks to array formation, I now had a new understanding of how to arrange a soul pathway in cores more efficiently. I was able to get perfect card durability without even trying. This was an indication of how array formation has helped me grow as a card creationist. With this incident, I had become more serious about learning array formation. Recently, I felt stagnant in my card creation. I was running out of space to make new advancements and improvements in my card creation even with the soul pupils. I felt like I had tried every trick in my limited library, but applying array formation to the card creation has broadened my library and opened a whole new door into card creation for me. Taking the slime spirit summons card that I had just created, I placed it on my card creation page, morphed it back into core form, and then made use of 2 F-rank wood wisp cores to strengthen the soul pathways of the slime spirit summon such that it could withstand merging with rule power. And then turning to Vivian, I asked, transfer some of your hematophagy blood rule meaning into the core. Right away, following my instructions, Vivian transferred some of her hematophagy blood rule meaning into the core. Using my soul pupils, I merged the hematophagy blood rule meaning with the slime spirit's digestive system soul pathways and rearranged them in such a way that it would induce a mutation in the slime spirit. And once the mutation was complete, I morphed the core into a card. Card creation successful. Card name, Blood Slime Spirit. Card type, Summon type. Card rank, D rank, uncommon grade. Card rate, for stars. Card durability, 100. Card effect. When activated, the user can summon a mutant variant of slime spirit known as blood slime spirit. Additional effect. Hematophagy, biomorphic control, tentacle, paralytic fluids, corrosive acid, clone. Hematophagy. After paralyzing its prey, the blood slime can suck and feed on the blood of its prey before using corrosive acid to digest the corpse of its prey. As a mutant of the slime spirit, the appearance of the blood slime spirit was the same as the slime spirit, but it had a translucent blood-red color while the slime spirit was transparent. Why did I create a mutant variation of slime spirit? Because of the next card I was going to create. I know I set out to create a custom blow-up doll card, but there was more potential to Vivian's blood clone meaning of blood rule than to create sex toy cards for lonely card apprentices. The new card I was going to create was going to explore the potential of the blood clone meaning of blood rule. Without wasting much time admiring the blood slime card, I placed it on my card creation page, morphed it back to core form, and then made use of 8F rank wood wisp cores to strengthen the soul pathways of the blood slime, for it to withstand the merging with an ultimate rune. Vivian, add your ultimate tier blood clone rune to the core. I ordered Vivian. Yes, boss. Vivian made use of blood rule power to create a copy of her ultimate blood clone rune and transferred it into the core following my orders. Next, I used the ultimate blood clone rune to edit, modify, and enhance the hematophagy, biomorphic control, and clone abilities of the blood slime spirit. These three abilities of the blood slime spirit were going to help showcase the extent to which the blood clone meaning could be used. First, I edited and modified hematophagy such that it can supply the blood required by the blood clone rune to activate its abilities. Then, I merged the biomorphic control ability of the blood slime spirit with a part of the blood clone rune, which allowed it to take the appearance of the target after consuming their blood. With the enhanced biomorphic control, the blood slime spirit was not limited to mimicking the structure of its prey, but it could now assume the complete shape of the prey it feeds on. Due to its intelligence, the slime spirit can remember the structure of the prey it fed on and switch between them at its will. This intelligence of the slime spirit had been carried to the mutant blood slime spirit. With the help of its hereditary intelligence, the blood slime spirit could remember the shape of the prey whose blood it had consumed to morph into it, at its will, similar to Vivian's origin card. After the hematophagy and biomorphic control were edited and modified, it was the turn of the clone ability of the blood slime. This clone ability was a perfect fit for the blood clone rune. It could inherit all the abilities of the ultimate blood clone rune and modify itself into an extraordinary skill. When all three abilities of the blood slime were modified and enhanced using the ultimate tier blood clone rune, a natural mutation was induced in the core, showing the high degree of compatibility of the blood clone rune with the blood slime spirit. I didn't stop the natural mutation because even though this was unexpected, it was a good thing. After the mutation was complete, I then morphed the core into a card. Card creation successful. Card name: Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit. Card type: Summon type. Card rank: A rank, rare grade. Card rate: 7 stars. Card durability: 100. Card effect: when activated, the user can summon a mutant variant of slime spirit known as Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit. Additional effect: hematophagy, blood memory, blood biomorphic physique, tentacle, paralytic fluids, corrosive acid, blood clone horde. Blood memory: the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit remembers the appearance and abilities of its victims with help of the blood it fed on. Blood biomorphic physique: the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit can morph into the appearance of any being by feeding on their blood. Note: this ability is limited by the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit's rank. Blood clone: the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit can make clones of its victims using their blood. Note: this ability is limited by the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit's rank. Blood clone horde: the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit can create multiple clones of itself, and each clone can assume its own shape independent of the original body, creating a horde of blood clones. Note: this ability is limited by the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit's rank. Going through card info of the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit, I noticed that making use of the ultimate tier blood rune has increased the grade of the card from uncommon grade to rare grade. And I had good reason to believe that if not for the limitation of my gold grimoire, the grade of the card might have increased even higher. Due to the additional skill, Blood Clone Horde, Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit card could be considered one of the top cards among the A-rank rare grade cards. This skill was the perfect representation of the true potential of the Blood Clone, meaning of the Blood rule. With enough monster blood, I could use the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit card to create a horde exclusively consisting of A-rank monsters. This is the result of just using the monster blood. What if I were to supplement it with blood rule power? Then the A-rank monsters in the horde would be equipped with rule power, enabling them to cross the limit of ranks and defeat the higher rank monsters. For example, A-rank monsters or card overlords. Many families and sects would easily treat the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit card as an heirloom or a legacy. If I were to let Susan auction this card or introduce a bulk quantity of this card in the market, I will make a huge fortune, but it will attract a lot of unwanted attention. But considering its drawback, it was unlikely to attract the attention of the people who could challenge the authority of the Southern royal family backing me. The drawback I spoke of was that the range of the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit card skills was limited by its rank. Sigh. I couldn't help sigh thinking that I was going to create this very card as an origin card for ABA's mercenary member. The origin cards are of upgradable rank, so the drawback of this card wouldn't matter to the card apprentice. She would have attained an unfathomable power. Unlucky them. I also felt a pity that my creation couldn't achieve the possible perfection. If this card were created as an origin card, it would have achieved near perfection. Do you have monster blood? Give me some. I asked Vivian, hoping to witness the strength of the card. Yes, boss. Vivian immediately passed me a storage card containing monster blood. She appears to have been collecting different monster blood for her origin card and blood clone rune. Equipping the storage card handed by Vivian, I summoned the storage trunk. It contained various vials of monster blood. Unable to distinguish which monsters these vials of monster blood belonged to, I asked Vivian, "What monster does this blood belong to?" "Boss, the monster's name is labeled at the bottom of the vials," Vivian answered. "I see," I said, finding a label under the vial as Vivian mentioned. Summon Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit. I equipped the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit card and summoned the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit. Then, opening the vial labeled as A-rank Winged Cloud Saber, I feed it to the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit and commanded it to use its blood biomorphic physique. Following my command, the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit used its blood biomorphic physique to morph into a winged cloud saber. I have never seen a winged cloud saber, so I did not know if the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit morphed winged cloud saber in front of me was anything like the real winged cloud saber. But using the soul pupils, I could tell that the realm of the monster in front of me was A-rank. Now the point was whether the imitation winged cloud saber in front of me could display the abilities of the original winged cloud saber. Vivian has shared a document with you. Open, ignore, mark as read/delete. Boss, I have shared the information I have collected on each monster's blood present in these vials. Vivian answered, feeling my questioning gaze. Thank you. It will be of help. Thanking Vivian for her thoughtfulness, I accessed the document shared by her and searched for the information on A-rank Winged Cloud Saber. Going through the information, pointing at Vivian, I commanded the imitation Winged Cloud Saber, use Sky Roar. In response to my command, the imitation Winged Cloud Saber looked at Vivian and then let out a thunderous roar. According to the description of the Sky Roar skill, it can stun its target for 4 to 6 seconds, depending upon the realm of the opponent. Vivian was of Card Master realm, so logical considering that the imitation Winged Cloud Saber is 2 realms higher than Vivian, so it should stun her for 6 seconds with its Sky Roar, but Vivian was only stunned for 4 seconds. After this experiment, I knew that I had overestimated the capabilities of the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit card. Even though the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit was able to imitate the appearance and abilities of the using the blood, it lacked the understanding and experience of the skills like the original. But the problem did not end there. The same was true for the blood clones made by the Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit. The idea of leading a horde of A-rank blood clones was possible, but these clones weren't as skilled and experienced as the original. Since there is a problem, there is a solution. I just had to find it. After a few minutes of contemplation, I came up with the idea to make use of the blood memory meaning of the blood rule to make up for this drawback. This way, the enchanted blood slime spirit could not only clone the appearance and abilities through blood, but also the memories. The memories of the monster will help the blood clones to become proficient and skilled in the cloned abilities like the original. Now the question was, where do I get the blood memory meaning of the blood rule? Sarah, the descendant of the demigod Redfall, had achieved ultimate mastery in the blood memory meaning of the blood rule thanks to the demigod bloodline she inherited. Now that I had a solution to the problem, I contacted Sarah immediately through Hive AI and ordered, "Sarah, come to the warehouse. I require your assistance." "I will be right there, boss," Sarah answered. While waiting for Sarah's arrival, I turned to Vivian and asked, "Did you memorize the process of card creation?" "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't," Vivian answered dejectedly. "No problem. I didn't expect Vivian to memorize my process of card creation, but it doesn't hurt to ask. If she were to answer positively, then I would have a card creation prodigy amongst my Calamity Daughter gems. My process of card creation was heavily dependent on the use of my soul pupils. It would be hard for a regular card apprentice to follow, so I wasn't surprised to hear Vivian say that she could not memorize my process of card creation. But I had to find a solution for this, as I was hoping Vivian would take up the blow-up doll cards business. As Vivian only knew the basics of card creation, for her to learn my process of enchanted blood slime spirit card creation, I would have to dumb it down. Especially how I arranged a mini trap array in the core to capture the living slime spirit. This was unnecessary. I need to optimize my card creation process by decreasing its complexity and creation cost. The solution I came up with is the card template, a step-by-step instruction manual to create a card. This is not to be mistaken with card recipes. Card recipes just involve the ingredients required for card creation and the formula on how to use them. This formula will yield results depending upon the user's proficiency in card creation. But card templates have precise instructions down to the soul pathways and arrangements. As long as one follows these instructions to the dot, then they would be able to create the card without much effort. Here, the proficiency of the user in card creation will not matter, because they would be following an absolute guide to successful card creation. The card template will have the recording of how I use my mental strength to arrange the soul pathways and the soul pathway arrangements, and be shared directly to Vivian's mind using Hive AI. Vivian doesn't need to know why I did what I did. All she had to do was retrace what I did with my mental strength using her mental strength, and she will not be alone in this process. Hive AI will be there to assist her. With enough practice, Vivian should be able to use the card template to create cards with perfect ratings and durability. "Greetings, boss." Sarah greeted me as he entered the warehouse. Yes, Right now Sarah was in her male form. She had made use of her origin card to take up the male gender, and she was wearing appropriate fitting attire to match her gender. "How do I address you in your male body? Or do you just go with Sarah?" Sarah was a feminine name since she went through the trouble of changing her gender. I figured she would have a masculine name for her male body. "Sarah will do, boss," Sarah answered. "Good. Accept my party invitation. I need your assistance with card creation." I ordered Sarah. "Sure thing, boss." "And accepted," Sarah affirmed. "Sarah has joined your party. Total party members, 3. After Sarah accepted my party invitation, I immediately placed the enchanted blood slime spirit card on my card creation page and turned it into its core form and asked Sarah, "Add your blood memory rule to the core." Right away, saying that Sarah made use of her blood rule to mail a copy of her blood memory rune and transferred it into the enchanted blood slime spirit core. Next, I merged the blood memory rune to the soul pathways of the already existing blood memory skill of the enchanted blood slime spirit, enhancing the ability of blood memory to allow its user experience the memories of the monster's blood it feeds on. This way, the enchanted blood slime spirit would be as skilled and experienced to use the cloned abilities as the original. The blood memory skill that the enchanted blood slime spirit had was only limited to memorizing the appearance and abilities of the original monster by feeding on its blood, but now the modified blood memory can experience and learn from the memories of the original monster by feeding on its blood. After that, I decided to add the Blood Fate Plunder rune to the enchanted blood slime spirit. I had already decided to keep this card for my personal use, so I decided to enhance its overall combat power by adding the Fate Plunder rune to it. Transferring a copy of the Blood Fate Plunder rune into the enchanted Blood Slime Spirit core, I rearranged the soul pathways to incorporate the Blood Fate Plunder ability into the enchanted Blood Slime Spirit summon. This way the summons can permanently steal the abilities or physique of its prey. Later, I morphed the core back to card form. Card creation successful. Card name, Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit. Card type, Summon type. Card rank, A rank, Rare grade. Card rate, 7 stars. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, when activated the user can summon a mutant variant of Slime Spirit known as Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit. Additional effect, Blood Fate Plunder, Hematophagy, Enhanced Blood Memory, Blood Biomorphic Physique, Tentacle, Paralytic Fluids, Corrosive Acid, Blood Clone Horde. Enhanced Blood Memory. This skill allows the Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit to remember the appearance and ability of the monster by feeding their blood and also experience their memories to learn and gain understanding of the skills and combat prowess of its new body. Note: this skill is limited by the rank of the card. Blood Fate Plunder. This skill allows the Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit to permanently plunder the skills of its prey by sacrificing the blood of its prey for a blood ritual. Note: this skill is limited by the rank of the card. After I added the Blood Memory rune and the Blood Fate Plunder to the enchanted Blood Slime Spirit, it underwent a mutation and the name of the card changed from Enchanted Blood Slime Spirit to Transcendent Blood Slime Spirit. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.